After Kevin received a call from an emergency room relating that Lily had been taken there under mysterious circumstances, he stopped at nothing to get back from a visit at Brett Stewart's Myriad headquarters to be by Lily's bedside, though there he yet again had to battle with his mother-in-law Dorothy to ensure that Lily's health was protected. Assured Lily was fine, he took her to the rooftop of the hospital where he had a helicopter waiting. "Since when do you have access to a helicopter?" "I'm full of surprises. I won't ruin the mystery." Kevin grinned. Arm in arm, they walked over to the helicopter, which was being guarded by a pilot in a leather jacket and aviator sunglasses.
"Excuse me, how did you two get up here? This is a private landing pad. I'm waiting for my client who hired this bird for a ride home,"
the pilot said in a loud voice. Kevin nodded. "That's me. I'm your client." The man threw back his head and laughed.
"Yeah, right. Look at you. Those dirty jeans, that worn-out shirt, you couldn't afford to ride in this thing if you mortgaged your house for it."
Kevin wasn't fazed. It wasn't the first time he was underestimated. And honestly, he liked it that way. "So, you're not going to fly us home?"
"No way."
Kevin looked at the man, then at his wife and said, "Suit yourself." He tried to lead Lily past the pilot, but the pilot tripped him on his way.
"I said you're not taking that bird anywhere, kid."
The pilot spat at Kevin's feet. "I see. In that case..." With the speed and agility of a striking snake, Kevin butted the pilot in the chin with his flat palm, sending the pilot spinning off balance.
"You rodent!"
The pilot lunged at Kevin, fist cocked back and ready to hit him with a right hook across the face, but Kevin was too quick. He stepped back and out of the pilot's range with ease, instead grabbing the fist coming at him and yanking it forward and ducking down, hitching the pilot up over his shoulder. "Who's the pilot now?" Kevin cried, spinning around and throwing the pilot to the ground.
"What the hell?"
The pilot stood, ready for another go, and came at Kevin with a spinning kick. But Kevin was ready. He planted one foot behind him and shoved his palms outward, sending a force field of air at the pilot, who was swept off his feet and launched high over Kevin and Lily's heads. Kevin was ready to grab him by the scruff of his leather jacket and send him pounding into the concrete roof of the hospital when, to his surprise, Lily reached an arm out instead and did that exact move. The pilot lay unconscious between them, and Kevin looked up at his wife with awe. "How did you do that?" Lily shrugged. "It just seemed like the right thing at the moment. Was it too much?" The pilot's body was unmoving, but it was also not bleeding out or too badly damaged. "I think it was just enough," Kevin told her. They left the pilot where he lay and hopped into the helicopter, strapping themselves into the pilot and co-pilot seats. "Now what? We can't fly this thing." Lily looked behind them to see if the pilot had stirred, worried about their escape. "Who gave you that idea?" Kevin reached between their seats for the control lever and flicked on the propellers. With ease, he lifted the helicopter off the roof and jutted it forward. They were flying. Lily went from bewildered to ecstatic, and she let out a laugh that reminded Kevin why he fell in love with her. Kevin looked at her. "Are you glad you chose me over your mom?" Lily nodded. "I've definitely made the right choice." Back at their penthouse, Kevin got Lily set up and comfortable on a luxurious couch in the living room. He knew it was still important that she rest and relax after her fainting spell, which she had when she learned Kevin was almost poisoned by her mother Dorothy. Kevin put on Lily's favorite movie and surrounded her with her favorite snacks and drinks. They were waiting for Rachel to tend to Lily when Kevin turned to his wife. "I want to promise you right now that I'm going to be more present in the matters of our marriage and our future family. If we have children one day, I want them to know their father is not only a great man, but a great husband. I know you've been through a lot of danger because of me. That was one thing your mother got right. But it's my new priority to set us up for a future where that doesn't have to be a threat. Do you trust me, Lily?" Lily nodded, beaming at him. "Of course I do." It made Lily happy to realize that for the first time in perhaps the entire course of their marriage, that she actually meant it. She did trust Kevin. Kevin squeezed her hand. I'm just as committed to this marriage as I was on our wedding day. I promise you that. He kissed her just as Rachel showed up at the front door. Hey, Lily, how are you feeling? I came to watch movies and veg out with you on the couch. Rachel shrugged off her jacket and tossed her shoes aside, jumping onto the couch next to her friend. Thanks for coming, Rachel, and thanks for getting Lily to the emergency room as soon as possible, Kevin said. That's what friends do, and I knew it wasn't major. I even thought her fainting might be, well, good news, Rachel said with a certain gleam in her eye as she looked at a couple who were clearly in love. By the way, Kevin, I think someone outside was looking for you. Kevin looked out the window at the balcony attached to their apartment and saw, with a jolt, the Night King staring back at him. Oh, Rachel, would you do me a favor and bring Lily to your place to recuperate? What's wrong? Is everything okay, Kevin? Lily held his hand tighter, trying to crane her neck to find what he was looking at. Yes, everything is fine. I just think you might be safer there for now. You never know if your mother might come looking for us. I think that it's best that you stay at Rachel's just for today, Kevin assured her. He never knew what the Night King might be here to tell him, and it was best that Lily was not nearby when he learned. Rachel and Lily packed up their snacks and left, and Kevin went out to the balcony to meet the Night King. You'll be pleased to know that my wife is recovering, Kevin opened. The Night King sighed, his jaw set in a rigid hold. I think we can skip the cozy catch-up, Kevin. I'm here with a warning. Of course. What happened? Kevin gripped the railing, looking out over his city as he spoke. Whatever it was, he was ready to face it head-on. The Night King stared at Kevin as he spoke with eyes that looked like they hadn't blinked in 1,000 years. It's not what has happened, but what is about to happen. The Kessler family is currently on their way to Chicago. I don't suppose they're here to see the sights. Kevin nodded grimly. You're correct. They are here for another shot at ending you and avenging the humiliation you caused them in your brawl so long ago. You need to prepare yourself. Kevin realized this would throw a wrench in his plans to make his marriage his top priority. He would have to do something else to secure his family's future before the Kesslers arrived and attacked. Are they operating alone? He asked. If Kevin was going to fight back, he would have to know the full scope of the threat. And just as he suspected, the Night King shook his head. There is a traitor with useful insight and information helping them. Be careful of who you let come close to you. You have been betrayed. Kevin gripped the railing harder. Why did the Kesslers always have to make things so personal? Do you know who it is? Who has not stayed loyal to me? The Night King lowered his gaze. I have a hunch, but that is all. It will be up to you to find them out and cut the poison branch off your tree. It could be someone close to you or one of your other enemies. Good luck, Kevin. As quickly as he had appeared, the Night King vanished and Kevin was left alone on his balcony. Now what do I do? Since I began working at my family company, Williams Media, there have been people fighting for its control. There's always competition and always someone willing to betray another for their own success. If I'm going to keep my family safe and prosperous, I will have to pursue a legacy outside of the family business. Kevin took a deep breath. I will have to strike out on my own and establish a legacy I can pass down to my future children without fear that they will be ousted by someone else. I need to make sure that I beat my enemies. Speaking of which, Kevin had to start thinking about ways to combat few remaining members of the Kessler family, which had been almost wholly taken apart after Kevin stood up to their patriarch who committed suicide in prison rather than face his crimes. They're on their way to Chicago now, so I need to find out how many of them are coming and where they are setting up camp. If I know where they are staying and operating, I can spy on them and stay one step ahead of their plans. I may have beat them in physical battles in the past, But my real strength is my ability to outsmart them and outfox them. Kevin had his plans. Start tracking the Kesslers and establish his own company. For both of these, he would need help from his enforcer. Time to call upon Dalton Steele. Now that Kevin's wife Lily was safely at her friend Rachel's home resting and recovering, Kevin could focus on what the Night King had just told him. The Kesslers were on their way to Chicago, specifically to take him out, and they had someone working for them who had betrayed Kevin. Dalton came over as quickly as he could, and Kevin brought him into his study. It was time to establish an office space for Kevin's new company that he would be building independently from his family, so that he could pass it down to his future children.
"What do you need, boss?"
Dalton asked, standing in front of Kevin's desk at attention. Dalton and Kevin had made amends. When Kevin needed aid in Washington, D.C., while he established new reaches of his empire there, Dalton had been annoyed that his longtime friend and ally had not beckoned him to the city for help and protection, and instead relied on his vanguard and Radiance troops. Even at the greatest heights of power such as those Dalton and Kevin had, there could be misunderstandings between men, and Kevin, in his great mind and heart, understood this better than any man. He knew that the lapses Dalton had made and explained to Kevin in time would be insurmountable to others. But Kevin also saw that Dalton had erred mostly in misreading Kevin's intentions. The two men were now more bonded than ever, and Dalton had made it clear that nothing would ever come between them again. And Dalton would drop even his most important personal and business activities should Kevin ask for his assistance at any time. "Dalton, I'm striking out on my own. Now that I've bested my Uncle Thomas and Williams Media, I don't need them anymore, and I can pull all of my energy into my family. The first part of that will be a new business venture. That is an endeavor that is completely under my control, though I know that to ensure the safety of Lily and my future family, I must never divert from the ultimate goal of gaining access to the upper realm. Only then will I be able to feel as though our legacy is secure. But in the meantime..." Kevin was spilling his words so fast that Dalton had to put a stop to his friend's ambitious ideas. Dalton nodded.
"What's the business venture?"
Kevin smiled. The idea had been forming since his time in Washington, when Kevin saw an opportunity to merge some of his greatest skills. And now that he was back in Chicago to be near Lily, he was ready to move full steam ahead. Kevin had become more and more excited about the prospect of bringing his unique abilities in herbalism to the masses, and setting up his own pharmaceutical company. If he could combine the herbalism that he was so good at with other technologies and advancements, there would be virtually no disease he couldn't cure or ability he couldn't bestow upon anyone who needed it. Plus, he would cement his legacy as being something greater than just overseeing a media empire. "It's a pharmaceutical company, Dalton. I need a state-of-the-art office with a fully equipped lab space for my pharmacists and researchers to work their magic. It also wouldn't hurt if this was the biggest building in town that could look down on those who doubted me in the past and who challenged my growing empire. They need to know that the guy they thought they defeated will always loom larger than they do. Good guys win."
"So you're done with the family businesses forever?"
Dalton was worried. The Williams family had a wide and expansive network, and if Kevin turned his back on them, he would no doubt make many more enemies in the process. If there was one thing that Dalton knew, it was how dangerous Kevin's enemies could be. Dalton had to bear the burden in his own heart that he had been one of those enemies for a while, and he'd carried out some horrible acts against this man, whom Dalton almost too late realized was the truest friend he'd ever had. But Kevin was determined. They can't be trusted. All the betrayals and power plays are not sustainable, and that's why I have to leave. Uncle Thomas had no problem mistreating my parents. That should have been my final straw. We were all ostracized, and now they've lost all their money and are hiding out in St. Louis again with the leader of the Myriads with a guard of Radiance members protecting them. I had moved them to Washington to be near me for safety, but now that I have returned to Chicago, I want them nearby but not in danger. Brett Stewart and the Myriads will surely protect them." Dalton could see the rage in Kevin's heart. Kevin continued with words that Dalton thought defined Kevin even as his actions were covering so many different bases. "I will one day do to Uncle Thomas exactly what he did to me and my parents, and I will only then think that there is an end to my family ties." Dalton drove Kevin across town to the business district, where Chicago's most important and influential companies were headquartered. He knew a real estate developer from a few years back. Dalton used to be the Mr. Fix-It for anyone who needed some dirty work done, so he knew the ins and outs of Chicago real estate. That developer knew of a penthouse suite that had just opened up at the top of the tallest building around. Getting out of the car, Kevin looked up, leaning back to take it all in. The building was magnificent. The architecture style dated back to the 1800s and made Kevin think of the Gilded Age of Chicago. As the structure got taller, more modern floors were added that made the building flow seamlessly from past to present, ending in a metal spire that clawed at the sky, asserting its height and dominance. "Now this is an office," Kevin chuckled, clapping Dalton on the shoulder. It was perfect, it was timeless, and it was all his. They got to the top floor where the developer was waiting for them at the reception desk. "Dalton Steele, as I live and breathe. Good to see you, you old so-and-so." The developer shook Dalton's hand, then turned to Kevin. "And, who is this?" Dalton introduced them.
"This is my boss, Kevin Williams. He's the one who will be buying the space from you. Kevin, this is Cillian Connell."
Kevin and Cillian sized each other up. Kevin didn't think this guy looked like much, but if Dalton gave him the okay, then Kevin wouldn't underestimate him. He had a thick head of gray hair and was taller than Kevin or Dalton and built a bit like a cop, with his pot belly and slack mouth. The Irish name told Kevin that his family had probably been in Chicago for many generations. He would treat this man respectfully, so long as he treated Kevin with equal respect. Cillian, on the other hand, did not have such a favorable impression of Kevin. He looked up and down at Kevin's usual casual attire and his youthful face and pulled Dalton aside. "Can we talk for a moment?" Dalton nodded and they moved a few paces from Kevin. What they didn't know was that Kevin could still hear them clearly, as the penthouse suite was empty and the echo sent their voices right into Kevin's ears.
"Who is this ant?"
Cillian asked. Dalton gave him a hard stare.
"He's much more than meets the eye. I would advise you not to underestimate him. I wouldn't bring you someone who wasn't serious about buying this place, all right? Let's all be nice and give the man a tour."
Kevin chuckled to himself. He appreciated Dalton sticking up for him. But if Cillian did anything else to disrespect Kevin, Kevin knew he could take his business elsewhere. Money talked in Chicago, and Kevin had more of it than anyone. "Are we ready, gentlemen?" he asked, clearing his throat to break up Dalton and Cillian's private conversation.
"Yeah, boss. Let's do this."
Cillian led them around the floor. "So this is the reception area. There's lots of natural light, as you can see." He pointed to the south-facing wall, which was made entirely of glass. "Over here are some offices and a conference room. There's plenty of room for a company of any size. The last group who worked out of this place had 300 employees in-house." Kevin nodded as they went. It was all looking good so far, but what he really needed to see was the laboratory. "What's the technical setup looking like? High-speed internet? Top-level security? I assume all of that is included," Kevin said, admittedly to intimidate the developer. "Yes, it's all in the package," Cillian confirmed. "Good." Cillian led them to a large metal door that he opened with a keycard. "This is the entrance to the lab. You can set it up to let people in with their fingerprints with an eye scan or with a key like this one. That booth there is where an extra security guard will sit so that there's absolutely no chance of unauthorized personnel sneaking inside." Now they were talking. Kevin could feel the power in him surging as he got excited about what they were about to see. The door slid open with a smooth whirring sound to reveal a state-of-the-art scientific laboratory. The floors were sleek white marble, and the lab tables and machinery were shiny steel. Cillian showed them around. These are the autoclaves, centrifuges, and homogenizers. You know, stuff to mix and separate different ingredients. Over here you'll find temperature-controlled rooms and enclosures for ongoing experiments. Aspirators, dry baths, incubators, it's all here. There's nothing you can't do in this lab, so long as you can afford it. Cillian aimed another pointed look at Kevin like he was daring Kevin to ask about the cost. Kevin stared at him right back. What are you insinuating? Cillian held his hands up. Nothing at all. It's just that, you know, you don't exactly look like a scientist, so I'm trying to keep things simple for you. What else would you like to see? Kevin puffed out his chest. He would show this guy who the real expert was. What about thermal cyclers? If we're going to be cloning, genotyping, and sequencing DNA, we'll need to amplify their segments. Wouldn't you agree? Cillian was caught off guard by that. Kevin had succeeded. The developer held his hands up in surrender and said, "Hey, whatever you say, boss. I'm not a scientist. I'm just reading off the fact sheet." "Let's talk numbers, shall we?" Dalton suggested. Cillian led them back out to the main office and into one of the conference rooms where he sat down across from Kevin and Dalton. Kevin was ready to battle it out in these negotiations, and Dalton was already cracking his knuckles, warming up his shakedown muscles in case Cillian tried any funny business. Cillian pulled 3 copies of a contract out of his briefcase and handed them out. "For the whole shebang, this would be the entire suite plus all the bells and whistles I showed you in the lab. We're looking in the neighborhood of $3 billion. Dalton actually scoffed. "Bullcrap. For this place? We aren't even in the heart of the district and you're trying to squeeze billions out of my boss here? Are you going to give us a real offer or am I going to have to look elsewhere, Cillian?" Cillian shook his head. "Don't do all that, Dalton. This equipment is state-of-the-art. This penthouse suite is at the top of the best building in the country, let alone the city, and I have other offers coming in. So you don't get to tell me what to charge. I know the asset I'm sitting on and I won't be underpaid for it." Right before Kevin's eyes, the civil face Dalton usually wore in public fell away, and the fire lit behind his eyes. Dalton's allegiance to Kevin was just as strong as it had ever been, and Kevin delighted in knowing that he could let his friend do the dirty work of a contract negotiation, as he eyed the laboratory where he would soon establish the most dominant pharmaceutical company in the country. "You've got other offers? Well, so do we, you idiot. We've seen 3 properties today asking for less than $1 billion that are larger and newer than this place. Maybe you've forgotten who you're dealing with, but I got you a lot of money back in the day that you never would have secured for yourself. You owe me on this." Cillian rolled his eyes. "I employed you and you did a job. I owe you nothing. But if you don't want to continue these negotiations, then we can pack it up now and go our separate ways." Dalton turned to Kevin. "Boss, would you mind giving us a moment to discuss? It won't take long." Kevin nodded. "You got it, Dalton." He left the room and sat down on an armchair outside of it. Through the windows into the conference room, he could see the back of Dalton's head as well as Cillian's face while they spoke. As he watched, Cillian's face went from relaxed to annoyed to downright terrified. His eyes widened, and Kevin could have sworn his skin got paler and paler as the seconds dragged on. Finally, Dalton reached across the table with his hand held out. Cillian shook it, still looking spooked. "Boss," Dalton called. Kevin went back into the room and resumed his seat. "Good news, boss. Cillian realized his numbers were incorrect." Cillian was striking out lines from the contract with fervor as he slid it back to Kevin with a new final cost. $900 million. Kevin shook Cillian's hand too. "You've got yourself a deal." He signed the contract. Cillian left and Kevin and Dalton got back in the car to go home. Riding shotgun through the city, Kevin pulled out his phone. If he was going to have the most prosperous business in the city, he would need to assemble his crack team. First on his list, Olivia Rafferty, his protege. He dialed her number. "Olivia, it's Kevin. How's DC treating you? Good? Well, then I hate to break your heart, but it's time to pack your bags. I need you here. That's right. Chicago needs us." Kevin called upon his once again loyal friend Dalton Steele to oversee the search for suitable office and laboratory space for Kevin's pharmaceutical business. The developer of a remodeled skyscraper, Cillian Connell, only grudgingly showed Kevin and Dalton a gleaming new penthouse space, assuming that Kevin lacked the funds for the rent, before Dalton had a private conversation with Cillian to remind him who he was dealing with, and to make the rent magically drop by billions of dollars per month. When Kevin arrived home, he thanked Dalton for his time and went up to his penthouse. "I can't wait to call Lily and finally have an evening together after so long. If I'm going to promise to work harder on being more present for her and our marriage, I want to deliver on that promise." Kevin got inside and paced around his living room thinking about his next move. "I've established an office and lab space for my new pharmaceutical company. Now I will have that company to pass down to my future kids and a legacy for my wife and me to leave behind. My protege Olivia will be here soon to help me run it, and I'll have all the more time to spend with my wife Lily, making our marriage my top priority," Kevin thought. While he knew that his financial success was an important part of his legacy, he also knew that in time, he would have to return his attention to the upper realm. Only by achieving entry into the upper realm could he assure himself and Lily's family's eternal protection. Dalton had secured him a great deal, and while it wasn't cheap to acquire the lab and the office, it would all be more than worth it in the long run. "I'll be changing the course of human history in that lab. There have been many battles between man and nature, but illness will no longer be one of them. Man wins." He sat down on the couch, starting to feel tired after a hectic day, when he heard something in his clothing make a crackling noise. Kevin reached his hand into his back pocket and pulled out a folded slip of paper. "Where did this come from? I didn't put this here." He unfolded it and read, "Your presence is requested at the Healing Art School. Immediately." How did that even get in there? Kevin didn't notice anyone slipping it into his pocket on the street or at the office that he had just purchased. Then again, Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard usually requested his presence in mysterious ways. Come on, Kevin thought. He was just about to go to Rachel's and pick up Lily for a romantic evening together. But a trip to the Healing Art School to visit his old mentors was usually a productive use of his time. He hadn't visited the Healing Art School in quite some time now. He had once been the top student there, but had long since spread his wings and accomplished much more beyond its walls. Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard still thought of themselves as having some territorial rights over Kevin, considering that they were his first official teachers when he began his herbalism studies. But they were not about to try and lay a claim to Kevin. Instead, these two mentors continued to hope that Kevin's growth and success would benefit them and their school, and help to save the foundation itself should the Pinnacle yet again make a move to return and take control of Chicago and beyond. Kevin arrived at the Healing Art School by early evening, and the sun set behind the building as he entered. The massive castle-like structure reminded him of the Tower of London, and he might be the prisoner brought in for execution if he didn't know that behind the school's walls was a force of good and not evil. No, he understood why Wayne and Harley were summoning him, or at least he had a hunch.
Kevin, good to see you, my boy.
Wayne Ford stood as Kevin entered the meeting room. The table in front of him was made of black stone and reflected the flickering light from the real candle chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Thank you for the invitation. I've been meaning to pay you two a visit for a while now, Kevin said, taking a seat. Is that so? Harley asked from the other end of the table. Good to see you, Harley. Always a pleasure. Kevin was ready to defend his idea to start a pharmaceutical company. Whatever these guys threw at him, he could handle it. After all, they had taught him everything he knew, and he had only expanded on that knowledge and become more powerful since he'd gone his own way. Wayne shushed Harley and said,
"It's come to my attention that you're opening a pharmaceutical company, Kevin. I wanted to talk with you about that because obviously your herbalism skills come from the things we've taught you, and we want to ensure that those practices will be protected going forward. We at the Healing Arts School have never ventured into pharmaceuticals for a reason. The nature of them is at odds with herbalism."
Kevin was expecting this. He knew how protective Wayne and Harley were about their methods. Their students were selected after an exacting application process because only certain people could be trusted with the gifts and powers the Healing Arts School imparted. The idea that these things might be accessible to everyone was bound to make them nervous. I was thinking that I am uniquely positioned to extract small amounts of the power of herbalism to target acute illnesses and chronic health problems. I don't see herbalism as being at odds with pharmaceuticals at all. In fact, pharmaceuticals are the natural evolution of herbalism. I just want to bring back some of the magic and power that was lost over the years, Kevin asserted. Harley looked up at Kevin. "Our herbalism, this school in fact, thrives because of its discretion. When the world finds out about the things we can do, they will strip it from us like natural resources and commercialize it to a degree that might make a mockery of our practices. Does that worry you?" Wayne, Harley, with all due respect, I don't think you're giving me enough credit here. I wouldn't just open a lab, slap some power pills in a bottle, and pass them out over the counter. My company and my scientists will work to make specific and powerful medicines to be delivered to people in areas in the world who can most benefit. We're talking about eradicating diseases that have crippled populations. It will be highly controlled and the methods will never be disclosed. I've thought of everything. Don't you worry," Kevin insisted, leaning toward Wayne at the other end of the table.
"It would have been appreciated if you had asked our permission first,"
Wayne told him. Kevin shook his head and continued to come up with solutions on the spot. "That's why I've been meaning to pay you a visit. I'll need chemists and scientists to work for me who know their herbalism as well as you do. I want to employ students of yours, past and present. If we are all aligned on what the powers of herbalism are and to what extent it is appropriate to use them, we won't have any issues at all." That caught Wayne and Harley off guard. Kevin had outwitted them.
"Oh, is that so?"
Wayne asked. "Of course. You'll be training the hands that make the products," Kevin nodded.
"Well, I guess that we could reach an agreement if that be the case. How many will you need?"
"I already have my protege, Olivia Rafferty, on her way. She showed herself to be a skilled herbalist in the Herbalist Society's competition that I won. I'll take half a dozen more herbalists to start." Wayne and Harley exchanged looks before Wayne turned back to Kevin.
"Fine. But there will be ground rules. You cannot put the proven effectiveness of herbalism under the efficiency of technological advancements. Our teachings come first."
Kevin nodded. "You have my word." Kevin left the Healing Arts School before they could change their minds. He was satisfied with his work, convincing them to relent, and getting students from the school to work for him was the best-case scenario. Who else would be able to yield the herbalist powers to create their products? What's next? I suppose I should start looking for the Kesslers. They were on their way to Chicago this morning, and I don't know how fast they might get here. And I can't let them find out what I'm doing next with my pharmaceutical company. They have a lot of influence in Washington, D.C., and if I'm going to succeed in pharmaceuticals, I need to have good relationships with the FDA, the CDC, and the government in general. The Kesslers could ruin all of that for me and stop me before I get started. This company will have to stay on the down low for a while. And the Night King said the Kesslers were working with someone who had betrayed me. I'll have to get to the bottom of that soon. But then Kevin remembered Harold Smart. the pharmaceutical giant he had met in Washington, D.C. "Harold likes me. I totally won him over when we met. If I can talk to him before the Kesslers find me, I'll be able to establish a good standing in the pharmaceutical world." Kevin kept walking, almost back to the car. Now, finally, he could have his evening with Lily and get some rest. Tomorrow, he would hit the ground running with the new company in his search for the Kesslers. But before Kevin could open the car door, he saw a shadow dart across his periphery. What the? He crouched down and peered over the roof of his car, trying to track the figure. He couldn't see anything. But suddenly, he heard a snap and whipped around. Out of the shadows, an assassin was running straight at him. Kevin had just left the Healing Arts School after successful negotiations with Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard. They weren't completely convinced that their school's mandates wouldn't be compromised, but they had agreed not to disturb Kevin while he set up his pharmaceutical company, so long as Kevin hired their students to fuse their herbalism teachings with his other medicinal practices to create the most powerful and effective drugs possible. Kevin thought he was finally free to spend a romantic evening with his wife Lily, when out of nowhere he found himself being ambushed by an assassin. The shadowy figure was running straight toward him, and after a quick scan, Kevin could tell this attacker's power levels were higher than most he had faced before. The vague light coming off of the figure was familiar, however, and Kevin knew this was a secluded valley assassin. He had taken them down in the past, but it wouldn't be as easy this time unless he used the right strategy. This figure was strong, but Kevin could beat him if he could outlast him. Endurance would be the name of the game. The assassin was close now, and he lunged at Kevin, a dagger held high over his head. Kevin turned into his reflexes and slid to the side, pulling the assassin with him by the waist, using the momentum to spin them both around and flinging the shadowy body away from him. Kevin took a breath and thought, "I know I can't kill him because I need to find out who he's working for. If it's the Kessler family sending assassins to do their dirty work, then he can tell me where they are operating out of. I just have to tire him out and force him to surrender. This might be a long one." The assassin was up as quickly as he went down, and just when Kevin was getting ready for the next attack, the figure pulled a series of daggers and stars out of his clothes and started whipping them at Kevin two at a time. Kevin summoned his spiritual energy and quickly deployed a series of flicks and configurations of his hands and wrists that forced the stars and daggers to divert in their path and fly over his head like they'd been picked up by a sudden gust of wind. But they weren't being sent nearly as far as he wanted them to be. "I can feel my power weakening. When was the last time I took a power pill? I'll need to assess my levels when this is over and make sure I'm equipped for the next attack," Kevin thought, though he had little time to let worry overtake him. For now, he would have to get out of the way. He made one final push to send the next pair of daggers out of his path, then leapt into the air and flew backward, flipping over his car and landing behind it. He could hear the stars and daggers sticking in the metal of the car where he had just been standing. Two of the daggers struck the car's front tires and the air was hissing out quickly. As the car hood sank lower, Kevin realized he was losing his hiding place. That's not good. Kevin had to go on offense now. He grounded himself and let his power surge through him, then lunged forward and grabbed the wrist of the assassin, pulling him forward to meet his chin with a strong uppercut. The assassin was lifted off the ground and flung over Kevin, who was still holding the attacker's wrist. He used the opportunity to tug the wrist downward, pile-driving the assassin into the ground. Kevin landed on top of him with a grunt and pinned his hands to the ground. Had enough yet? The assassin's eyes narrowed. Kevin could barely see his face under the now dark night sky, but he knew a sneer when he saw one. Instead of a response, the assassin jerked his head up, butting it into Kevin's nose, and used the temporary distraction to push Kevin off of him and to get up. They both scrambled to their feet, and the assassin came at Kevin again. This time he had ducked low to take Kevin out at the knees. But Kevin saw it coming and he jumped into the air once more, stomping on the top of the man's head to leverage himself further into the air, flipping backwards again and landing in front of him. This ends now. Kevin pulled out the night dagger and charged. When the assassin saw that he had a weapon, he scrambled backward onto his hands and feet like a crab. Kevin brought the dagger down, aiming for a thigh or an arm, something that wouldn't be fatal but would end their fight. The assassin dropped onto his back and tried to roll away, but Kevin pinned him in place by the shoulder, which his dagger sunk into with a sickening squelch.
Ugh!
The assassin cried, and Kevin yanked the dagger back out of him, thinking that the fight may be over at last. But the assassin rolled onto his good side and pulled out his last weapon, a length of wire between two wooden handles whose sole purpose was to strangle an opponent. The assassin threw the wire around Kevin's neck and crossed the handles tight. But instead of securing Kevin in a stranglehold, Kevin was able to spin out of the wire at the last moment, using his momentum to close the assassin and pin him back down. Kevin stuck the dagger in his thigh and sat on the man's chest. "Surrender!" The assassin spat in his face, but Kevin was not fazed. "Say it!"
Fine. I surrender. You win. Take that blasted thing out of me.
Kevin shook his head with some surprise. He wanted to get information out of the assassin, but was uncertain whether the assassin would or could speak. He had mostly been confronted with stony silence as other Secluded Valley assassins unleashed their terror upon him. "Not until you tell me who sent you." The assassin was breathing heavily now and moving around trying to get out from under Kevin. But Kevin had him held down securely. "Who was it?"
Fine. You know who sent me. It was Mario Kessler. He's here. He's coming for you.
Just as Kevin had suspected, the Kesslers came all the way to Chicago just to send an assassin to finish him off. It was pathetic. What does he want? Where is he?
The lake. He's in the lake compound. He's there with a team of the world's best assassins. You won't stand a chance.
The assassin groaned, now trying to reach down to his thigh to pull out the night dagger. "You have no idea what I'm capable of," Kevin snarled. He pulled the dagger out of the assassin's thigh and ran, finding his car just beyond the tree line and racing back to the city. Kevin arrived at the lakeshore by dawn, and he watched as the sun crept up over Lake Michigan. The Kesslers' lake compound was on an island a good distance north of Chicago, and he would need transportation. He had called his enforcer, Dalton Steele, on his way back from the Healing Arts School, and as usual, Dalton had delivered. A one-passenger motorboat was waiting for Kevin at the shore with a note on it.
Call if you need backup. Dalton.
Kevin had forgiven Dalton for the many infractions he had made against Kevin during his absence in Washington, D.C., but he had to admit that lording some guilt over his friend was a benefit. Any favor Kevin needed now would be quickly fulfilled by his ally who was back in his favor. Kevin climbed in and started the engine on a low speed, puttering out into the lake without drawing attention to himself from the fishermen who were flooding down to the shore to start a long day's work harvesting salmon. The beauty and simplicity of the scene made Kevin pause for a moment and almost forget the task at hand. In another life, maybe I would have a job like that. Something regular, something consistent, simple work on the land and in nature. But in this life, I've been given unique abilities that demand me to build my empire, and I can't deny them. My destiny is too powerful to ignore. He ripped the motor into high gear and cruised the rest of the way to the compound. The island was tucked away in a cove at the Wisconsin border. The water beat against its shores from all directions, and its cave-like structure gave it the ultimate geological protection. I can get in just fine, but I'll have to be sure to make myself a clear path out, Kevin noted, tethering his boat to a sapling that branched out over the lake. Kevin climbed up the cliff-like side of the island. The Kessler compound sat near the top, a structure made from dark rock and sea glass that blended into the island itself. Kevin came from the back, then entered the mouth of the cave that protected the structure and skirted the side of the compound silently. The Kesslers think that right now their assassin is holding me off, or worse, killing me. They won't be expecting this visit. I have the element of surprise. He slipped inside an arched entrance and found himself in a dark hallway. The sound and smells of the lake filled the space, giving the air around him a damp quality that made everything feel very quiet, until he heard them. Kevin rounded a corner and saw in front of him one door, and it was open just a crack. Voices seeped out of it like thick ink from a fountain pen.
"Your father is the one we have to thank, I understand."
That voice was Mario Kessler, no denying it. But what made Kevin freeze in his tracks was the one that responded. "I know, and I'm ready to begin." It was none other than Kevin's cousin, Ethan Williams. Kevin had made it to the Kessler compound on the island in Lake Michigan after defeating the secluded valley assassin they had sent after him. He was now lurking outside of the room where he had heard Mario Kessler talking to Ethan Williams. Ethan was the traitor that the Night King had warned Kevin about. The compound was damp and dark, situated inside the cave atop the tiny island in the lake. Kevin was uneasy about what might happen if he had to escape quickly. The only way back to his boat was down the side of a steep cliff. But before he left, he had to get a good idea of Mario and Ethan's plan to thwart him, and he would then be able to sneak onto the compound undetected and start working on a counterattack. And if he had heard correctly, Mario Kessler had just said that Ethan's father was the one who had put them together. "My biological father, Joshua Hill, has been a murky figure, and he's hard to pin down, but I can't say that he hasn't been useful when he wants to be. I'm glad he connected us," Ethan was saying to Mario. Ethan was indeed glad to be partnered with someone who hated Kevin as much as he did. It was an error Ethan knew to align with Dalton Steele, who had seemed to have the same goals as Ethan to destroy Kevin and his empire. But though Dalton plotted and schemed with Ethan, he had an about face late in their partnership and returned to Kevin's fold while betraying Ethan. Ethan was certain that Mario was not going to trick him as Dalton had. Mario chuckled.
"Yes, seems like your father Joshua is holding a grudge against the..."
Kevin watched as the assassins closed in on him, tensing for his first move. He had just been caught at the Kessler compound spying on Mario Kessler and Ethan Williams, who were plotting against him. It sounded like they wanted to destroy his new pharmaceutical company and ruin his fortune and his expanding empire before killing him. But now they had unleashed a dozen assassins as one last attempt to end Kevin's existence. Mario and Ethan were now cheering from their glass enclosure on the ceiling. It would keep them safe while they watched Kevin's battle, or so they thought. Kevin was already working on a strategy to break the glass and pull them down into the middle of the battle. But for now, the assassins were so close he could feel their breath. So Kevin released a great amount of spiritual energy and he summoned the powers of his level 7 skills. And he jumped straight into the air, landing high up on the ladder that had taken Mario and Ethan to safety. The assassins that had been rushing toward him from all directions crashed into one another in his absence, knocking 2 of them unconscious. Kevin thought, these guys are all level 6 or higher. It's hard to tell when they're all coming at me at once, but they'll definitely be a challenge. 10 to go, he noted under his breath. He leapt from the ladder and landed hard on the neck of the nearest assassin, taking advantage of the moment when they were all looking around the room to locate him. His knee landed right on the fighter's pressure point and he dropped like a fly. 3 down. Kevin shot back up, planted his front leg, and grabbed the head of the assassin who had just approached him from behind. He flung the opponent's body over his own head, swinging the guy's boots into another assassin's face and forcing the head he was holding into the ground. 5 down. The next assassin approached with his short sword drawn, jabbing it forward at Kevin's gut. This one was clearly one of the most powerful, at a level that rivaled Kevin's own. Kevin hit the deck, then flung his legs around the front to take the assassin out at the knees. The assassin fell, his sword clattering across the floor. and Kevin scrambled for it. His hand made contact and he grabbed the hilt. The assassin stood back up and charged, but Kevin flipped over right at that moment, sword in hand, and the sword sunk into the man's chest, skewering him. 6 down. 2 approached next. 1 ducked to take Kevin out below the waist, and 1 wielded a dagger aimed at his head. They had watched Kevin jump and duck to avoid attack, but surely he couldn't do both at once. They were right. Instead, Kevin leapt forward, diving between their advances like a dog jumping through a hoop. He found the hole and threaded the needle, landing on the other side of the pair in a tuck and roll. When he popped up behind them, he grabbed both of their heads and slammed them together, then watched them drop. 8 down. 4 more to go. The next assassin had stolen Kevin's move and climbed up on the ladder. He leapt off and landed on Kevin's shoulders, wrapping his legs around Kevin's neck and trying to get the leverage to bring Kevin to the ground. But Kevin was too strong. He bent over and ran straight at the wall, charging like a bull, driving the assassin's head right into the stone. The legs around his neck loosened and the fighter slipped off of Kevin like a limp snake. 9 down. Kevin looked around and realized he had 1 moment free, so he used it to run to the fireplace and pull out the poker. Instead of using it on an assassin, though, he threw it across the room like a javelin, piercing the side of the glass case where Mario and Ethan were watching him fight. The front wall shattered into a million pieces, and the floor cracked.
"We need to get out of here,"
Kevin heard Mario say, his voice no longer muffled in the enclosure. Mario and Ethan scurried out of the top of the container and up to the next floor of the compound. Kevin turned back to his fight. "Who's next? Come on," he yelled, pulling his energy into his chest, ready to strike. 2 assassins reared up on either side of him, coming at him in full sprints. Kevin could sense that the 2 assassins nearing him now were not the top fleet. Their levels were 4 at best. These ones have lower levels. I won't waste too much energy on them. Kevin thrust his arms out on either side of him, letting the energy surge out of his palms and pulse threateningly toward his foes. They were blown back into opposite walls and slumped down. Only 1 more to go. But while Kevin was entering his final battle, Mario and Ethan were scrambling down the rock face outside the compound. "Where do we go? Our boat captain isn't going to be here to pick us up for hours," Ethan realized, looking up and down the shoreline helplessly. Mario, too, was scanning the empty waters of the lake. His compound had been compromised, and he needed to get out of there and find a new base fast.
"There. That must be how Kevin got here."
He pointed down to Kevin's small speedboat that was tied to a tree on the shore. The 2 men scrambled toward it, untied it, and sped off across the lake. Meanwhile, Kevin was still up in the compound, unable to find the final assassin. "I swear I counted 12 when they first came into the room, and 11 of them were knocked out or worse. Where is the last assassin?" As if the assassin could hear Kevin's thoughts, he darted out from behind the door where he had been hiding and charged at Kevin, swinging a weighted chain above his head like a lasso. Just as he approached, Kevin stepped to the side, shot his hand up in the air, and snatched the end of the chain. "Blue Storm technique." Kevin yelled this out loud both to spur himself on as the battle became more heated, and as a warning to his last attacker that he was about to unleash this legendary maneuver should their fight continue any longer. He whipped the lasso around, pulling the assassin off his feet, and flung him at the window. The man went through it feet first and flew off the side of the cliff and into the lake. "I can't stop and celebrate my win. I have to get out of here before anyone else shows up," Kevin thought. Kevin set off the way he'd come, down the hallway and around the corner, until he found the crack in the rock that acted as a door to the compound. But when he got to the beach, he saw his speedboat in the distance, carrying Mario and Ethan to shore. Those goons! Kevin assessed his other options. He could wait around for another boat, go back in the compound and look for some other type of raft, or he could swim for it. He scaled his way to the other side of the island and could see the shore of the cove. It was a few hundred yards away, but Kevin didn't want to find out what would happen if he stuck around for any assassins to rally and stage a second attack on him. My energy is so low. I really spent myself in those battles, especially against the higher level assassins. But I need to stay alive and make it home safely to Lily. I won't let Mario and Ethan have the last word. Kevin slapped his face around to bring himself to attention, focused his energy on his arms, pulled off his shirt, and dove into the water. When Kevin got back to his new company's headquarters in downtown Chicago, a whole group was waiting for him to come in and address them. He had called Dalton on his way down the coast and asked him to assemble the Radiants. If Mario Kessler was assembling a team, so could Kevin. Good evening. Thank you all for coming. There have been some serious developments in my camp that may soon have great consequences, and I need your help. The Radiant and Dalton watched as Kevin paced the front of the room, giving his speech. Mario Kessler has returned to Chicago. He is here for one reason and one reason only, to kill me. The problem is that he has decided to take down my empire before that happens. You should also know that I have started a pharmaceutical company in partnership with the Healing Arts School. Now all of that potential is at risk. Mario has another trick up his sleeve. He's working with Ethan Williams, my cousin, a traitor. Kevin stopped pacing and stood firm, looking out at the assembly. That's where you come in. I need you on the streets, surrounding the building and patrolling the coastline. We need eyes everywhere. I want to know of Kessler's whereabouts at all times. If he so much as goes for a morning coffee, I want to know about it. And of course, the strongest among you is to guard my wife Lily 24/7, Rachel as well. Their safety is your number one priority. The Radiants all nodded in agreement and filed out to take their positions. Dalton came over to Kevin and tapped him on the shoulder.
You've never lost to the Kesslers before. I'm not worried.
Kevin looked at him. Thank you, Dalton. We need one more member to join the team. Dalton cracked his neck.
Who do you need? I'll find him.
Larry Barnes. I haven't seen him since Washington, but I know he's out there. Larry Barnes has been a victim of circumstance and a pawn of too many evil people for many years. His past is a sad one, and he nearly fell prey to manipulation by Vincent Reeves and Mason Zimmerman in D.C. Though Larry almost betrayed me and was used to find out information about my powers for others who sought to bring me down, I know that his allegiance to me has, in time, grown to be unshakable. That I forgave him for his acts against me has only made him more loyal. I want him to run the lab and oversee the students from the Healing Arts School, plus my protege Olivia can learn from him. It's the dream team. Dalton nodded.
I'll be back.
He left the office. Kevin pulled out his phone to see a text from Olivia, his protege. Just arrived in Chicago. Where should I stay? That was an easy question. Rachel ran the best hotel in town. Kevin sent Olivia the address and then stowed his phone away, grinning. It was all about to come together. Despite knowing that there was a deadly plot working against him in his own city, Kevin was more optimistic about the future of his empire than he'd ever been. Only a fool would doubt Kevin's determination. Kevin had defeated the 12 assassins in the Kessler's Lake compound, but now he was back in Chicago with no idea where Mario Kessler and Ethan Williams had escaped to. He sent the Radiants out to patrol the city for his enemies, guard Lily and Rachel, and report back to him about any movements. But Kevin couldn't ignore what he had learned at the compound. Mario and Ethan wanted to attack his company first. Therefore, he had to get the team established and launch this thing so it couldn't be stopped before it began. Olivia had arrived in Chicago and was on her way to the office now, and Dalton was on his way with Larry Barnes. Kevin was convinced that putting his faith in Larry Barnes was the right thing to do. Larry had verged on betraying Kevin when he fell under the sway of Vincent Reeves and was manipulated by Mason Zimmerman, who sought to get information about Kevin and his powers. when he was establishing his empire in D.C. But Larry realized in time that it was Kevin who had been his champion and protector, who helped him to regain his herbalism confidence and skills, and enabled his rise from an herb vendor to become once again an esteemed herbalist. Kevin was sure that such a man would be the perfect person to oversee his lab. In Larry, there was now unwavering loyalty, life experience, and herbalism brilliance. Olivia knocked as she entered the space and greeted Kevin with, "Hey, this is my first day at work. I think I'm supposed to report to a Kevin?" Kevin laughed and shook her hand, welcoming her into their office. Kevin and Olivia went way back, it seemed, and yet it was only weeks since they'd met in D.C. and competed in the Herbalist Society competition. They were tried and true friends now, and Kevin appreciated Olivia's work ethic as much as he appreciated her sense of humor. "What do you think of our new home?" He spun around, arms outspread, showing it off. Olivia nodded. "Not bad. Do I get an office?" Kevin pointed to a door that led to one of the corner offices. "It's all yours." Olivia squealed. "Perfect. I'll go set up." She shouldered her bag and disappeared into her office. Dalton and Larry appeared when the elevator opened and they stepped out into the office. Larry.
"Kevin, good to see you, my boy. This is quite the place you found yourself in. I was surprised to hear from you."
Kevin was glad to see that Larry no longer felt ashamed or sheepish around him. Larry Barnes' wounded spirit had been taken advantage of by evil forces, and Kevin knew not to hold a man to blame for being caught in a dangerous web. Kevin shook his hand. "You know you can always count on me to keep you in mind. I'm so glad you're here. We have a lot of work to do, and I can't do it without my team. Welcome aboard. Wait until you see the lab. It's so state-of-the-art that I've been marveling at it since I bought the place." Olivia reemerged from her office. "Larry, aren't you a sight for sore eyes?" Olivia came over to them and the two hugged. Larry said,
"Glad to see that we all survived that exploding furnace. Let's get the tour, Kevin."
Kevin led them around the entire floor, saving the laboratory for last. He knew they would love it. As he walked, he realized how lucky he was to get both of these people on his team. Olivia had caught Kevin's eye when they met. He could sense in her the kind of power and potential that he had at her age, and he knew that he could help her reach her potential quickly. He felt like a protective older brother to her, but she didn't need his protection. She could handle herself. Kevin had hated it when her family tried to make him marry her. He knew that Olivia deserved a true romantic love, but she would never get it from Kevin. He was too in love with his own wife, Lily, ever to let his eye fall on another woman. Kevin also knew that Olivia's father saw any union his daughter made more of a way of increasing his business connections than it was about finding happiness for his child. But that was all water under the bridge now. Now she was his friend and he was her mentor. "As you can see, everything we could ever need is here. Larry, take your time and get to know the space. I'm so excited to match herbalism with advanced technological medicine to create a cure for every ailment and a vaccine for every disease. Our team from the Healing Arts School will report to you, and they'll be yours to put to work on any experiments you do or pills you create. Just keep them safe," Kevin said, ending the tour at the front of the laboratory. Olivia pointed over Kevin's shoulder. "Is that the team?" Kevin spun around. Indeed, 6 people in their early 20s were standing in the hallway, milling around and waiting to be invited in. Kevin pushed a button to open the door and said, "Come on in, everyone. Let's all get acquainted." They filed in and sat around the large blacktop lab table. "It's good to have you here. Before you are 2 of the most talented herbalists in the world. You will learn from them, you will obey them, and with them, you will become great." Kevin indicated for the one nearest him to stand up. "Introduce yourself, please." This student was clean-cut and professional, his shirt and pants impeccably tailored. Kevin could tell he had a background in something like finance or law, the way he held himself with such confidence. My name is Mehdi. I'm 25 years old and I'm from New Jersey. I've been studying herbalism for a year now with a concentration in longevity of treatments. I want to cure chronic illness. Everyone greeted him with hellos and the next student stood up. This one had a mane of bushy blonde hair and was dressed in slacks and a sensible blouse that could go well under a lab coat. I'm Maura. I'm 21 and I'm from Dublin. I've been studying herbalism since I was 18 and I hope to develop a prenatal medicine that will ensure a perfect and complication-free pregnancy. The next two students stood up and Kevin realized they were identical twins. I'm Yuki. This is Hiro. We're from Kyoto, and our parents are herbalists, so we grew up studying it as well. I want to create the ultimate painkiller that prevents you from feeling unnecessary pain ever again. Hiro nodded. And I want to cure heartbreak. Everyone chuckled, and he blushed. The next student stood up. She was much more casual than the others and had the vibe of someone who spends all night in the lab and all day resting up for the next night. Hi everyone, I'm Zara. I haven't been in herbalism long, but I learned fast. My background is in coding and engineering, and I want to create a pill that turns our brain's ability to recognize patterns so we can analyze data and progress in technology twice as fast. I would be able to make humankind's next 20 years of advancements happen in 10. The last student stood up. She was the closest to Kevin in age, but she had a far-off look in her eyes that made her look timeless. I'm Amber. I've been at the school for a few years now, and I've been studying Kevin's work since he left the Healing Arts School. I have a lot of theories for you on extending and enhancing the effects of your pills. I'm ready to put them into practice. Thank you all, again, for being here. Larry will be your boss, and Olivia will be his right arm and the person you can pester with your questions and problems. She works closely with me, so you'll likely find her wherever you find me. Take a minute to get acquainted with the space. Then, Larry, put them to work.
Will do, Kevin.
Kevin and Olivia left them to it and convened in Kevin's private office. Kevin had big plans for this space. It would be his war room, his personal lab, and the heart of his business. He was picturing a captain's cabin on a ship, ornately carved furniture, texts lining the walls as old as 1,000 years, with herbalist knowledge in them handed down for centuries. Right now, however, all he had was a desk and a chair, so he and Olivia stood. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. How are you finding being in Chicago so far? Olivia rolled her eyes. It's lovely this time of year. Tell me what's been happening with you. Why were Larry and I called to action? Kevin realized he hadn't had the chance to give her the full story. Kessler is back. Mario returned to Chicago. What? Why? Kevin spread his arms. You're looking at why. He's here to kill me. But he wants to ruin my empire first. This company is going to be under threat from him and the traitor Ethan Williams. I wanted to get us up and running before he found us, but be on guard. Olivia's eyes widened. That would have been good to know before I came from D.C. Kevin reassured her. The Radiance is keeping tabs on Kessler and Ethan as we speak, and they're guarding the building. They're also guarding my wife Lily and her friend Rachel, and I'll assign a team of them to you and Larry full-time too. No one will touch you as long as they're there. But I want you to know that we have to be careful. So we're not endangering the students? Olivia asked. Kevin shook his head. Of course not. Wayne Ford and Harley Shepard sent them here personally, so they'll be keeping an eye out. Between them and the Radiance, they're safer here than nearly anywhere else in the world. Olivia nodded. Okay. That hotel you put me up in is lush, by the way. Kevin smiled. Thank you. Lily's friend Rachel runs it, and she does a bang-up job. I'm sure you'll be very comfortable there. Rachel will probably try and get you to come for movie nights with her and Lily, so keep an eye out for that. Olivia laughed, and they headed for the door to go back out to their wider office. When they opened the door, however, Kevin was shocked to see his wife Lily standing in the reception area. Lily, He ran over and embraced her. "I'm so glad to see you. How are you feeling? What are you doing here?" "I was just coming to see if you were all right. You didn't come home last night and I've been so worried." Kevin kissed her. "I should have sent Dalton to warn you. I'm sorry, I had to take care of something. But now I'll just be in the office for the rest of the afternoon and I'll be home like normal." Lily wasn't looking at Kevin, though. She was looking past him and staring right at the young, beautiful girl who was obviously very comfortable with Kevin. Olivia. Lily had just arrived at Kevin's new lab when she saw Kevin leaving his office with Olivia after a brief one-on-one meeting, and she felt uneasy about Olivia being so close to her husband. Kevin had brought Olivia back to Chicago from Washington, D.C. because, as his protege, he needed her help with the new pharmaceutical company he had just started. "Lily, it's so good to see you." Olivia rushed over to Lily and Kevin with her hand outstretched to shake Lily's. She could tell Lily was suspicious of her already and wanted to put forward a friendly impression that said, "Don't worry, I'm not into your husband." But Lily pretended she didn't see Olivia's outstretched hand. "So, this is the new office? It's incredible, Kevin." Lily shifted her weight to try and exclude Olivia from the circle, but Olivia was insistent on getting Lily to like and trust her, so she stepped even closer to them both. "How about I show you around? The laboratory is the real jewel in this crown. You would be so amazed at the technology Kevin has filled it with," Olivia said. Lily looked at her again, still very stiff. "That's okay. I'm actually here for a private conversation with my husband, if you don't mind." "Okay, I'll be in the lab." Olivia left without argument, and Kevin turned to Lily. "Is everything okay?" He could tell that she had been cold to Olivia and wanted to reassure her. "Why is Olivia here? Is she something I need to worry about?" Lily asked, her arms crossed in front of her. Kevin shook his head and kissed his wife. "Of course not. She's my apprentice and she'll be assisting me in my work, but I can promise you it's nothing more than that. No woman could ever compare to you. And honestly, I'm not even looking to make a comparison. I know I already have the Hope Diamond of wives. Olivia is smart, but she's like a sister to me. I want to help her in her career so one day she can move on beyond my work and fly on her own. I love you." Lily softened and uncrossed her arms, now looking a little embarrassed. "I suppose I owe her an apology. She is very sweet, isn't she?" Kevin grinned and brought Lily into his office. "Yeah, she's the kind of person you don't mind seeing first thing in the morning when you get to work and you're grumpy and tired. It's nice to have her here, but more important, what are you doing here? It's great to see you, but is everything okay?" Kevin offered Lily his chair and he leaned against his desk while she spoke. "I don't think I can stay at home alone anymore. I was up all night too tense and nervous to sleep. You were gone and I didn't feel safe. I kept thinking I could see Officer Emmett or Renee Silver outside of my window. I'm still shaken up from when they kidnapped me and I think I'm becoming paranoid." Kevin nodded, holding Lily's hand. He could see where she was coming from. Since he had begun his empire, she had been kidnapped, put in a coma, threatened, and harassed by his enemies, and it was something he felt great guilt about. He was building his empire and studying herbalism all for the sake of securing a good future for himself and his wife. But in the process, he was risking it all. If he could work Lily into the fold somehow and give her some independence of her own, she might feel more empowered and less vulnerable. "First of all, I'm so glad you came to tell me this. I understand why you're afraid. But if it makes you feel any better, I've assigned a security detail to guard you from a distance at all times. So if anyone is coming after you, they'll have to go through your guards first. Besides, Officer Emmett and Renee Silver are still afraid of me from our last interaction. They wouldn't risk putting you in danger again. They know I'll be on them before they can reach you," he told her. Lily sighed. "That does make me feel a little bit better, but still, all those hours at home alone make my mind wander to some dark places and I'm scared. I want to be around you. It's not home if you're not there." Kevin started brainstorming. He was still under pressure, knowing that Mario Kessler and Ethan Williams were plotting against him. He couldn't just stop working at the pharmaceutical company and stay home with Lily all day as much as he wanted to be there. And he couldn't worry her with the Kessler news. He just had to work hard to establish his company before they could stop him by blocking permissions from Washington, D.C. Okay, let's figure something out. I know you're not interested in working here making pharmaceuticals. Is there anything you would like to do? I'll help you set up anything you want. Now that you're healthy again and rested, going back to work might help take your mind off of your fears and engage in something you're passionate about. Lily thought about it too. I always loved the idea of giving back. You've been so successful and I'm so proud of you, but now you have the kind of money that can make real change. Have you ever thought about that? Kevin felt a light bulb go off in his head. You're onto something. Do you mind if we include Olivia in this discussion? She can help. Lily nodded, eager to show makeup for how she had treated Olivia when she first arrived. Kevin led Lily to a conference room across the floor and called out, Olivia, got a sec? Olivia came out of the lab within a few moments and joined them in the conference room. She still had her sunny face on, convinced to make Lily like her, but Lily greeted her this time with a hug. I hear you're the backbone of this operation. Thank you for keeping Kevin at the top of his game. They laughed and sat down, and Kevin caught Olivia up. I think it's time we bring Lily into the fold of my empire. I want to set up a subsidiary for this business that can, her idea, give back. Do you know anything about how we could do that? Olivia's eyes lit up. Of course. We can set up a charity to funnel a percentage of your profits from the pharmaceuticals into whatever causes you want to fight for, Lily. We can hold galas and pageants and parties for big donors. It will be incredible PR for the company, and it will do good all over the city and beyond. Lily was getting excited now too, and Kevin was grateful that the two of them were getting along. He could see why Lily would feel threatened by Olivia, but he had been honest when he said Olivia was like a sister to him, and he was grateful that Lily believed him. Plus, with Lily busy at this new charity, he would have more time to focus on producing the best medicines he could make. Then, when he and Lily both got off a long day at work, they would appreciate each other's time and attention even more and focus on their marriage. Lily turned to Kevin and grabbed his hand. This is perfect. Think of the legacy we could leave behind with both of our endeavors. This would set a great example for our future children and teach them not only the value of hard work, but the value of giving back and caring for others. Kevin squeezed her fingers in his. I think this is an amazing idea. I'm so proud of you. And we can throw a kickoff event to introduce the charity to the world at the hotel I'm staying in. It's so high-end and luxurious and would attract the attention of all sorts of incredible people who can partner with us on it, Olivia suggested. Kevin agreed. Yes, Lily, Olivia's staying in Rachel's hotel until she can find her own place. You and Rachel and Olivia could plan the whole thing. I bet Rachel would appreciate the business and would be thrilled to help you out. Lily nodded, already on her phone sending a text to her best friend. Meanwhile, Kevin's own phone chimed and vibrated in his pocket, and he pulled it out to see a text message from Brett Stewart, leader of the Myriads. Got a sec? It's urgent. Kevin excused himself from the table, leaving Olivia and Lily to keep planning the charity together, thrilled that they were getting along but now nervous about what Brett could want. Brett was currently hosting Kevin's parents down in St. Louis, keeping them safe and unaware of the dangers they were in merely for being connected to Kevin. As the leader of the Myriads, he possessed a lot of power, and Kevin knew Brett wouldn't call for his help for nothing. He dialed the number and Brett picked up. Hey, Kevin. Situation down. Fast can you get to St. Louis? Kevin held the phone away from his ear and checked the signal. He had 5 bars. The connection issue was on Brett's end. Brett, I can't hear you, man. Where are you? What's wrong? Brett didn't seem to be able to hear Kevin well either. You need... compromised. You need to come... Parents. Brett, I can't hear you. What did you say? Is everything okay? Who's compromised? Brett tried one last time. Your parents. Help! Your parents are in... The line dissolved into more thick static and the call dropped. The panic in Kevin's heart grew. His parents had long been in danger because of Kevin's rise in power and wealth, but all of that would be meaningless if those very things brought about tragedy. Were they in danger now? That's what Kevin was sure he heard, and it gave him fear deep in his heart. Kevin stared at his phone. He had just been cut off from a phone call with Myriad head Brett Stewart, where it sounded like Brett was telling him his parents were in trouble. His parents had been staying with Brett down in St. Louis to keep them safe from all of Kevin's enemies, but now they were compromised, and Brett needed him down in St. Louis as soon as possible. Kevin tried to remain calm. Brett had said it was urgent after all, but if there was a physical threat looming, surely Brett and the Myriads would be able to keep the attackers at bay until Kevin could come help. Brett could handle himself, and only called in Kevin when he needed Kevin's special power levels and set of skills. All Kevin knew was that time was ticking, and he needed to leave. He dashed back to the conference room where Olivia and Lily were planning out Lily's new charity. Something's come up. I have to go down to St. Louis and make sure my parents are okay. Can you two hold down the fort here? Olivia and Lily promised they would, and Kevin made off for the airport. When he arrived in St. Louis, he walked up to Brett's home, scanning the perimeter for signs of a struggle or hidden assassins. Brett had one of his many homes in a neighborhood near the Mississippi River, not quite downtown, but not quite in the city. The 3-story townhome functioned as a residence for Brett, but also a safe house for Myriads or other people in their circle who needed to hide out for a period of time. Recently, that included Kevin's parents, Alan and Susan Williams, who had taken over the 3rd floor. The yard was small and green. St. Louis was a flat terrain with heavy air but a clear sky, and Kevin decided he would be able to see a threat coming from pretty far away. He plugged in the code to the door that Brett had disclosed to him when his parents first moved in. Kevin entered the front door with caution. Keep your head low and your power in your chest, Kevin reminded himself. But as soon as he stepped inside, Brett appeared in front of him, shaking his hand.
Kevin, thank you so much for coming down. Sorry about the phone call. We've had to disconnect all of our lines of communication, and I was trying to contact you before that happened.
How are my parents? You said they were in danger. Kevin could hardly hold the words inside himself.
Danger? Oh, I said they were in desperate need of seeing you. I'm sorry, the phone line must have died at a bad moment. There is some danger. We've been compromised. This safe house is no longer safe, and while we are confident that the threat is not immediate, we do need to vacate the premises as soon as we can.
Brett led Kevin into the dining room, which had been converted into a war room. A few Myriads were scattered around trying to track the threat on monitors and securing the next accommodations. Others rushed around the home, throwing the necessary items into boxes to bring with them. What's your goal for departure? Where are you going? Kevin asked. Brett looked around him.
As soon as we get all packed up, we want to leave by tonight and be on our way to Florida. That's the next location. Our team conducted a lot of research, and the terrain there is optimal for defense. They'll have their Radiance team with them full-time to keep them safe, of course.
Kevin was confused. Sorry, they? Your parents? Oh, the whole operation isn't going to Florida? I thought the whole house was compromised.
Brett nodded. It is, but we have another house we will be moving to in Nashville. Your parents are better off being housed separately from the organization for right now. When we get settled, we'll send for them again.
Where are they, by the way? Can I see them? Kevin asked, looking around too.
Upstairs packing. Go for it.
Kevin climbed the stairs, and they creaked as he went. He made it to the top floor landing and knocked on the door. His father, Alan, opened it and burst into a huge smile.
Kevin, how are you, my boy?
Kevin entered the room with him and greeted his mother, whose arms were laden with stacks of laundry ready to be packed. Honey, it's so good to see you, Susan said, so happy to see her son. It's good to see you guys too. What do you know about the situation happening downstairs? Kevin sat down on the bare mattress left on their bed and watched as they wandered around the room grabbing their things. "We know we're being moved to Florida. I'll be honest, I'm excited about it. Your mom and I haven't been to the beach in years. I might learn how to surf," Alan said. Susan smiled at him. "We're excited for the new adventure, and we might be closer to you now. It's a closer flight to D.C. Kevin felt guilty. He hadn't spoken to his parents in so long, and he had a lot to fill them in on. But he didn't want to tell them enough to worry them. "I'm afraid I'm not in Washington, D.C. anymore. I just moved back to Chicago. Lily and I are starting a new business. Well, I'm starting a business, and she's starting a subsidiary to that business." Alan set down what he was packing. "I hate to think that this rift with Thomas and your situation with the family is going to be permanent. Blood is thicker than water, Kevin. Even if Thomas was, well, a rattlesnake, it might be in your best interest to forgive and forget." Susan nodded. "Starting a new business in this economy seems like a real risk, honey. What happened?" Kevin didn't know where to begin. He was surprised that his parents were able to think that the situation with Thomas could be repaired. Thomas had, after all, ousted Alan and Sue when Kevin was exiled from the family business, and he was the reason that they were stuck in St. Louis. But they also believed family was important, unaware of just how sinister the feud between them had become. "I've split from Thomas, permanently. He has betrayed me too many times. The whole power structure of the Williams Company was not something I could respect any longer. There are too many people who want the power, and they'll do anything to get it. That's not what family is about, and Thomas lost sight of that long before I did. I cut ties with him completely and came back to Chicago to prioritize my marriage and the well-being of my wife Lily," Kevin explained, now helping pile his parents' belongings into their suitcases. They didn't have much, but they weren't as fast-moving as they had been in their younger days, and it made him feel better to be able to help out. "Well, if that's what you need to do, honey, then we trust you. But are you sure there's no working things out with Thomas? Maybe you could be the one to effect change at the Williams Company. You could fix it from the inside, and then we would have assurance that you're safe and employed with family." Susan insisted. Kevin didn't know how to make them understand without worrying them. "He's not my family anymore. You are. Lily is. We need to look to the future, not the past. I want to keep the circle small. Only people I trust are allowed in." "All right, son. Tell us about this new business." Alan zipped up one of the suitcases and joined his son at the foot of the bed. "It's pretty exciting, actually. You know I've been studying herbalism, and I'm devising ways to combine those practices with technological advancements in pharmaceuticals and make medicine that will be able to eradicate disease, cure cancer, stop chronic pain, anything we can think of." Susan beamed. "That's great, Kevin. I'm so proud of you. And what is Lily doing for this company?" "Lily is starting a charitable charity so that she can put the money I make to good use. In fact, as we speak, she's designing the plans for the charity and researching causes that we can contribute to," Kevin said, taking the rest of the clothes from his mother's hands and finishing the packing for her so she could sit down and take a break. "It does sound like a nice idea. I think she will really take to that, you know. Lily has such a good heart." Alan looked to his wife, who agreed. "But with both of you so busy at these new jobs, don't you worry that you might forget to settle down? You're building something great, but you don't have anyone to leave it to," Susan lamented. "Come on, Mom, not this again," Kevin chuckled. "I mean it. You're in your late 20s now. It's easy to get lost in your ambitions and say you'll put off having kids until later, but you don't want to be in a wheelchair at your child's high school graduation, do you? You should have those babies when you're young and have the energy for it." Kevin sighed. "It's not that I don't want children, Mom. It's just that there are a lot of moving pieces happening right now, and it would be better to wait until things settle down. I want to make sure I'm bringing kids into a family that is safe, secure, and ready for them. You understand that, don't you?" Kevin said these words partly because they were true, but partly to protect Lily from even more prying. It was hard enough to have Dorothy both trying to kill him and asking when he and Lily were going to have a baby. Kevin didn't want his own parents to be adding to the pressure on his beloved wife. Alan jumped in this time, clapping a hand on his son's shoulder. "There's never going to be a perfect time for you to have them, Kevin. You might think that there will be, but the time will keep passing no matter what you do to try and slow it down. Besides, when you do have babies running around, your mother and I will come back to Chicago too and help out when you and Lily get busy." Kevin smiled at his folks. Their generosity meant the world to him, but he knew it wouldn't be safe for them in Chicago for a long time. Not with Mario Kessler after him, Ethan Williams working with him, Joshua Hill still out to avenge Ethan's beating at Kevin's hands, and countless others trying to take Kevin down. And if his parents wouldn't be safe there, a baby sure wouldn't be. Plus, the epic clash was coming up within a year. The epic clash had been in Kevin's mind ever since he won the Herbalist Society's competition in D.C. The epic clash loomed like a brass ring that he must grasp, especially because he knew that by winning it, he could get to the Upper Realm, which would assure his and Lily's eternal protection, and also lead him, perhaps, the headquarters of the Secluded Valley Assassins, who continued to lurk and create danger for him at every turn. He had to train for the epic clash. No, things like children would have to wait, but he just nodded. "Thank you for your advice. I really appreciate it. I'll talk to Lily. Have a great time in Florida. I'm so glad I was able to stop in before you left." On his way back downstairs to Brett, Kevin mulled over what his parents had told him. He knew that ultimately they were right. The family was everything, and his power and money were nothing with nobody to share it with. He really would talk to Lily when he got back. Maybe it was time to start a family of their own. Kevin found Brett back downstairs at the house in St. Louis where he had come to make sure his parents were doing okay. He had found out from Brett that the Myriads had been compromised and his parents were being relocated to Florida, while Brett was taking his operation with the Myriads to Nashville until further notice. Now that he had ensured his parents were safe, he had to get back home to Lily. Kevin's parents had given him a lot to think about regarding starting a family, and while he didn't think it was the right time, his dad had a point. It would never be the right time. "Brett, thanks for calling me. I'm grateful for the chance to have come to see my parents, and I'm grateful for you taking care of them. If you need anything else from me, I'm just a phone call away." Kevin shook Brett's hand, ready to leave, but Brett pulled him over to a spare bedroom. "Can we talk for a second?" Brett closed the door behind him and then turned to face Kevin. The air in the room felt very cold and serious. "What's up? Did something else happen?" Brett shook his head. "Not yet, but it might. The Myriads being compromised is just the first sign that something much worse is coming. We need you now more than ever." "What do you mean?" Kevin had already come down here and Brett told him the threat wasn't immediate. What could they need from him right now? "It's time for you to quit your day job and join up. Work with the Myriads full time. With your herbalism skills plus our numbers and sheer force, we would be unstoppable. No one would stand a chance." Kevin shook his head. "You know I'm your ally, Brett, but I can't do that. I've just started this new business and Lily is recovering from an attack. There's too much going on in Chicago for me to up and leave to join you. It's a really generous offer, but I have to decline." Brett looked annoyed at this answer. He pursed his lips, then said, "I don't think you're understanding the gravity of the situation, Kevin. Herbalism isn't just some hobby that you've picked up and found great success in. You have a gift. You are a once-in-a-generation talent. The pills you've made to improve yourself are unprecedented, and the stakes around here are only getting higher. You don't bench the star player during the championship game, and you certainly don't let the best herbalist in the country say no to joining the Myriads." Kevin held his hands up. "I want to help you, and I'll be at your beck and call when things go left, but I'm telling you, this isn't my life. I have ambitions of my own to achieve even greater heights and cause greater change for good in this world. I don't mean to sound like a jerk, but my priorities are elsewhere. I'm especially focused on my wife, Lily, and joining the Myriads full-time would keep me from focusing on my marriage." Brett scoffed. "Your marriage? Do you hear yourself? The enemy is closing in. The Foundation is at risk of being overtaken. We're on the verge of war here, Kevin, and we need everyone to step up." Kevin paced the room, trying to figure out what to say, and what the right thing to do really was. Maybe it was time to take a step back from his own ambitions and join the cause. But his ambitions would ultimately lead to helping the cause as well as affecting the greater good. And no matter what was happening in the wider world, Lily would always be more important. Besides, when he was facing the assassins that Mario Kessler had sent after him the other day, he could feel his levels depleting. He had to take the time to make himself stronger, and that could mean anything from training in the gym to creating new pills that would power him up for a longer time. His current endurance level wouldn't do him any favors on the front lines. "I promise to help in any capacity I can, but I won't enlist with you like it's the army. My people need me in Chicago. Truce?" Kevin held out his hand to shake Brett's, but Brett only shook his head. "When are you going to get real and do something really great? Beating the pinnacle will be a history-defining moment. Wasting your time at some company won't cement your legacy. This war will." Kevin finally decided to just tell Brett the truth and get him off his back. "I can't, all right? My first priority has to be Lily, and I'm now facing a pair of enemies in Chicago who have aligned and are threatening her, my empire, and my future. If I leave to join the Myriads, I would fear that my absence would enable them to ruin what I've built for Lily. I'm going to train, invent new pills, and then finally compete in the epic clash. When I win and ascend to the upper realm, that's what will truly make me unstoppable in whatever war comes our way. All right?" Brett didn't seem satisfied, but he didn't argue any further. "Fine. Go back to Chicago. We'll see you soon, I'm sure." Kevin said one more goodbye to his parents and got on a flight back to Chicago. He made it back to the new office in time to see everyone finishing up their workday. A quick trip to the lab showed him that the Healing Arts School students he had employed were already off to the races. Under Larry Barnes' guidance, they had begun extracting elements from various herbs and distilling them down to their purest form, in order to incorporate them into other medicines with the fewest variables possible in each experiment. "Yuki, Hiro, why don't you tell Kevin about what you're working on?" Larry suggested, getting the twins to look up from their experiment, only to realize that Kevin was there watching them. "Hello, Mr. Williams." "Oh, please, call me Kevin," Kevin said with a charming smile. "Right. Well, Kevin, I'm working on a method to isolate the acidity in the sulfur deposits to make use of them. Sulfur, as you probably know, is a smelly byproduct of crude gas, but it can be used to extract minerals. So we are turning it into a tool for future processes," Hiro explained. Kevin looked over to Yuki, who was grinding up a green leaf with a mortar and pestle. "And what are you doing?" "I'm grinding up mint to add to the sulfur so it doesn't stink up the whole lab," Yuki grinned. "Excellent. As you were, gentlemen." Larry brought Kevin over to Medi next. "Status report, son?" "Hey, Larry. Hey, Kevin. I'm turning some of these raw herbs into tinctures so they're more concentrated and easier to manipulate when we marry them with the other methods of medicine." "What method are you using?" Kevin asked, his eyes feasting on the beautiful array of herbs and barks in front of Medi. "Percolation." "That's complicated," Kevin remarked. "It is, but it's also very fast and efficient. And if I may, with the amount of practice I have in it, I'm very confident that it will work." Medi nodded. "Well then, I won't keep you from it. Good work." They visited a couple of other students and ended up at Mora's table. "Mora, good day so far?" Mora nodded. "Just cleaning up. We were sequencing DNA earlier to test a theory." "What's the theory?" "That this little concoction I made can improve the symptoms of Fragile X syndrome," Mora said proudly. "As you were." Kevin nodded. He dropped Larry off back at his desk and left the lab, crossing the floor toward his office, when he realized Olivia and Lily were still in the conference room where he left them hours and hours ago. He joined them. "What in the world are you both still doing here? Go home. The day is over." They looked up at him and Olivia said, "Hey, welcome back. Everything squared away?" Kevin nodded. "All set. The crisis was averted as usual. How was the charity planning going?" Lily beamed. "It's incredible. We've already registered the charity and licensed the name. We were just talking about the launch event at Rachel's hotel. We need to go pay her a visit and sit down to plan it out. I can't wait." Olivia nodded in agreement. "I already have a guest list in my head." "That's incredible. Great work, you two." Kevin came in and sat down with them. He was going to ask to talk to Lily privately, but figured he could fill them both in. It was only helpful that Olivia stayed apprised of every movement or threat. "So I was just called to St. Louis by Brett Stewart, head of the Myriads. Their location was compromised, so they're being shuffled around, but my parents still have their Radiance details, so now they're safe again. And Brett is worried. He thinks it's a sign of something worse to come." "Like what?" Olivia asked. "Like a war. I don't know if I believe it yet, but I'm going to get stronger. Olivia, I'll need your help." "With what?" Kevin made up his mind. "I'm going to build a training center here. I and anyone who joins my cause will be skilled to the highest levels physically and mentally. I intend to be nothing short of unstoppable, so no one can ever again threaten the safety of Lily and my family." Kevin started scoping out the huge office he had bought. He owned the entire top floor of the building and so far had only explored the laboratory and the wing where his personal office was. Now that Lily and Olivia were busy planning Lily's new charity, and Larry was in the lab with all of the healing arts students, Kevin could focus on himself. He had felt weak after his battle with the assassin that the Kesslers had sent after him, and even more so at their compound when a dozen assassins attacked him at once. If Brett Stewart had been right, if there really was a war looming on the horizon between Kevin's allies and enemies, Kevin would have to put himself in peak physical condition for it. The best way to do that would be to win the epic clash and gain entry into the upper realm. And if he was going to fight in the clash, he would have to train. Kevin wandered down a hall he had not yet seen in the penthouse office, and it led down past a couple of spare offices to a dead end with one final door. When Kevin opened it, he could hardly believe his luck. No way! He stepped into a room the size of a gymnasium. The walls were made entirely of glass, flooding the room with sunlight and giving him a spectacular view of the city around him, as well as Lake Michigan over to the east. The ceiling was 2 stories high, giving him ample space to build a training course. This will do nicely. Kevin brought his laptop into the room and started designing the space, plotting out exactly what equipment he would need, how to make it, and where to position it in the space to give him the ultimate training arena. "I'll obviously need weights and strength training machines. This corner of the arena can be like any other gym. I'll build a track around the perimeter to run. If I can get in 20 miles a day, I'll be able to up my endurance and practice the discipline it takes to conserve my energy, while also getting what needs to be done in battle. This is a marathon, not a sprint." Kevin started pacing off the space, measuring out how much square footage he would have for every part of the arena. "I'll most definitely need a sparring area where I can have one-on-one battles. But I need a partner whom I can't exhaust. One who will challenge me. There's no time to train the healing arts students who work for me, and I'm not sure if, as their boss, I should be fighting them. No, I need someone whom I can't injure, who can reach whatever level I need them to, and who will surprise me. I need to build one. I'll worry about that later." In the meantime, Kevin devised the design of the sparring area. It would look a little like a boxing ring, but much longer, so he and the robot fighter would be able to run to and from one another like in an actual battle. Weapons would be lined up against the wall. Spears and daggers and stars and anything else that might be used by one of his attacking enemies. The secluded valley assassins always had tricks up their sleeves. Why shouldn't Kevin? He always had the night dagger on him, of course, but getting used to a couple of other tools wouldn't hurt. I'll also need to design a special suit to wear while I train. Something lightweight and flexible that allows me to strap weapons to myself. I bet Dalton can help me with that. He has friends in the government who design weapons and suits for the military that can make me something. Then there were the pills and supplements he would need to keep up with himself. His mind moved at 100 miles a minute. It always had. And by leveling up and taking power pills and his other refined medicinal herbs, he had been able to keep up with it using his body. But now he was feeling that he was in danger of being overpowered, and he would need to replenish himself to gain the latter stages of level 7. I'll give the students instructions on how to enhance the power pill to give it longevity and take it when they're done, Kevin decided. He placed orders for all of the equipment he would need for the gym, as well as materials to build his sparring partner and arena. Night had settled over the city, as he could see out his many windows, and he decided a quick sleep would do him good. In the morning, we build. When Kevin woke up, he went straight to the lab and pulled Zara aside. She was one of the Healing Arts School students that had been picked out by Wayne and Harley, the school's heads, and she had told Kevin when they met that her background was in coding and engineering. Kevin brought her to the arena to tell her about his plans. I need to train against an opponent whose levels can be customized, who can't get hurt or killed, or broken for that matter, and who is inexhaustible. I need them to throw everything and the kitchen sink at me, and they need to be able to operate weapons and anticipate moves like a real fighter could. What could you do? Kevin crossed his arms as Zara started exploring the space. The main portion of the room would be dedicated to the sparring, so he let her have free rein of the place. He would design the rest of the arena around it. I don't think you want a physical opponent at all. You need some sort of artificial intelligence that can physically impact you, but not one that just sits in the corner like a little robot when you're not using it. I'm thinking of building a human-like hologram. It will be a being that can take whatever form you want it to, and it will be made of light. But I can manipulate the atoms that light passes through so they can exert force on you like a person can. Does that make sense? Zara asked. Exactly what I was thinking. So I made drafts last night for a prototype, a sort of shapeshifter that can be turned on and off like a light bulb. I knew we were on the same wavelength. Kevin's words rolled out so quickly that Zara, who was scribbling notes about Kevin's idea, started to get a cramp in her hand. Kevin pulled some blueprints for the project out of a cabinet drawer. Do you think you could get me a first attempt at something like this by, say, tomorrow? Zara loved to take on a project that anyone else would have called impossible, and she was eager to distinguish herself at her new job. No problem. I'll program in all of the moves that you know, plus ones only accessible to fighters at the highest levels. I'll create a few different forms to switch through so you can practice on opponents of different sizes. And of course, because this thing won't be made of actual matter, you won't be able to break or destroy it. Just unplug it when you're done training. Zara was grinning wide now, and Kevin could see the gears turning in her head as she started to put together ways to make this happen. Excellent. I knew you had the right background for this assignment. I won't disappoint you, sir, said Zara, whose mind was already off and running with all she had to do in the next 30 hours. Cool. If you need any supplies, talk to Larry or Olivia. Kevin fist bumped her, and she went back to the lab. He taped off a large area of the floor where the sparring ring would eventually live and got to work on the rest of the gym. All of the supplies he had ordered were delivered overnight, and after enlisting Amber and Medi to help him carry all of the boxes into the arena, Kevin got to work. He focused on the ceiling first. Using a ladder and scissor lift, He installed monkey bars, a high ropes obstacle course, zip lines, and weapons launchers to attack him from all angles. On the back wall of the gym, he put in a series of bouldering challenges and rock walls that would train his upper body and fine-tune his mind-body connection. If he was going to be the best fighter he could be, he would have to trust his body to know what to do, and push his body to trust that his brain knew what it was capable of. Kevin then laid a track around the perimeter of the whole room for running, and filled in the rest of the floor with thick, firm padding. He didn't want to hurt himself, but it also had to feel like a realistic ground while he trained. By midday, it was time to take a break, so he checked in at the lab. "Larry, what's the status today, my good man?" Larry waved him over to the lab table he was working at. "As ordered, I'm using your new formulas to up the power pill. I've included a few new herbs for endurance and stamina, as well as advanced the muscle regenerating properties. You'll heal like never before and train harder for longer." "Excellent. When will it be ready?" Kevin squinted at the tray Larry was working on. "It's ready now if you are." Kevin held his breath. If he was going to take this thing, it might as well be now when he could get used to the effects of it. He could always take another down the line. He nodded, and Larry handed him the pill. "Side effects?" Kevin asked just before popping the thing into his mouth. Larry shrugged. "Feelings of grandeur. You might be a little sore at first as the compounds settle into your muscles, but you can shake that off easily." "Excellent." Kevin popped the pill. He paused, wondering if he would feel the effects right away, but Larry shook his head. "Give it a bit of time. Think of it like a delayed release pain medication. It's slower to kick in, but it lasts for much longer than your average 4 to 6 hour aspirin." Kevin shook his hand. "You're a genius, Larry. Thank you." "Kevin, hey, got a sec?" Kevin looked around to see Zara beckoning him over to her station, where she was tinkering with a machine that looked like a video projector. "What's up?" He pulled up a stool and she swiveled her computer screen around to face him. "Your design was flawless. I'm already way ahead of schedule with our fighting machine prototype. Check it out." Zara brought up a window with countless lines of code. "Do you read Python, the code language?" Kevin nodded that he did and started to scan Zara's work. Zara continued, "I still have a few glitches with the memory bank. I just can't seem to make it remember every move it sees so it can copy those to fight back." Kevin pulled the computer on Zara's desk toward him and typed furiously for a few moments while staring at Zara's prototype. Lights and bells on the prototype flashed and chimed in rhythm with Kevin's keyboard strokes. "That should do it," Kevin said as he got up from the computer to look again at the prototype that was at rest in front of him. "I guess we should name my new attacker." "I took the liberty of naming her Athena," Zara said. "Ah, Athena," Kevin murmured. "The Greek goddess of battle strategy." "This thing is Athena reimagined, a deity of its own, and she will force you to be the best fighter you can be," Zara replied as she grinned, satisfied with her creation. Kevin nodded. "All right, Athena it is. What forms will she take when we're fighting?" Zara brought up another window on her computer that looked like the character customization screen in a video game. "You select her height, weight, muscle mass, gender presentation, weaponry, and fighting level. It's like using a treadmill. Warm up with a brisk walk, then increase the speed and elevation until you wear yourself out. Oh, and her weapons will also be made of light. You'll be able to feel them pierce you, but you won't be injured. She can't pick up actual daggers or anything." "Good call. I would love to test it out today." "Let's do it." Zara could hardly contain her excitement. Kevin brought Zara back to the area and showed her the space he had taped off for the sparring ring. Zara went up on the scissor lift to hook up the projector machine to the ceiling, then came back down and handed Kevin a remote control that also resembled one you would use in a video game. "I'll let you do the honors," Zara said as she positioned Athena in front of Kevin. Kevin readied himself as he flipped the switch. and as Kevin prepared to face the fiercest opponent ever to cross his path. Kevin was about halfway done constructing the ultimate training gym in his penthouse office. He had found a perfect space for it in a wing of the office he hadn't previously known existed, and it was incredible. The high ceilings and the large floor space allowed him to install an obstacle course, full gym, running track, and fighting ring. Now, Zara was putting the final touches on the AI sparring partner Kevin had designed, a hologram named Athena. Kevin held the remote, practically trembling with anticipation of fighting Athena for the first time. She would surely prepare him for the epic clash and then some, allowing him to win the competition easily and ascend to the upper realm. Then whatever sort of war came next between Kevin's allies and his enemies, whatever foe or assassin Kevin faced himself, he would be instrumental in making sure the good guys came out on top. Kevin pushed the on button on the controller. Zara watched as the projector she had attached to the ceiling above the ring started whirring, and before Kevin's eyes, a human-like form appeared in front of him. Athena looked like a genderless alien. Her limbs were longer than Kevin's, and she towered over him. Her muscles were clearly defined under her fighting suit, and an angular helmet hid any facial features she may or may not have had. With the push of another button, a customization screen appeared next to her. This, too, was a hologram, and Kevin clicked through the options like one would do to build an avatar in a video game. "Let's make her your height and weight to start with. It'll be like you're battling yourself," Zara said. Kevin was glad he'd already taken the latest version of his power pill, because he'd designed Athena so that she would learn as she fought. He knew that she'd be a more brutal and cunning opponent than even the best the Secluded Valley had to offer, and he wouldn't be able to pull any of his offensive moves on her twice. She'd always be one step ahead of him. It was a relief to know that no human could ever be this fierce, and that's what made her the perfect training partner. He looked down at himself. He was wearing his everyday clothes, which never impressed anyone either because they weren't expensive or ironed or clean, and they certainly weren't appropriate for fighting a hologram. "I need to change first." "Right. I think Medi and Mora have something for you." Zara disappeared back to the lab, and Kevin kicked off his shoes and stood uncomfortably with the Athena avatar staring at him. "Do you talk yet?" The figure cocked its head like a dog hearing a squeaky toy but did not speak. Kevin's design included a voice for Athena, but he didn't expect Zara to get even this much done in a few short hours. A silent attacker had as much merit for Kevin's training as one who would, no doubt, be yelling in pain once Kevin began his battle. "Maybe later," Kevin nodded. He reached out and touched the figure. As it was just made of projected light, he was expecting his hand to pass right through her shoulder. But Zara had done it. She had synthesized a light that could exert force on Kevin, and the shoulder felt solid. Crazy. "Hey, Athena, slap me," Kevin commanded. He wanted to see what this thing was made of. The figure reached its arm up and obediently struck Kevin across the face. Kevin, not expecting the contact to actually feel so real, stumbled, his face stinging. "Wow, okay, I won't underestimate you." Zara came back into the arena holding a stack of black fabric. "Here, try this on. It's specially designed to absorb sweat, keep your power close to your body, and block metal blades." Kevin was impressed. "Really?" "Yeah, it's like a micro chainmail technology. Medi designed it. Go ahead, put it on." Zara stepped out of the arena so Kevin could change, then joined him again. "Ready?" Kevin nodded. "Bring on Athena." Zara pushed a couple of buttons on the controller and stepped out of the sparring ring. "I'll program her to take it easy on you this time so you can get used to each other." Kevin gave her a thumbs up and prepared himself, pulling his power in and concentrating on it. The effects of the power pill were starting to set in. His hands felt like they were vibrating, and his legs ached like they were begging to run and jump and stretch. Then, Athena attacked. The light being lunged at Kevin, who stepped out of its way with ease. Kevin then spin-kicked the Avatar's side, knocked it off its feet, and crashed down a few feet away. "Nice," Zara called. "I didn't mean to take her out so hard. Must have been the power pill kicking in. It feels weird fighting a woman who can't speak," Kevin said. "It's not a woman. It's a beam of light," Zara reminded him. "Right. Let's put her into second gear and see what she's got." Zara clicked another button and Athena jumped back up from the floor. This time when she lunged at Kevin and Kevin stepped to the side, she anticipated him and shot her arms out, snagging him in her grasp and clotheslining him. Kevin fell hard on his back. The wind knocked completely out of him. Zara bolted to Kevin, who waved her off. "No, that's exactly how I designed her. I want her to give me more than I've ever faced before." Kevin realized, with a jolt as he stood up, that he couldn't read Athena's levels. Nothing about her gave them away. There was no aura pulsing off of her. There was no telepathic signal Kevin was able to pick up. Nothing. "What is she set to right now?" he asked. Surely he had been taken out so easily because Zara had cranked up Athena's levels. But Zara smirked. "2. I told you. It's not that she's better than you. It's that you're predictable. Try again." Kevin's design was almost too perfect. Athena could read his every move before he made it, and while he could congratulate himself on his engineering success, he also wanted to prove even to a hologram that he was the best fighter. Kevin was determined to beat his own invention. This time, when Athena lunged at him, he jumped upwards, kicking off her head to send her to the ground and himself into a backflip. He landed on 2 feet and a hand, crouched down and ready to strike again. Athena had fallen, but was not phased, and she got up quickly. Kevin attacked next, pulling the night dagger out of his new fighting suit and swinging it around into Athena's side, curious what it would feel like to stab a hologram. But Athena was quick. She kicked his hand and the night dagger away from her side, then used her other hand to butt Kevin in the nose. Kevin blocked her hand and headbutted her instead, sending her down onto her backside. "Nice!" Zara cried. Athena shot up again, ready to retaliate, so Kevin tapped into the store of energy in his shoulders and back and shoved a force field of air at Athena. This move was becoming one of his favorite standbys, always a good trick to have on hand. Athena was blown back into the far wall of the arena against the rock wall. When she got up this time, she seemed angry. Kevin couldn't see her face. In fact, he still wasn't sure if Zara had had the time to build that part of the fighting beast. But Athena sprinted toward him full speed, chucking knives in front of her to stick him like a pincushion. Kevin dodged every one of them, then started running to meet her. At the last second, Athena jumped at his chest, arms out to tackle him, and he hit the deck, sliding beneath her. When they both got up and turned around, Kevin heard, "Well, well, well, what do we have here?" Zara flicked Athena off and the Avatar vanished before Kevin's eyes, right as he was about to charge. "What?" Kevin looked around and saw Larry and Olivia standing in the doorway to the arena, both looking bewildered but impressed. Kevin came over to them, not even breaking a sweat from his sparring yet. That new power pill really did make him feel great. "Hey guys, Zara was just introducing me to my new sparring partner, Athena. Cool, right?" He pointed over at Zara, who held the remote up, smiling awkwardly. "Very," Olivia nodded. "But why do you need a sparring partner? Surely your time would be better spent working on the company you just started," Larry asked. Kevin paused, realizing he had not filled Larry in yet on his plans. "Well, I need to get stronger for future battles. If I ever want to defeat my enemies, I need to experience the upper realm, and the best way to do that is to win the Epic Clash. The next one is in less than a year from now, and I'm good, but I could be in better shape for it. I spent last night designing Athena, which Zara built today so that I could get to my training as soon as possible and not suffer any real damage to myself in the process." Larry studied him. "Well, all right then, if you say so." Kevin got an idea. Speaking of which, that power pill you made me worked wonders. Can you make one for mental strength as well? Like a pill that makes you smart? Larry asked. Kevin shrugged. Kind of. More like one that keeps you sharp and strategic and clarifies your mind in battle so you can connect your mind and body easily. Larry's face lit up, and Kevin could see him start to sink his teeth into the idea. I'll see what I can do. It thrilled Larry to know that Kevin put trust in his herbalism skills and would give him an assignment that Kevin could easily handle, if he had the time. Larry shuffled back off to the lab and Kevin turned to Olivia, who was looking at him nervously for some reason. What's wrong? Aren't you impressed by all this? I mean, you have to admit this is one of the coolest things I've ever done. He spread his arms wide, showing off the arena he had built. But Olivia still looked uneasy. I think we should talk. Can we go to your office? Kevin's arms fell to his sides. This sounded serious. Yeah. Give me a second to change and I'll meet you in there. Olivia and Zara left the arena and Kevin peeled off his fight suit, then pulled back on his regular clothes. Olivia was pacing his office when he arrived. What's going on? Why are you freaking out? Kevin asked. Olivia stopped pacing and faced him. I just got off the phone with my father. Kevin paused. Olivia's father represented one of the unresolved hurdles from Kevin's time in Washington, D.C. Michael Rafferty had once tried to coerce Kevin into leaving Lily and marrying Olivia instead. And when Kevin refused, Rafferty had sworn revenge. Maybe that's why he had called, to see if Olivia would sell Kevin out. But then again, Olivia didn't even like her father. Michael Rafferty had always much preferred Olivia's older sister, Katja, who was admittedly a very gifted herbalist, and he spared no love on Olivia. He said it was because he disapproved of the unorthodox herbalist methods that Olivia used, at least in the mind of Rafferty, but there was a deep vein of hate running underneath it all. What did he say? Kevin asked, offering Olivia the chair in front of his desk. It's about the epic clash. Katja is joining. She's representing the family as one of the competitors. And with only 10 winners being able to ascend to the upper realm, that makes your chances all the more difficult. Kevin gaped at Olivia. She had just found him sparring with his AI partner, Athena, but Olivia pulled him out to tell him that her sister, Katja, would be competing against him in the epic clash. Only 10 winners would ascend to the upper realm, and Olivia's sister was a fierce herbalist. It would be a close call. This just made Kevin want to get back in the gym and fight Athena until he passed out from exhaustion. But with the new power pill Larry had made surging through his body, that likely could take weeks to happen. Kevin was feeling as though his strength was inexhaustible. Kevin stared at Olivia. He had a million thoughts running through his head, and he tried to take them one at a time. Why is she competing? He began. She's representing the family. It must be some stupid pride thing. Plus, my dad is obsessed with her. I'm surprised he didn't ask me to compete just so she could show me up and gloat about it. Olivia sighed and added, Of course she would not show me up, ever. Is your dad sending her to compete with me as part of his weird revenge scheme against me because I wouldn't leave Lily to marry you? Possibly. Maybe Katja decided to do it herself so she could ascend. But she was never in herbalism for the levels. She thinks about it as an art, and she uses it as an outlet for creation, not competition. Kevin crossed his arms. Wait a second. Your dad is in the pharmaceutical industry in Washington, D.C., right? Olivia nodded. Kevin continued. What if he partnered with Mario Kessler and Ethan Williams to systematically take me down? They'll knock out my pharmaceutical company, which they're currently trying to do, and then your sister will try to defeat me in the epic clash and destroy me physically. Your dad would love it because if I'm not alive, my business can't compete with his. The color drained from Olivia's face and she said stiffly, That is also a very distinct possibility. I need to get better, Kevin muttered to himself. Olivia stepped closer to him and grabbed his shoulders. You have to. You have to beat Katja and shut my family up once and for all. I'm sick of their snarking and their belittling and their scorn for me. If my boss won a competition against them, they'd have to take it all back. Kevin nodded. While Olivia's pride was not his top priority in winning the epic clash, he certainly did care about her and her well-being. With a family like that, it was hard to imagine how she turned out so well. The two of them sat down across from each other at Kevin's desk, now enjoying a fully furnished office thanks to all of the online ordering Kevin had been doing last night to build his arena. Kevin looked her dead in the eye. We need a strategy. If your family's name is in the ring for this thing, I don't doubt that many other powerful families in Washington, D.C. will be competing in one form or another. It also doesn't help us that the clash takes place in Washington, D.C. Everyone else will have the home field advantage, plus I'll be one of, if not the, only outsider, and that puts a target on my back. Olivia agreed. Those DC people don't play fair either. I can guarantee that every one of them will be cheating somehow. I'll see if I can figure out any of their methods, though it'll be hard to do it at a distance. That gave Kevin an idea, and he sent a text off to his enforcer Dalton. Take a peek around Washington, D.C. for me and see if you catch wind of anything to do with the epic clash. We need to know who's playing dirty and how. Dalton responded within seconds, as usual. I'm on it. With that settled, Kevin turned back to Olivia. I won't cheat. It wouldn't be right. I'm fine knowing how everyone else plans on cheating, but I will ascend to that upper realm fair and square. Olivia looked at him with admiration. Even in the face of death and defeat, you're a stand-up guy, Kevin. Good for you. But we still need to figure out some sort of advantage to give you. Some sort of edge. You have your advanced power pill and Larry's working on that new brain power pill you requested. But how can we make sure you're ready for anything? Kevin felt himself smile as he realized the answer was already in his lap. I guess that's what Athena is for. Once we figure out how these goons plan to cheat, we'll tell Athena to try their methods on me. And I'll master them before the clash. Olivia grinned too. Perfect. I'll keep tabs on Dalton and report back what he finds as soon as possible. Olivia got up to go, but Kevin had a thought and stopped her. Hey, I know this might get messy with your family. Are you going to be able to stick by me and not root for them in the clash? Olivia looked at him like he had just hurled the most terrible insult imaginable at her. Are you insane? I wouldn't root for them if they paid me. I wouldn't root for them if their fighter was Mother Teresa. They are vile and cruel people, and they've never shown me love. I'm with you 1,000%, and if you don't know that by now, I don't know how else to show you. Kevin nodded. I know it. I just wanted to be sure. You're taking a huge risk choosing me over them. Trust me, I would know. Families are not afraid to exile you when you're no longer useful to them. Olivia didn't seem bothered. Let them. I've been trying to cut myself off from them for years. If they want to do it themselves, they can be my guest. Kevin went home later that afternoon after another few rounds with Athena. She was getting good, and Kevin finally got the hang of booting her up and choosing her settings without Zara's help. But he had been bugging himself for days to make time for a romantic evening with Lily, and he had promised her to keep their marriage at the top of his priority list. So that's exactly what he did, leaving the office to make their date. Are you ready to leave for our evening out, my love? He called out to his wife after hurrying across town and bursting into her office excitedly, so that he didn't waste a minute of their night together. Lily was at her desk organizing vendors for her charity's upcoming gala at her best friend Rachel's hotel. I am. Just give me 1 second. Kevin came over and kissed her on the top of the head while she fired off one last email, then took her hand, whisked her home in his private car, and led her to their bedroom. You're gonna love this place for dinner. All of the hotshots in D.C. would tell me about how they go to dinner here every single time they come to Chicago. It's a can't miss. Lily was giddy as she pulled on her dress. Wherever I am is a can't miss if you're there." Kevin showered and dressed in a simple black suit and tie rather than his usual threadbare khakis and shirt. His outfit wasn't expensive or fancy by any means, but it fit him well and made him feel like the most confident man in the world. Together, the two of them looked like $1,000,000, and Kevin marveled at how lucky he was to have married the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. The limo he had arranged for their date night picked them up in front of their building and brought them swiftly to the restaurant where they were led to their reserved table. Kevin had looked at the menu ahead of time to make sure they served Lily's favorite dish, and he couldn't help but smile when she pointed out, "Look, honey, they have flank steak rolls." After their waiter took their order, Kevin raised his glass of wine and said, "To you, my love, and many years of marriage to come. Every day you remind me what I do all of my hard work for, and I couldn't be more grateful." Lily actually teared up as she raised her glass too and said, "And to you, my sweet Kevin, and all your success. I always knew you were capable of great things, but I never knew just how great. I'm so proud to be your wife." They clinked glasses. Lily couldn't take her eyes off of him. "Oh, I forgot to ask. How are your parents? Is everything okay with them?" Kevin nodded, taking a sip of his wine. Yes, the place they were staying was no longer the safest place for them, so they've been relocated. But they are in good spirits. It's strange watching them get older. Especially now that I don't see them so much anymore. When I do, I can really see the ways they're changing. And they're getting so sentimental. Lily chuckled. "What do you mean?" Kevin tried to avoid eye contact, but Lily's eyes were sincerely interested in his parents and their opinions. "They asked me when you and I are having kids. They want to be grandparents so badly. I told them it wasn't a good time. We're both starting new businesses and charities, and I have all these enemies who want me out of the picture. But my dad helped me see that there really won't ever be a perfect time for us to start a family. When you're as powerful as I am, someone will always want you dead. The best I can do is focus on getting stronger so that I can protect everyone I need to protect. But anyway, that's what my parents said. They also send their love to you, of course." Lily smiled. "I can't say I disagree with your parents. It would be great to have kids while we're young and can keep up with them. I hate to think of the toll pregnancy could have on my body when I'm in my 40s or beyond." "That's a long way away, though, and by then my lab will have produced pills for perfect pregnancies." Kevin winked. Lily shrugged. "Still, I'm quite eager to have a bunch of little Kevins running around. What could be better?" Kevin was nervous at the idea of how ready Lily sounded to have a baby. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized he felt the same. It would be amazing to have a little guy or girl around to show the ropes of life. He had so much knowledge to pass on, and any kid with half the heart Lily had would be the most incredible child around. He thought, "Oh my gosh, are we about to do this? By next year, are we going to be parents?" Kevin was feeling on top of the world. He had the new and improved power pill in his system. He had spent the day training in his ultimate fighting arena at the office, and now he was finally having his romantic evening with Lily. In the middle of everything that was mounting around him, Mario Kessler's arrival in Chicago to destroy him, Ethan Williams' partnership with Mario that made Ethan more dangerous than Kevin had previously thought, Brett and the Myriads being compromised, this moment of peace with just him and Lily was much needed. And now they were talking about having a baby. Kevin couldn't be happier. Until their table was hit hard by someone walking by. Kevin looked up. Surely this had been a mistake. It was a busy restaurant after all. But when he saw who had hit them, he knew this was no mistake. "Can I help you?" he asked. A drunken fraternity brother was standing over him, his blonde hair spiked up like a porcupine, and the collar of his designer button-down shirt popped over the even more expensive-looking blazer. The man sneered at him. I don't think you could help anyone, you little ant. Look at how you're dressed. I mean, what are you even doing in a place like this? Are you really going to show up looking like that? It's embarrassing, the frat boy said with delight. Kevin rose to meet this man, looking him dead in the eye. What? You have a problem with how I dress? Is that really any of your concern? The college kid poked Kevin in the chest. This suit is off the rack, off the sale rack. Do you see my suit? This is designer head to toe. It's couture. It's custom tailored to my body. When you have money like me, you can afford to look presentable. Why don't you go hit a local burger joint, a Greasy Spoon? They'll be more welcoming to your kind. Kevin scoffed. This guy couldn't be serious. How pathetic do you have to be to worry so much about what someone else looks like? Don't you have any real issues in your life to think about? The kid didn't like that. He cocked his head to one side and narrowed his eyes at Kevin. I work hard for what I have, and I deserve the right to go out to a fancy restaurant like this one and not be accosted by an eyesore like you. You should be ashamed of yourself, coming to a place like this with a woman like that. He pointed to Lily, and Kevin instinctively shifted his weight to hide his wife from this guy's view. Don't talk about my wife. The man laughed. Your wife? He leaned around Kevin to address Lily again. You married this guy? What, did your dad owe him money and give him you instead? Is he a childhood friend that you thought would turn out better? He sure can't have money or he wouldn't wear clothes like that. So you sure didn't marry him for his bank account. Come on, lady. You would be better off riding with me. I'll show you things this guy couldn't dream of. Kevin felt his anger rising up from his stomach, and with it a great surge of power. He was ready to fight. But this guy wasn't an expert. He was a blowhard, and definitely not someone who would ever have the discipline to achieve even the first level. He was a civilian. Punching him in public, no less, would be against the rules. Plus, Kevin could smell the alcohol on his breath. He was just a drunken mess. Lily was avoiding the guy's eyes, but Kevin could see she was supremely uncomfortable. So he turned back to the guy and poked him back. How about you leave her alone and deal with me, like a man? I have achieved things your tiny caveman brain would never even imagine being possible. I could crush you right now with one move. So how about you walk away? I'll pretend this never happened, and we'll both make it home in one piece. Cool? Kevin was shorter than the man, but only very slightly. He cast a glance down at the man's shoes and saw they had an inch or two of platform on the bottoms to make the guy taller. You know, for someone so obsessed with fashion, you didn't account for the tailor to have to leave an extra inch on those pants for your lifts, Kevin chuckled. That's when the guy broke. He pulled an arm back to punch Kevin in the face, but he was slow in his drunken state, and Kevin's superior reflexes kicked in. Kevin ducked the punch and lunged at the man, taking him out at the waist. The two of them crashed into the next table, went straight through it, and rammed through the next two tables as well. Kevin jumped up unscathed, but the man had hit his head and was bleeding down the back of his neck. He was too dazed to retaliate and just lay there on the third broken table, moaning drunkenly. Crap, I was acting in self-defense, but I still went way too hard. It's that new power pill. I haven't adjusted to my increased power yet. I need Larry to hurry up and make that complementary mental precision pill so I can fine-tune my body and mind and control myself better, Kevin thought. But it was too late for that. He had already made a scene. The rest of the restaurant was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. So quiet, that is, except for the man's groaning. The people who were seated at the tables Kevin had destroyed sat in their chairs, now with nothing between them and their partners, astonished. Kevin, Lily breathed from behind him. He turned around, ready to grovel for making a scene, but Lily looked impressed and was clearly having trouble holding back a pleased grin. Before he could speak to her, though, the manager of the restaurant approached him. Come with me, both of you. The manager pulled the college kid up from the wreckage and led him and Kevin out to the front of the restaurant. Lily followed at a distance. The police had already arrived. They must have been close by, Kevin reasoned. He and the college kid were brought up to speak with none other than Kevin's stomach dropped. Officer Emmett. Kevin's history with Kelly Emmett was long and difficult. He had first met her when she took notice of his herbalism skills. She was obsessed with herbalism, but not an herbalist herself, and she was all over Kevin to make her a special pill. She had also enlisted Kevin to help bust a gang for the Chicago PD, but when Kevin arrived at the scene, he realized the gang in question was Brett Stewart and the Myriads. That's when Kevin realized that Officer Emmett was not an ally of his, but an ally of his enemies. She was a member of the Union, an enemy of the Myriads. Now she was out to get Kevin. If she couldn't control him and his powers, or at the very least make him work in her favor, she would ruin him instead. More than once she had used Lily to get to him, kidnapping her and holding her hostage. So all in all, Kevin was not thrilled that she was the first cop to arrive at the restaurant tonight. Kevin felt himself tense up again and had to focus hard on holding back the power that was collecting in his hands and shoulders, so he would be ready to defend himself again if the need arose. He didn't want another altercation, not with Officer Emmett, and not tonight. "What happened?" Officer Emmett asked, her eyes darting between Kevin and the drunk college kid, pretending she didn't recognize Kevin. "This guy was verbally harassing my wife and," Kevin began, but Emmett cut him off. "Not you. I want to hear from him, the victim." She almost smirked as she said this word, but kept her cool. Kevin knew she was trying to get a rise out of him. She would have loved a concrete reason to arrest him. Right now, however, Kevin still had a chance to wiggle his way out of blame. For his part, the college kid didn't seem coherent enough to put together a sentence. His drunkenness was still settling in on him, and that, coupled with the head injury Kevin had given him, was making him very drowsy indeed. I punched him, showed him who's boss," the guy slurred. Emmett had no choice but to turn to Kevin for the story. "As I was saying, he was verbally harassing my wife and me, and then he tried to punch me, so I acted in self-defense and knocked him over. I will admit I didn't have to be so hard on him, but he left me no choice," Kevin explained. Emmett narrowed her eyes. "No choice, huh? You couldn't have just dodged the punch and gone on your merry way? That's what any sensible man would have done, wouldn't you agree?" Emmett looked between him and the restaurant's manager. The manager held up her hands. "I didn't see it happen. I just heard the crash." "If I had dodged the punch, he would have just struck again. I acted in the moment," Kevin explained again. Officer Emmett stared daggers at him. She was trying to threaten him without speaking, but Kevin wouldn't be like that. "How about I pay this man a small sum to forget about the whole thing? Would that work for everyone?" Kevin suggested. But the man was already wandering off down the street, still thoroughly confused. Officer Emmett relented. "If he doesn't press charges, then there's nothing I can do to you, but you better watch your step, Sir." Emmett caught herself before she revealed too much that she knew Kevin. Kevin grinned. He had won. "I'll be on my best behavior. From now on, I'll only go after people who really deserve it. Good night, officer." Kevin took Lily's hand and they got back in their limo to go home. Kevin knew Emmett would pick up on the coded message in his words. He would get revenge on her for kidnapping Lily the last time. This would not be the last time they met. In the back of the limo, Lily was all over Kevin. "That was incredible. That guy underestimated everything about you, and you showed him. My husband defended me first from a drunken idiot, and then against a corrupt police officer. I love you." She kissed his cheeks relentlessly, and Kevin laughed. "Wow, what's gotten into you? Are you feeling okay?" He jokingly put a hand on her forehead to check her temperature. "I'm just in awe of the man I married. Is that so wrong?" Lily winked. They arrived home, and instead of hanging out and having a nightcap or anything, Lily brought Kevin straight into their bedroom and closed the door. Kevin thought, "Wow, This baby thing might be coming quicker than we expected. Kevin woke up with a massive smile on his face. It was the morning after his romantic evening with Lily that had turned a little sour at the restaurant, when he had to deal with that drunken pest of a man who had the gall to insult Kevin and flirt with his wife. But to Kevin's surprise, Lily was so impressed with the way he defended her that she had shown her love for him like never before. They had connected in such a pure way that Kevin felt unstoppable, and it had nothing to do with the upgraded power pill coursing through his veins. Kevin also felt confident now that he would really be able to protect Lily better from his enemies than he had in the past. With their marriage at the top of his priority list and her safety and happiness always in the front of his mind, he would be able to fend off Mario Kessler, Ethan Williams, Officer Emmett, whoever would be dumb enough to threaten her. Lily was still sleeping when Kevin woke, so he rose quietly from the bed, pulled on a pair of shorts, and walked out to the kitchen to make her breakfast in bed. I can't believe that after all we've been through, Lily still chooses to love me day in and day out. There were times when I wasn't the man who could offer her the world, but I am now, and I'll make sure I give it to her over and over again. She deserves it. He brought a tray piled with coffee, eggs, toast, and fruit back into the bedroom. Lily was just sitting up in bed, stretching. She quickly put on a tank top and welcomed him back into their bed. "Good morning, my love." She kissed Kevin, and he set the tray down between them to share. "How are you feeling? We haven't been able to sleep in like this in ages." "It feels amazing, but I'm also so excited to get back to work and keep planning out my charity." That reminded Kevin. He had asked Dalton to secure office space for Lily a few days ago and had been sent back a rental agreement for a place just a few blocks from their apartment. He had meant to surprise Lily with it last night, but in all the commotion he had forgotten. "I was thinking, how cool would it be to have your very own space for the charity? You'll be hiring a lot of hands to work on it and you'll need the space," he told her. Lily nodded. "I was thinking about that too, but I didn't want to insult you if you wanted me to work out of your penthouse space across town." Kevin shook his head. "I want you to thrive in your environment. Let's eat. I have something to show you." They ate their food and poured their coffees into to-go mugs. Kevin walked with Lily hand in hand down the streets of Chicago, stopping in front of a little boutique office space with a for rent sign still in the window. Kevin typed the code into the keypad on the door and brought Lily inside. "Welcome to your office." Lily put a hand to her mouth. She couldn't believe it. "Kevin, it's wonderful." "Right? Here's your lobby, and down that hall are a dozen private offices and 2 meeting rooms. There should be a full kitchen and bathroom back there too. I know it's big, but you'll grow into it. You can walk to it from home. Rachel's hotel is right around the corner, and I'm only a 10-minute drive away from my office. We can meet in the middle for lunch any day of the week. I'm just so happy you're heading up the charity so that we can do some good with all the money the pharmaceutical company will bring in. You're really a special person, Lily." Lily hugged him tight, tears in her eyes. "It's perfect. Thank you, darling. Call Olivia if you need anything. She can also hook you up with a personal assistant. I trust you. You have full control of this venture." He left Lily to get to work and caught a train to his own office across town, where he would spend the rest of the morning checking in on the laboratory and sparring with his AI fighter, Athena. Just north of the city of Evanston, Illinois, Mario Kessler and Ethan Williams were seething. They had been forced to abandon their lake compound out on the island off the coast of Chicago when Kevin infiltrated and defeated 12 assassins at once. Now they had holed up in a rented house that had been secured for them last minute by Joshua Hill, Ethan's biological father, who had vowed to help his son gain control of the Williams family empire at any cost. There, Mario and Ethan would regroup. "Now what? It's like Kevin has become untouchable. I don't know what pills he's created or powers he has cultivated, let alone what fight level he has worked his way up to, but unless we can get in his office and burn the whole place to the ground, I don't see that we can weaken him in time for the epic clash. Ethan lamented. They were sitting around a dinky kitchen table playing cards. Ethan had claimed that doing something with his hands would help him brainstorm, so they were engaged in a simple game of gin rummy.
"That's what I kept butting up against too," Mario said. "I know Kevin is a powerful fighter and I haven't checked in on the other contestants, but I think he has a good shot at winning and ascending to the upper realm. Obviously that cannot happen because if a war breaks out, he can't be more powerful than he already is. We wouldn't stand a chance. I think we have to send someone into the Epic Clash that can keep him from placing in the top 10.
Who? Ethan couldn't think of anyone in his family or connected to Mario Kessler who would be a good enough fighter to do that. Mario looked offended that Ethan hadn't guessed.
Me, of course. I'm in the best shape of my life. I'm working on some herbalism myself that will boost my strength, and I absolutely hate Kevin Williams. It'll be a breeze."
Ethan wasn't so sure, and he avoided Mario's eyes.
"What?"
Mario demanded. "Are you sure you're up for it? I mean, Kevin took on 12 Secluded Valley assassins at once right in front of us. I hate him too, but the man can fight." Mario seethed.
"I'll be better by the time the clash comes. Watch me. Besides, we have an ace in the hole."
Ethan frowned. "What do you mean?"
"I mean that the Raffertys are competing this year, and their competitor is their daughter Katya. She and I will be competing as allies against Kevin. With two targeting him at once, we stand a better chance of knocking him out early. I'll be talking with the other Washington, D.C. families as well to see if we can build a team. Think about it. If we have a team of 10 all working together, we can knock out the others and all ascend together."
Ethan was piecing it together now. "And if all of our allies make the top 10 and ascend to the upper realm, we'll be sure to win any upcoming war."
"There you go. I know my family back in D.C. has fallen from power recently. I won't pretend that I can't see that we are not as ferocious as we once were. But when I'm in the upper realm, I'll be able to rebuild a new Kessler empire from the ashes, and we will rise to the top once again."
Mario stood triumphantly and began to pace around the room. Ethan sighed, tossing his cards on the table. "What about me? Should I join up? I don't think Kevin should be the only powerful herbalist in our family. And if I can help destroy him in battle, then that's just icing on the cake. I'll start training now." Mario rolled his eyes.
"No, idiot. You're barely at level 1, and who knows how long it would take for you to get anywhere close to powerful enough to challenge Kevin. I need someone behind the scenes greasing the wheels for me. You know the judges are always looking for favors in exchange for higher scores for competitors. You need to be on the sidelines pointing them in my direction at any and all costs."
Ethan nodded. Right. When is the Epic Clash anyway?"
Mario shrugged. "It's scheduled for the end of the year, but I have some big plans for it. But back to Kevin. We still need to decide how to go after his business. I just know he's using it to make all sorts of pills to fortify himself. My assassins found the location and they've been looking for a way in, but the darn building is guarded around the clock by the Radiants, and as soon as one leaves, 3 more take its place. Everyone near to him also has a guard detail at all times."
"Do we need to get in there, or can we strike from above? What if we dropped a bomb on it?" Ethan suggested. Mario couldn't believe he had to deal with this idiot as his partner in crime.
"Yeah, Ethan. Let's drop a bomb in the middle of Chicago, get arrested for terrorism, and miss the Epic Clash. Good idea," he said sarcastically.
"You come up with something better then," Ethan shot back.
"I will. The attack has to be targeted. We'll strike late at night when the Radiance is changing shifts. There may be a moment of weakness when we can sneak through. We'll go in disguise. Kevin Williams won't know what hit him."
Kevin was back at the office pulling on his fight suit to go for another round sparring the AI fighter Athena that he had made with the Healing Art School student Zara. He had spent a night of ecstasy and a morning of bliss with his incredible wife, Lily, and after dropping her off at her new office by their apartment, he had the day to focus on training. Little did Kevin know, but his enemies Mario Kessler and Ethan Williams knew of Kevin's training facility and lab and were planning to destroy it. Now that Kevin knew Olivia's sister, Katja Rafferty, would be competing in the epic clash against him, he was all the more determined to be the best in the ring. The Raffertys were an old, powerful family in Washington, D.C. who operated one of the 3 large pharmaceutical concerns in the city. They also happened to hate him for refusing to marry Olivia when Mr. Rafferty wrongly assumed that Kevin had spoiled her. So he would not do himself any favors by underestimating Katja. Not to mention, Olivia had made it clear that Katja was the favorite child in her family growing up, and her father, an old herbalist himself, had passed down all of his knowledge and skill to her, leaving Olivia to eat up the scraps she could catch when she eavesdropped on their lessons. Kevin had to win this thing and take down Katja not just for himself, but for Olivia too. "Athena, wake up, bud. We've got practice to do." Kevin clicked on the controller and Athena appeared in the sparring ring. The customization screen popped up next to her. Kevin changed the settings to make her taller than he was and more muscular, and he upped her fighting to level 4. "Show me what you've got." He hopped in the ring with her and hit go. Athena snapped into a battle-ready pose and Kevin made the first attack. He felt the new power pill still settling into his muscles as he leapt at her, the night dagger raised, aimed for her shoulder. Athena ducked, but Kevin landed on her head and wrapped his legs around her neck, using his momentum to bring her down to the ground with him. They landed on the floor hard, and Kevin tossed the night dagger away from himself. He leapt to his feet, grabbed Athena by the wrist before she could get up, and flung her into the wall. She slid down the glass and landed with a thud. "Come and get me." Athena stood and charged Kevin, this time jumping into the air with her foot extended to kick Kevin in the head. He sidestepped her, but she had learned that defense from the last time they fought, and she was ready for it. She grabbed him by the neck and tried to slam him down onto the floor, but Kevin jumped as she did so and was able to transfer the momentum in his favor, doing a backflip and landing on his feet while she kept flying past him. When she landed, she immediately reared back up, but Kevin wanted the offense this time. He pulled out a handful of stars and whipped them at her one by one. She dodged the first 2, but the rest of them shot right into her and she dropped down onto her knees, then collapsed at his feet, simulating her defeat. Kevin grinned, satisfied with the round.
Bravo.
Kevin whipped around and saw the Night King standing in the doorway to his training arena. He had appeared without a sound as usual, and Kevin was shocked to see him there. "Hello."
"I see you've made an unstoppable opponent. I used to fight with something like this when I was first in training. Yours is more powerful, though. Is it a hologram?"
The Night King entered the room and circled around Athena, still sprawled out dramatically on the floor. "It is, but its photons have been manipulated so they can exert force. It's humanoid. She can't kill me, but she can fight me just like a real warrior would," Kevin told them.
"Very good. I doubt any of your opponents in the epic clash will be working with anything as advanced as this. You just might have a chance."
Kevin got excited at the mention of the clash. "Is that what you're here about? The epic clash?" The Night King never visited him without a very specific reason, and that reason was usually to give him a warning about something coming up. The most important thing on the horizon for Kevin was the clash, and the Night King's compliment made Kevin think he might have come with good news for once. The Night King nodded.
"You need to be careful, Kevin. This clash will not be a contest like any that came before. The stakes have increased fold, if not more. It will not be as easy to win, and it will be so much more devastating if you lose. If you want any hope of securing your legacy and becoming the best herbalist there is, you have no choice. You have to win."
Kevin nodded. I intend to. I have an enhanced power pill in my system, and Larry is designing a mental precision pill. My mind will be quicker than anyone else's, and my battle strategy will be unstoppable. I pity anyone who comes up against me." The Night King's face was, as always, unreadable. He looked around at the gym Kevin had built for himself, his hands crossed behind his back. "Do not trust anyone in that arena. You can only rely on yourself. And beware the Rafferty." "The Rafferty? Do you mean Olivia's sister, Katya? I know she's competing. I guess she's more powerful than I expected if you're warning me about her. Does she have a weakness I should know about? How can I defeat her?" But the Night King was looking out the window now, not straight out at the view of the city or Lake Michigan, but down toward the street. "You have a visitor." Kevin jogged over to look down toward the street too, but he didn't see anyone. He looked back at the Night King to ask what he meant, but the Night King had disappeared. "Typical," Kevin muttered. The Night King loved to disappear before giving him any real advice. His words rang through Kevin's head, though. Beware the Rafferty. Beware the Rafferty. Kevin would have to talk to Olivia about that one and see if she could tell her anything about Katya's herbalism or fighting style from when they were children. He looked back down toward the street to see if he could figure out what the Night King had meant when he said Kevin had a visitor, but he still didn't see anyone who looked like they might be coming to see him. That was, until he took off his fight suit, redressed in his work clothes, and made his way back out to the main floor and into his private office where Alexander Smart was waiting for him. "What good is my Radiance Guard if you can get in here uninvited?" Kevin joked, shaking hands with Alexander. "How are you, Kevin? Long time no see." Alexander flashed him his winning smile, and Kevin was glad he was here. He hadn't seen Alexander in ages, but the Smart family were old allies of his. They were a powerful pharmaceutical family in Washington, D.C., like the Raffertys, but they actually liked Kevin, or at least seemed to. Kevin knew better than to trust anyone wholly anymore. He had been betrayed too often. Their patriarch, Harold, had hinted in the past that he wanted Kevin to represent their family in the next epic clash, and Kevin had a feeling that might have something to do with what Alexander was here for. "Good to see you, man. To what do I owe the pleasure of this unexpected visit? What are you even doing in Chicago?" Alexander's face was tight. "I'm here for you, of course. This new company of yours is the talk of the town. I'm here to poke around your lab and see what the great Kevin Williams is working on." Kevin was surprised. "Talk of the town, is it? I hadn't put out the word yet that I was starting this operation. Rumors spread like wildfire around here, don't they? What else have you heard?" Alexander smirked. "Why don't you show me around the lab and I'll fill you in on all the hot gossip from Washington?" Kevin led him across the floor to the laboratory and introduced him to the Healing Art School students and Larry Barnes, a man whose reputation Alexander knew from D.C. It was a sad story, but one that had been turned around by Kevin's intervention. Olivia was off on an errand, but she would be back soon. "I've got Larry working on a couple of things to prepare me for the epic clash, but I'll keep those a surprise until the time comes. You understand that a lot of this is top secret, so I appreciate your discretion," Kevin said. Alexander nodded. "Of course, but you're fighting as our ally, right? As long as you're confident in your preparation, I'm happy." Kevin couldn't resist, and he had to show Alexander the training arena. He brought him in and let him look around before he finally turned on Athena. She powered up in the center of the sparring ring, and Kevin adjusted the settings so that she towered over both of them. "Cool, right? She's going to get me in tip-top shape in no time," Kevin said, grinning at the astonished look on Alexander's face. "Is she real? Like, is there a person somewhere in there?" Alexander asked. "She's just light in trickery. Athena, show him," Kevin commanded. Athena stretched out her arm, inviting Alexander to shake her hand. He did, gasping when they made contact and he could feel she was solid. She then slipped out of his grip and flicked Alexander right on the nose. Kevin laughed. "She's got jokes today, I guess." Alexander held his nose, annoyed, but still very impressed by what he saw. Not bad. Actually, it's reassuring to hear you say that she's got you training hard because I have some news about the Clash. Kevin knew it. He steeled himself. This could be good news or bad news, but he knew better than to hope it was good. What is it? Alexander sighed. The Epic Clash has been moved up. It's not happening in 10 months anymore. It's happening at the end of this week. Kevin couldn't believe what he had just heard. The Epic Clash, which only happened every 5 years and had been rigidly scheduled as such since its beginning, was now being moved up almost an entire calendar year on a week's notice. Kevin had just been in his sparring ring fighting with Athena when the Night King visited to tell him to beware the Rafferty. And then Alexander Smart had shown up and told him that he would have to be ready to fight in less than a week. What do you mean? He asked Alexander. This was all so much at once that Kevin wished Larry would hurry up with that mental precision pill Kevin had him working on. All of the DC families got together and decided on it. Although you won't be surprised to hear it was Mario Kessler's idea. He's fighting now too, and he wants to take you out badly, Alexander said, now messing around with Athena's controls to grow and shrink her in every direction like he was customizing a video game character. Does everyone know about this? Kevin asked. He couldn't imagine there wouldn't be pushback for this crazy schedule change. Who could possibly be ready for the most important battle of the decade on such short notice? Alexander shrugged. Like I said, all of the biggest families voted on it. They're spreading the word, hence why I'm here to see you. You need to prepare yourself. This isn't going to be a normal clash. People have plans in place that are sure to cause upsets, and between us I'll be rooting for you. So I want you to have a heads up. Kevin was ready to receive whatever information Alexander had for him. What plans are in place? Alexander paused. I don't have the specifics, but I have a feeling it will have something to do with alliances. You won't be able to trust anyone in there. People might be teaming up against you. If I were you, I would make a few more of these fighter robot things so you can practice taking on a lot of folks at once. Kevin nodded, wondering how long that would take for him and Zara to create a tag team. Anything else? Alexander crossed his arms. I mean, nothing is confirmed, but you know how those judges are. They love to exchange favors for more lenient judging. It couldn't hurt to make sure you have someone rooting for you on the sidelines who can turn some heads in your favor. Kevin shook his hand. Will do. I appreciate you taking the trip out here to warn me. They stood up and Kevin led Alexander back out to the exit of the office. Of course. You're my guy. I know you'll get to the upper realm. I have no doubt. Just stay sharp. Alexander left and Kevin hurried over to the lab to update the team, especially Larry. Hey boss, what's the good word from Alexander? Larry asked. Olivia was working at this station with him on something that Kevin hoped desperately was his mental precision pill. The Epic Clash has been moved up. It's happening at the end of the week, not the end of the year, Kevin sighed. What? Why would they do that? Who gave them the right? Olivia demanded, unable to believe what she was hearing. According to Alexander, it was Mario Kessler's idea, Kevin told them. Larry shook his head. Of course it was. He doesn't stand a chance against you now, not to mention if you get any stronger than you already are. No one stands a chance. If they can cut off your training time, maybe they think they can beat you. Kevin nodded. I think that's part of it. He also said people are forming alliances, probably all the old families from Washington who want to ascend together and keep us arrogant newcomers out of the upper realm. I know I can defeat them, but if they're all on me at once, it might be hard, especially with how out of sync my body and mind are feeling lately. Larry, how's that mental precision pill coming? I want to take it and get adjusted to its changes before we get to the clash. Larry looked shifty. About that. I've figured out the best method based on your advice and my own experience creating things like this. And it's a long process. Certain ingredients have to spend hours and hours synthesizing. I don't know exactly when it will be done, but it will be a couple of days at least. Kevin felt his heart drop into his stomach. A couple of days? I don't have a couple of days. Is there anything we can do to make it go faster? I'll get on it. I know some old research into mental pills that I can reference and see what kind of corners we can cut, Olivia assured him. I would help, but I have to spend every free moment in the gym right now, Kevin groaned. Don't worry, boss. We won't let you go into that arena unprepared, Larry vowed. Kevin had to make a choice and just trust his team. They had never let him down before, after all. Why not put it all on the line now? Okay. I trust you guys. Just keep me updated to the minute, all right? We will. Kevin left the lab and started wandering back to the gym. He was trying to decide whether he should keep fighting Athena and crank her up to the highest fight level she could reach, or somehow find a bunch of opponents to spar with him at the same time at more realistic levels. Kevin would be entering the Epic Clash as one of the highest level fighters in there, so it wasn't like he had to exhaust himself with Athena. This was about endurance and multitasking, not necessarily leveling up. He pulled out his phone and rang up Dalton.
Hey, boss, what can I do for you?
Dalton, how's DC? Have you found out about any of these families' cheating methods or who they have competing?
I'll email you a list of names I have so far. I assume you know about Olivia's sister, right?
I do. Olivia found out and told me. Katja is a good fighter, but not better than me, Kevin reminded him. Dalton cleared his throat.
Well, we do have a new development in that department, actually. Katja has an ally, a partner. She will be fighting in tandem with someone else.
Kevin was getting nervous now. This confirmed what Alexander had said about people forming teams to fight against him specifically. Oh yeah? Who's that?
Mario Kessler.
Kevin could have thrown his phone against the wall. Of course the Kesslers were teaming up with Katja Rafferty. This was getting much more personal than the Epic Clash ever should be. It wasn't in the spirit of the game. Great. Thanks, Dalton. Keep up the good work and keep me updated. The Clash has been moved up to the end of the week and I'm going to start training against teams. Send over the Radiants. The Radiants would be serviceable sparring partners. They weren't more powerful than Kevin, but they had fought as a group before and surely had strategies and plays that they could try out on him as a single opponent. This would be great practice. Kevin entered the training gym and saw Athena still powered up in the middle of the sparring ring. At ease, my friend, you have the evening off. He flicked the remote off and Athena disappeared. The Radiants appeared in his arena a few at a time. And by the time Kevin had put his fighting suit back on and warmed up, there were 10 of them waiting to fight him. All right, guys, let's start in pairs, shall we? I'm looking for you to outsmart me, overpower me, and beat me. I have a little experience fighting multiple assassins at once, but their only goal is to kill. In the Clash, there will be other end goals, so give me all you've got. Let's do this. He stepped into the ring and the first Radiance warriors approached. At once, they leapt into action. One kicked at Kevin's waist, which he easily blocked with a strike of his forearm. The other immediately sent a foot up to Kevin's head, which he also blocked. Kevin got a kick in on one of their necks, then blocked the other's kick at his own chest. He threw a chop onto one's neck, which was blocked, and blocked another attempt at his own head. With Kevin's new and improved power pill coursing through his veins, he could hardly feel the contact the bodies were making against him. But he knew that if he had a mental precision pill in him too, he would be able to perceive their actions in slow motion, and that would give him more time to react. Kevin ducked another kick and a right hook, but didn't see the left hook that followed it, and the fist connected with his cheek hard. That one he felt. He stumbled for a moment, but turned the hit into momentum and spun around, jumping into the air and swinging both legs around his body, kicking both Radiance members in the head and knocking them down. Round 1 was over. "Great work, guys. Get some water." "Next," Kevin called. He caught his breath quickly and the next pair approached. "Actually, give me 3. Another Radiance member joined the pair and the round began. One came at him quickly with a chop to his head, but Kevin blocked it and took the opportunity to shove him in the chest, knocking him off his feet and into the wall. The fallen Radiance quickly got up, but before Kevin could see what he was going to do next, the next guy came at him and got a kick in Kevin's chest. Kevin was winded now, but he recovered. He punched the attacker in the face, but now the other 2 were ready for him and they both kicked him, one in the chest and one in the stomach, knocking Kevin on his back. "Crap. Round 2 goes to you guys. Well done." Kevin got up. To his surprise, his gut ached from that hit. He usually recovered quickly, but he made a mental note to have Larry and Olivia start work on a recovery pill that he could use between rounds of the epic clash to get back into fighting shape. For now, however, the fire was lit in him to redeem himself. "Next 3. Let's go." His voice echoed around the massive gymnasium as the next 3 Radiant soldiers entered the ring. This time, Kevin could feel his competitive side rearing its ferocious head. He usually tried to keep his cool in battle, but a little bit of heat couldn't hurt. He attacked first, letting his power buzz through his hands and shoving a force field of air at the nearest Radiance. The guy was knocked off his feet, but his 2 partners advanced in his place. One of them aimed a kick at Kevin's side, which Kevin caught, pulling the man toward him and punching him in the face. He threw the guy's leg in the air, forcing him to do a flip before landing hard on his stomach. The next one came at him in a jump kick, which Kevin sidestepped. The guy spun around, attempting to chop Kevin in the neck, but Kevin blocked it. The 2 exchanged a couple of chops and punches that were all blocked by their targets, until they threw punches at one another's shoulders at the same time. They both connected and stumbled back, and Kevin was thrown into the path of another of the trio. That one spun and kicked at Kevin's head, and Kevin ducked. But when he got back up, another of the trio landed a punch right in his gut again. Kevin fell over winded, but he would not be beaten this round. The 3 Radiants were lined up in front of him now, and with one huge jump kick, he took all 3 of them out, flattening them. "I can hardly believe it, but I need a break. I need to talk to Larry about a recovery pill now," he thought. "Good work, everyone. Take 5. He told the Radiants, then ran toward the lab. Kevin entered just as Larry and Olivia were laying out their next round of ingredients. "Recovery pills. We need recovery pills." Larry chuckled. "Already getting your butt kicked?" Kevin stared him down. "No, but I'm man enough to recognize my weaknesses so I can overcome them. What's something we can create quickly that will replenish me between rounds and won't break the rules of the epic clash?" Larry got a look on his face like he knew an answer that Kevin wouldn't like. "What?" Kevin asked. "There's something we can make, but the key ingredient is rare. There are only 1 or 2 stocks of it in the country," Larry admitted. Kevin flicked through his mental notebook of herbs and realized the issue. "You're thinking of Vietnamese Brahmi, aren't you? It's a pain reliever and a strength regenerator." Larry nodded. Kevin knew now why Larry was nervous to tell him. The nearest stock of that herb was with Jake Morris, and Kevin had to get it. Jake Morris was never the first guy Kevin wanted to see, but Kevin and Larry had just decided on the best and quickest way to create a recovery pill that would allow him to fuel up and heal his wounds between rounds of the epic clash. And Jake had the key ingredient. Jake Morris was a Chicago guy, so the best to be said of the situation is that it could be handled quickly. Kevin had just sparred with the Radiants in groups of 2 and 3, and while he had ultimately come out on top, he felt his recovery time lagging, and that was not something he had time to stress about. It was best to fix it now and proceed with his training. After all, the epic clash had been moved up to the end of the week. He had absolutely no time to waste. Jake was a little like Dalton, but instead of being a trustworthy ally, he was a snaky and unpredictable man whom Kevin could never fully trust was in his corner. Jake had a powerful and wickedly connected family that built Chicago for generations, and therefore had this entitlement about him like no one else could lay claim to the city or question him within its walls. He would have run for mayor if his past wasn't so shady. Kevin had realized long ago that Jake was a powerful person to have in one's corner. His connections made him the ultimate resource, but his mind was all but impossible to read, and Kevin got the feeling that Jake could turn on him at a moment's notice and use all of that power against him. So no, Kevin was not thrilled to be knocking on Jake's door for a rare herb that he needed in a hurry. Vietnamese brahmi had to be cultivated in extremely wet environments. Kevin's lab had a greenhouse, but this kind of herb demanded specialized equipment that could be dedicated to it in its entirety, and that just wasn't efficient for Kevin's lab.
Kevin Williams, do my eyes deceive me?
Jake Morris opened the door with a kitchen towel over his shoulder and an apron around his waist. Is this a bad time? I was in the neighborhood, Kevin began.
Not at all. Come on in. I was just making some late lunch. Do you eat carbonara? Of course you do. Follow me.
Confused, Kevin followed Jake inside and through the main room of his home into the kitchen. There was indeed fresh pasta on the counter and a pot of carbonara sauce on the stove. I didn't know you were a chef, Kevin complimented Jake.
Jake shrugged. I don't know if I'd go that far, but I like to stay in practice. Let me make you a plate. Take a seat.
Kevin shook his head. Thank you, but honestly, I'm here in a bit of a time crunch. I'm here to offer you a trade. Jake wouldn't hear a word about it, and he guided Kevin to a seat on his countertop with a hand on his shoulder.
You're here because you need something. The least you can do is try my pasta first, right? It's about manners, Kevin.
Kevin knew Jake was just trying to establish dominance in the situation. Kevin had dropped in and surprised him after all. And with guys like Jake, sometimes it was quicker to just let them think they were in charge than prove to them that they weren't. So Kevin sat, accepted a plate of pasta, ate a bite, and complimented it. It was actually very good.
There, that's not so hard. What can I do for you, Kevin?
Jake pulled off his apron and threw his towel over into the sink. I'm here for an herb. I'm working on a new pill and I can't make it without some of your Vietnamese brahmi. I know I didn't give you any notice, but I would be in your debt if you could lend me a clipping. In return, I'm prepared to put my whole laboratory to work to create the pill of your choosing. I have the best herbalist in the country, present company excluded, working in one place, and they can make anything you can imagine. Kevin knew guys like Jake responded well to flattery like this, and he was pleased to see Jake smile as the gears in his head started to turn.
That's a tempting offer now, isn't it? The pill of my dreams, all in exchange for a little sprig of brahmi. But Kevin, surely you understand that a clipping of one of my herbs isn't just a clipping, don't you?
Kevin knew Jake would say this, but he played dumb to give Jake a further illusion of dominance. What do you mean?
Don't act dumb with me. If I give you a brahmi root, you'll just replant it in your own lab and then you'll never have to come back to me to get more. It's like giving up my greatest asset, Jake huffed. And he was right. Kevin didn't have the specialized equipment to grow Vietnamese brahmi from seed, but he would be able to grow and multiply it from an adult plant. He would have to convince Jake that he had no intention of doing that, whether or not he was being honest. But I won't replant it, Jake. Come on. You know no one has the greenhouse to let that stuff thrive but you. Besides, I only need it for one pill. I have alternatives for everything else I create. My team isn't even experienced in working with brahmi. There's no guarantee my experiment works. More lies. Kevin could make any herb work in his favor.
He manipulated herbs so well that it was like he could speak to them. Jake wasn't giving in.
I want to trust you, man, but you know me. I don't trust anybody but myself, and I don't have time to come watch you use the herb in your lab and destroy the leftovers. Sorry, I can't give you any Brahmi.
Kevin brought out the big guns. Look, this isn't public knowledge yet, so I would appreciate it if you kept this between us. But I've created a new power pill. It's like the old one on steroids. I took it myself days ago and I'm still buzzing from it. I'm in better fighting shape than ever. I can give you that. I can give you a half dozen of them. I need this Brahmi. Help me out. Kevin would never beg like this in any other circumstance, but he was playing to Jake's soft spots. Jake needed to feel needed.
I don't see how I can let it happen, Kevin, but I'll get you next time, all right? Let's say I owe you one.
Kevin knew that he could never come back to redeem this promised favor. Holding Jake to a promise was like trying to hold smoke in your hands. So he threw out one more attempt. You said you could do it if you had time to watch me use it in the lab and throw out the extra, right? Well, we are fast-tracking the process and I could bring you over right now to watch. You'll be home by dinner. Come with me. Jake made a big show of thinking about this offer, but he finally relented.
All right, let me get changed.
They made it back to Kevin's lab in under an hour, where Larry and Olivia had prepared a concoction that would become the new recovery pill. All that was left to do was to add the Vietnamese Brahmi, which Jake was holding protectively in a sealed jar full of hot steam. You guys surely know about Jake Morris, don't you? Kevin said as they all took a seat around the lab table. He had sent a text to them ahead of time to remind them to be on their most flattering behavior. Jake could change his mind at the drop of a hat, and Kevin would not give him a reason to do so. Of course. It's a pleasure to meet such a legendary Chicago figure. Olivia had her best hostess face on, and Kevin was thankful she laid it on so thick, so he wouldn't have to. But he regretted it the instant Jake turned to Olivia. He looked her up and down like a piece of meat and said,
"The pleasure is all mine, sweetheart. If I knew the lab was stocked with such sweet snacks, I would have come over sooner."
He winked at Olivia, but not in an innocent way. It took everything in Kevin to not pull Jake up on that right away. He wanted to say, "Don't talk to her like that. Olivia is a gifted herbalist and you will treat her with respect." But he couldn't risk Jake getting offended and leaving. Olivia shot Kevin a look that said, "Don't worry about it." So they proceeded. Jake handed Kevin the clipping of Vietnamese Brahmi and watched as Kevin ground it up, measured it twice, and dropped it into the mixture.
There we go. Now we just wait for this to dry out and we'll pour it into a capsule. You'll have your recovery pill in a few hours, Larry said triumphantly.
Thank you, Larry, and thank you, Jake. We couldn't have done this without you, Kevin said through gritted teeth. Jake closed the jar on the extra Brahmi and clapped his hands together as if he had actually done something.
All in a day's work. Now if you'll give me those power pills you promised, I'll be going.
Of course. Kevin went over to one of the Healing Art School students, Maura, who was producing more of the advanced power pills for their stocks. He grabbed a handful of them and when no one was looking, opened the capsules and dumped out half of their contents. If Jake was going to come into his lab and act like a creep to his protege Olivia, he would only be getting diluted power pills. These would still work, but their effects would wear off quickly. Kevin stuck the weakened pills into a bottle and brought it back over to Jake. As promised, Jake took the bottle, held it up to the light, and counted the pills.
Pleasure doing business with you all. I'll be seeing you soon, I'm sure.
With that, Jake took his jar and his pills and left the lab. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief. They had succeeded in making their recovery pills. Now he could get back to training. The epic clash was now just in a matter of hours, and Kevin knew that the entire future of his family rested upon his success in the contest. Hey, are you okay? I'm so sorry about that. Jake is a creep, but we needed him. Don't worry, he's no longer welcome in this lab or around you. Kevin had pulled Olivia aside after Jake Morris left their lab. Kevin had only brought Jake there because their new recovery pills for the Epic Clash required a rare herb that only Jake had stores of. But in the process, Jake had made some passes at Olivia that had made Kevin want to jump into action and beat him up. Unfortunately, that hadn't been an option given Jake's temperament and Kevin's desperation for the herb. Olivia, however, was a tough woman, and she knew how to let the gross comments of gross men roll off of her like water off a duck's back. I'm fine. He's hardly the worst I've ever dealt with. But thank you for checking in. You're one of the good ones, Kevin. Kevin shook his head. I try to be. But basic human respect and decency shouldn't be such a challenge for men like that. Yeah, well, that's not the world we live in, unfortunately. Olivia sighed. Kevin put a gentle hand on her shoulder. If you ever feel unsafe, if it's because of Jake or anyone, let me know and I'll assign a Radiant security detail to escort you to and from the office. And if anyone in this place ever gives you trouble, you know you can tell me and they'll be out on the street faster than they can say herbalism. Thanks, Kevin. I'll let you know. Let's just get back to the recovery pill. I'll put it in a dehumidifier and accelerate the drying process. If you want to get back to the gym, I'll bring it over when it's done, Olivia told him. They fist bumped and went their separate ways. In the training gym, the Radiants were waiting for Kevin to come back and continue their sparring sessions. Kevin pulled his fight suit back on and stepped into the ring. When he had been in here earlier today, he had won against a pair of fighters, lost against a trio, and won against the next trio. Now, with the recovery pill on its way, he wasn't afraid to unleash his full power. Bring it on. All right, bring me another 3. Who's up? 3 Radiants stepped into the ring cautiously. Come on, guys, I won't permanently injure you. Scout's honor. The round began. 2 Radiance fighters came at Kevin at once. One of them slashed at his waist with a dagger in hand, which Kevin blocked. At the same time, he brought up a knee aimed at Kevin's stomach, but Kevin sidestepped him. The other fighter used the opportunity to land a punch across Kevin's face, but Kevin ducked it just in time so that the guy's fist just grazed his hair. Kevin did a backflip out of the way of 2 of the trio who were running at him from either side, and he watched as they crashed into each other. The third, meanwhile, swept Kevin's legs out from under him by the knees, and Kevin crashed down on his back. He sprang up in a fluid moment and landed a chop on the back of the fighter's neck, knocking him unconscious. The other 2 had gotten up now and advanced with a vengeance. They both took turns kicking at Kevin as they advanced, running him back into the corner of the room, but Kevin blocked all of their kicks. One side, then the other, then the fist, then the other again. He ducked a kick at his head, then a kick to his thigh kept him down, but he used that position to throw himself into the waist of the fighter on the right, tackling him to the ground. Kevin jumped up again and with a quick spin kick flattened the third fighter, winning the round. He took a moment to examine his injured thigh. The thing throbbed, but it wasn't unusable. Before he could call for the next round to commence, however, Olivia entered the arena. I have it. The pill is ready. Here. She handed it to him and Kevin swallowed it dry. The second it touched his tongue, Kevin felt the pain in his thigh evaporate. In the few seconds it took the pill to work its way down his throat, Kevin felt his muscles relax and tighten again like they had been reset. His energy was restored. It was like he hadn't gone a single round that day. In concert with the upgraded power pill, the recovery pill gave him a huge boost of confidence. Olivia watched nervously for Kevin's reaction. So? Kevin nodded at her, beaming. It's good. It's really good. We've done it. He high-fived Olivia, then ushered her out of the arena. Let's go for 4 on this next round. Who's up? 4 weary Radiance fighters stepped up and the next round began. Two of them came at Kevin, both tossing elbows into the sides of his head. Kevin blocked them both and knocked them aside with force fields of air. He wanted to practice with the non-contact moves. When the next guy advanced, he jumped up to lunge at Kevin, and Kevin forced him to stop in place and dropped to the floor where he stood with power forced out of his chest. The fourth fighter approached him with a right hook, which Kevin blocked and returned with a kick to the gut that sent the guy flying. Kevin had never felt better. The recovery pill and the power pill were really working as partners now. As soon as Kevin had the mental precision pill in his system, he knew there would be no doubt that he would win the epic clash and ascend to the upper realm. Kevin battled the Radiants this way for hours. They had to pause for breaks, but only when the Radiance fighters requested it. Kevin could have gone straight through. Finally, as the sun began to set, they called it a day. "Thanks, guys. Your time spent here has been invaluable to me in my training. Remember, in the epic clash, I'm fighting for all of us to win. When I ascend to the upper realm, our side will be unstoppable in any other greater war that comes to pass." The Radiants filed out of the gym, and Kevin changed back into his normal clothes. He met Larry and Olivia in the lab for notes on their recovery pill trial. Kevin didn't mind being the test subject when the pills were this incredible. "How was it?" Larry asked as Kevin sat down at his lab table. "It was everything I wanted and more. I just wish we had been able to get a full clipping of that Vietnamese Brahmi. Imagine if we could create an infinite supply of those pills and sell them on the market as our flagship product with this new pharmaceutical company. We would be on the map in a snap," Kevin told them. Larry and Olivia exchanged looks like they shared a secret that Kevin wasn't in on. "What?" he asked. Olivia pulled a little vial out from under the lab table. Inside was a stem and leaf of Vietnamese Brahmi topped with a little white flower. She handed it to Kevin. "No way!" Kevin held the vial up to the light and saw at the very bottom of the stem a tiny strand of root curled around itself. Olivia had done it. She had secured enough Brahmi for Kevin's laboratory to plant it and have their own unlimited supply. Not only would they be able to mass-produce the recovery pill, but they would never have to crawl to Jake Morris for the herb ever again. "How did you do this?" Kevin asked, so excited he could feel the Brahmi in his own body vibrate with excitement. Larry grinned. "She was brilliant. While you were over getting Jake's power pills that you promised him, Olivia started flirting back with Jake. And while he was distracted, I was able to snip the herb out of his jar. He has no idea." Olivia shrugged. "He might be clued in when we mass market the recovery pill, but by then it will be far too late. Plus, we can say we got the original Brahmi from another supplier. He has no way of proving that we stole it from him." Kevin's mind was alight with the possibilities for the recovery pill. From hospitals to gyms to yoga studios and physical therapy practices, the pills would sell wholesale and be administered by professionals all over the country, if not the world. "How fast can we get this to market?" Kevin asked. Olivia nodded her head back to the healing arts students rushing around the lab in their white coats. "Those guys are prepping the rest of the concoctions right now. We'll put this clipping of Brahmi in a growth accelerator and have a supply to sell within hours." Kevin had never been more proud of the team he had assembled. The formula for the pills largely came from one of the old sequences he had made early in his herbalism days, but now that the Vietnamese Brahmi was the key ingredient, his team had helped perfect it. Their flagship product would be on the shelf within a day or two, and Kevin's legacy as a pharmaceutical philanthropist would be secured. Now all he needed to do was win the epic clash and he would be unstoppable.
This just in. A new recovery pill developed by top herbalist Kevin Williams has just hit the market and is taking the world by storm. After receiving a sample from Jake Morris, Kevin had an unlimited supply of Vietnamese Brahmi, the key ingredient needed to develop his latest recovery pill. In just a few hours, with the help of Olivia and Larry,
He had refined enough pills to release a batch to the public, and the reviews were sensational. In the days following the pill's release, Kevin's name was everywhere, advertised on TV, billboards, magazine covers, and the web. Before long, nearly everyone in the U.S. was desperate to get their hands on his new product. Not everyone was so pleased with Kevin's success, though. Tuning into the news from the Kessler compound, Mario and Ethan, who had been working together to bring Kevin down, seethed in silence as they bore witness to the wild success of Kevin's new pill. Sitting in front of a webcam, Olivia joined the live broadcast with a professional smile. Joining us now is one of Kevin's protégés, Olivia Rafferty. Welcome to the show, Olivia. Can you tell us a little more about this new wonder drug you've helped develop? Olivia nodded. Certainly. It would take me far too long to cover every detail about how the pill is refined, but in short, thanks to a special new ingredient, the recovery pill has the power to give whoever takes it an elevated sense of physical well-being and, of course, a rapid ability to recover from wounds and ailments. Our highest hope for the pill is that it can improve people's lives and help give them inspiration to take that next step, whatever it may be. The news anchor stared into the camera with a huge smile that seemed almost glued to his face. You hear that, folks? Help is on the way to turn that dream of yours into a reality. Get your recovery pill today. Just then, the TV switched off and Ethan threw the remote down in a fit of rage. How is he getting away with this? No matter what we do, he always seems to be one step ahead of us. In contrast to Ethan's outrage, Mario Kessler sat in a big leather chair with a calm expression on his face, lost in thought. If we really want to take him down, we have to develop a new strategy. You saw how he handled those 12 assassins we sent at him. Obviously, brute force isn't going to work. Having relied on brute force most of his life, Ethan wasn't sure what to think. What are you suggesting? Mario looked back at him with fierce determination in his eyes. I'm suggesting that inside of attacking him from the outside in, we should find a way to destroy him from the inside out. There must be something he's hiding that we can use against him. An illegal business deal, black market trading, an affair. Everyone's got skeletons in their closets, Ethan. Even Kevin Williams. Ethan's ears perked up as he began to understand Mario's reasoning. So you're saying we should try to ruin his reputation? Mario nodded with a devilish grin. Precisely. Ethan let out a heavy sigh. Seems like a good enough idea. I have to say, though, I was really looking forward to the front page news of his death. Don't worry, that will come later. Once he's suffered a fall from grace, it will be much easier to swoop in and finish him off. Mario delighted in the thought. Committed to their new approach, Ethan crossed his arms and thought out loud. So what exactly do you propose we do then? It's simple, Ethan. We eavesdrop. That penthouse apartment of his is so huge they won't even notice you're there. Once you're inside, you can plant some microphones and we can start listening in. Eventually, someone is bound to say something we can use against him. With that, Ethan headed out the door. I'm on it. Meanwhile, Kevin continued to train with the Radiants in his private gym. The epic clash was just a few weeks away, and he had to train as much as he could before then to ensure his victory. However, since taking the recovery pill, Kevin had improved so greatly that people were nervous to fight him. Come on, people. I'm not that scary, am I? Let's boost the number of challengers up to 6. That ought to give you a fighting chance. Everyone groaned, but eventually 5 warriors stepped into the ring. One of them charged forward and took a swing at Kevin, which he easily dodged and countered with a powerful dropkick. As another fighter stepped forward, he tried to trick Kevin into thinking he was swiping left before immediately swiping right. Spinning around his advance, Kevin lifted him up by the arm and slammed him over his shoulders, subduing him in the blink of an eye. The 4 remaining warriors glanced at each other, wondering who would be brave enough to go next. Tell you what, Kevin said as he held up his finger. This time I'll just use a single finger. Come on, let's give it a shot. With a pointed spear aimed at Kevin's chest, another fighter sheepishly stepped forward. After a deep breath, she lunged forward and plunged it at Kevin. Sidestepping to the left, Kevin flicked the spear out of her hands with just his finger, and with a single poke, sent her crashing into the wall. Thankfully, the gym was well padded and everyone's fight suits protected them from any serious harm. With a confident smile, Kevin wiggled his finger at the remaining challengers. Not bad if I do say so myself. Come on, who's next? Just then, Larry Barnes burst into the gym with a concerned look on his face. Sorry to interrupt, but I just got off the phone with Leo Hayes. He's requested that you come and see him at the Healing Arts School right away. Sounds pretty urgent. Without stepping out of the ring, Kevin turned to him and frowned. Can it wait? I really can't afford to miss any training before the upcoming clash. I told him you'd say that, but he said the epic clash is exactly what he needs to speak with you about. He wouldn't take no for an answer. Finally, Kevin dismissed the Radiance Warriors, slipped out of his fight suit, and took a private car to the Healing Arts School. As the car rolled up, Leo Hayes was waiting out front. He opened the door for Kevin and greeted him with a smile. Kevin, thanks so much for coming on such short notice. As you probably know, we have much to discuss. Kevin stepped out of the car and shook Leo's hand. Time is of the essence, Leo. As the epic clash grows near, every second counts as a moment I could be training. I trust that you've summoned me here for an important reason? Of course. I know better than to waste your time, Kevin. Come with me. We can discuss things inside with Wayne and Harley. After stepping inside, Leo led Kevin to his office where Wayne and Harley were waiting for them. Like an indoor jungle, Leo's office was furnished with plants, flowers, and herbs of all shapes and sizes. As Kevin entered the room, Harley turned to him and smiled. Thanks for coming, Kevin. First of all, I just want to say that we're all very impressed with the recovery pill you just released. Using Vietnamese Brahmi as the main ingredient was a true stroke of genius. Kevin appreciated the compliment, but knew that that was not the reason they had asked him to meet. Thank you, Harley. I couldn't have done it without your help. The students you provided are working harder than ever. They are all very talented individuals. Harley nodded with a slight grin, but Wayne's face was serious. Listen, Kevin, we have to talk. It's about the epic clash. We just learned that the rules have been changed and the stakes are much higher now. Remaining calm and composed, Kevin scratched his chin and cocked an eyebrow. What do you mean? How have the rules changed? Wayne and Harley turned to Leo, who took a deep breath before answering. As you know, the top 10 contestants who prevail in the epic clash will gain automatic entry to the upper realm. Kevin smiled. That's what I'm counting on. But as we just found out, Leo continued, the bottom 10 contestants will not just suffer a humiliating defeat, but also have their herbalist skills stripped away from them, meaning the risk-reward ratio of participating in the clash has just become astronomically high. Kevin gasped. How do they plan to do that? Wayne stepped forward and shrugged his shoulders. Nobody knows for sure, but they'll probably craft a pill that can erase a person's memory of herb and plant knowledge. Do you realize what this means, Kevin? If you lose, not only will you say goodbye to your herbalist skills, but the Healing Arts School's reputation will be ruined as well, on account of the fact that we trained you and all. Suddenly, the situation had become much more serious. Kevin could sense the tension in the room. Not only were his and the Healing Arts School's reputations on the line, but his very livelihood as well. Without his herbalist skills, what would Kevin do then? No matter what, he couldn't lose, now more than ever. Leo looked straight into Kevin's eyes. It's a huge gamble, Kevin. Are you sure we can trust you? Kevin looked back at him with courage burning in his heart. Don't worry, Leo. I won't let you down. Kevin and his team released the recovery pill to great success, and his reputation grew just as he learned that the rules for the upcoming Epic Clash had changed. Should he finish in the bottom 10 in the event, his herbalism skills would be taken from him. And though this was not possible in Kevin's mind, some of his backers were worried. Meanwhile, Lily and her best friend Rachel were having lunch in the luxurious employee lounge at the Salix Leaf Hotel. Because Rachel ran the place, she could take long lunches with her friend when she wanted to. Lily was there on a mission. She had just spent the morning at the new office for her charity, the Lily Pad, which she had started in partnership with Kevin's new pharmaceutical company. Now that Kevin had secured an office for her near Rachel's hotel and Lily had spent a solid week building out the infrastructure for the charity, she was ready to plan its launch event, a huge fancy gala in the nicest hotel in town. What is your goal for the charity anyway? What causes do you want to promote? We can theme the gala around the causes to really introduce you to Chicago's aristocracy as a brand as well as a charity, Rachel said, pouring them both glasses of ice water. They were sitting at an antique mahogany table facing a bay window and looking out over Lake Michigan in the early afternoon sun. Chicago had been sunny all week long, and Lily was feeling excited and optimistic about her new venture. Well, Kevin's company is making pharmaceuticals to cure and prevent diseases all over the world. But not every city, village, or town has the proper facilities to administer and treat these things. I think our focus should be on hospitals and clinics, building them, funding them, renovating them, even stocking them with rubber gloves and hand sanitizer if that's what they need. Too many people are dying on the way to a good hospital or medical office. I want to make sure no person has to travel further than is possible to get one of the medications Kevin invents. Rachel beamed. She had known Lily for the better part of their lives and knew she was talented and ambitious, but she had never seen Lily so tuned into her work. She might just have found her true purpose in this world, and Rachel was thrilled. I love it. I'm thinking we put together a beautiful visual presentation where we can show on a map what areas you might want to target first. You hired a research assistant or something, right? Lily nodded. I have a staff of 5 people so far that have been building out the company with me, and I'm excited to direct them to the real work now so that we can dive in head first. Great. Have them come up with a dozen locations in desperate need of these clinics. We'll guide the guests through the places you'll be focusing on. Then we can give them some background on the countries or cities and talk about what kind of costs are going to be associated with building the facilities and storing the medications. If I were you, I'd reach out to the local governments and start building relationships with officials who can help you get permits to break ground. Lily was so excited. It was all happening. That sounds like a great step. I'll get on it. But as far as the gala itself goes, can I see the event space we'll be in? And do you have decorators and caterers on retainer for us to use? Rachel got up and took her friend's hand, leading her down the hall to the ballroom. Lily gasped. The place was enormous and gorgeous. The old Chicago architecture that had been largely erased from the city during the Great Chicago Fire of 1871 had survived here. Great golden arches and ornately decorated columns lined the walls and ceilings. The floor was black marble with white veins crawling through them. It almost looked like they were in some sort of castle. A stage at the front of the room would be perfect for Lily to address the guests. Wow, I didn't realize how grand this place was. I knew you ran the nicest hotel in Chicago, but I want to live here. I never have to stay in the hotels. It's breathtaking, Lily sighed. Rachel nodded. Isn't it? I'm so lucky to preside over such a place. Food will be set up over there, and the majority of the room will be full of tables for your guests to dine. I have catering connections at all of the best establishments in the city. Everyone will be so impressed. But the most exciting part of the whole thing will be getting a celebrity MC to take the donations. Lily frowned. Oh, I thought I would be hosting the event. Rachel put a hand on her shoulder. Don't worry, you will be. You're the face of the charity after all. But you don't want to be the one going around all the tables and asking for money. It's not the right look for the host. Instead, galas like this will hire a funny or charismatic person that everyone is a fan of. And they walk around with a microphone making jokes and begging people for bigger donations. It's all in good fun, of course. People love to be teased. And rich people like to show off their wealth to other rich people. If a celebrity challenges them to double their donations and they know the money is going to a good cause, they'll give just about any amount you can think of. Lily laughed. That sounds like a great time. Who did you have in mind? Rachel smiled, and Lily knew she already had someone picked out, but still she let Rachel beat around the bush about it. Well, it of course has to be someone who is Chicago native and a force of the community. We'll want a woman because your charity is run by women and women are better at buttering people up to give money. I was thinking Nicole Sawyer. Lily's jaw dropped. Nicole Sawyer? The Nicole Sawyer? That would be incredible. She's one of my favorite actresses of all time. She's been in every single one of my favorite romantic comedies. Rachel agreed. Right? She's amazing. She got her start in the Chicago stand-up comedy scene, so she knows the town. Plus, her parents are both doctors, and I read in her memoir that she spent her childhood visiting hospitals with them, all over the world when they were called in as specialists on certain cases. Clinical work is close to her heart. She's the perfect choice. But how would we ever get Nicole Sawyer to come to my charity gala? Surely she's too busy for local events like this. Lily realized, shaking her head. But Rachel still had that grin on her face. First of all, this isn't just a local event. Kevin's new recovery pill is all over the news in case you didn't see it. He just put his pharmaceutical company, Williams & Williams, on the map in a huge way, which means your charity has credibility already, even though you haven't officially announced it. Any celebrity would die to get in on the ground floor of something like that. And it just so happens that when she visits her hometown of Chicago between filming movies in Los Angeles, she stays in this very hotel. Lily couldn't believe it. You've never mentioned that. How often is she here? Every couple of months she takes a long weekend trip up here. I got to know her when I first took over running this hotel. I always run up extra toothpaste for her when she forgets it. Last time she invited me into her suite for a drink. We've struck up a professional relationship and I think she would do the gala if I asked her. Lily pulled Rachel in for a massive hug. Thank you so much. You have no idea what this means to me. I can't believe it. This is going to be the event of the decade. Rachel pulled out her phone. I'll just text Nicole now. Lily nearly slapped the phone out of her friend's hand. You have her number? Are you crazy? How long have you been besties with her exactly? Why haven't we all gone out to brunch and gotten our nails done or something? Rachel fired off the text. Because she lives in Los Angeles. But don't worry, we'll have plenty of time to bond while we plan this thing. Okay, next thing to think about. What are you going to wear? I'm assuming this gala will be a black tie. I'll see if we can get an appointment with a personal shopper to pull some options. I've been dying to get you in a Queen Anne neckline since our prom. Before Lily could respond, Kevin's protege Olivia rushed into the ballroom. There you are. I've been looking for you everywhere, she said out of breath. What none of the women realized, however, was that Ethan Williams had followed Olivia home from Kevin's office, which he had been staking out on the street corner all day. Since he and Mario had learned of the success of Kevin's recovery pill, their urgency to kneecap Kevin by ruining his reputation had doubled. Mario had practically ordered Ethan to break into Kevin and Lily's penthouse to plant a bug or two, but Ethan figured he'd take the easy way out and zero in on Lily. Breaking and entering was beneath him. It was going to be a lot easier to find out if Kevin had any weaknesses in his own life or in the lives of his inner circle by hovering at a cocktail lounge and eavesdropping. Now Ethan was poking his head out of a ficus plant just outside the ballroom, waiting for the ladies to leave so he could get an earful of Lily and Rachel's conversation. In the ballroom, Rachel and Lily looked at Olivia with concern. "What's wrong?" Rachel asked. Olivia waved her off. "Nothing. I just couldn't find you. Sorry, it's been a long day. Kevin has been in the gym for hours and hours. I can't believe he's not worn out yet, but that darn recovery pill has given him this new lease on life. He just left, so I got the chance to sneak out of work early, and I wanted to see if either of you needed help with planning the gala." Ethan's ears perked up at the mention of Kevin's rigorous training. It must be for the epic clash. Lily nodded. "We're actually all set for today. How is Kevin doing? That high-tech gym he built is so crazy that I'm worried all day long that he'll hurt himself. I mean, I know it's the best way for him to train. Between sparring the Radiant Spiders and that wild robot fighter he designed, I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't see him until the clash was over." Olivia chuckled. "Don't worry. When he's not in the ring, all he talks about is how excited he is to get home and see you. He's doing all of this to ensure a better future with you, after all. The man is such a softie when it comes to you." Lily blushed. "He's the best. Why don't you just take the rest of the day off? You must be exhausted as well. You're still staying here at the hotel, right?" Olivia nodded. "I am. Maybe I could do with a nap now that you mention it." The three of them left the ballroom, Olivia to go up to her room and Rachel and Lily to get back to their lunches in the employee lounge. Ethan Williams wiggled his way out of the ficus plant. He placed a few microphones around the ballroom and one more on the door to Rachel's office. If they said anything else about Kevin, he would be able to hear it. "For now, I need to get back to Mario. When he hears about this high-tech gym Kevin is training in, he'll surely have a plan to sabotage it." Kevin left the Healing Arts School with a renewed vigor. Leo, Wayne, and Harley had reminded him of the stakes in the epic clash and all the people and teachings he was representing. Kevin, of course, was primarily focused on ascending to the upper realm because, at the peak of his power, he would be able to be an unstoppable defender of his family. And it didn't hurt that he would be a nearly unbeatable soldier in whatever war between his allies and enemies might break out. But if Leo, Wayne, and Harley were correct, the 10 best competitors in the epic clash would ascend to the upper realm, while the 10 worst competitors would be stripped of their herbalism powers altogether. Kevin couldn't fathom a world in which he was bottom 10, but he could start strategizing to make sure the people who posed the greatest threat to his allies were in the bottom 10. If his biggest enemies were stripped of their powers, maybe a war wouldn't be necessary at all. Maybe Kevin could solidify his side as the true and righteous ruling class of the herbalism world and cut off the poison branches of the herbalism tree. Now, Kevin had to get back to the office. He would stop into the lab and see how Larry's progress was coming on the mental precision pill that would allow him to be as good a fighter with his mind as he was with his body. Then he would spend the rest of the evening training in his gym. Little did Kevin know that there were good things and bad things happening around him. Lily was with her friend planning her charity's first gala. But evil Ethan Williams was planting bugs at Rachel's hotel to get dirt on Kevin and his family to use against him. Just as Kevin was making it back to his car, something horribly familiar happened. He heard a snap from the tree line beyond the road. Not again, Kevin thought. The last time Kevin had visited the Healing Arts School, he had been attacked on his way out by a secluded valley assassin sent by Mario Kessler. But he had won that battle handily. Surely Kessler wouldn't try the same cheap trick again. But sure enough, when Kevin turned around, he saw 2 goons emerging from the forest. Here we go. The first one approached with a knee aimed for Kevin's gut, which he blocked with his own shin, returning the favor with an uppercut to the jaw that sent the goon stumbling backward. His partner aimed a punch at Kevin's face, which Kevin also easily blocked, knocking that guy sideways with a kick to the ribs. The first one came back at him, leaping into a spin kick at Kevin's head. Too easy. Kevin could tell now that these guys couldn't be past level 3 in their power, and he ducked the kick with ease. The two approached at once now, both with fists raised to either side of Kevin's head. Kevin grabbed their fists in his, yanked their arms, and sent them into unwilling front flips. The goons landed on their backs with grunts, and Kevin put one knee on each of their chests. "What do you want? You can tell Mario Kessler that these little surprise attacks are a waste of time and manpower. Let him know that Kevin Williams says, 'If you want to fight, face me like a man.'" One of them tried to get up, but Kevin had him pinned, so instead he just groaned out, "We don't work for Kessler. We were sent by Jake Morris." Kevin rolled his eyes. "And what does Morris want exactly? The last time I saw him, I did him a favor by giving him half a dozen of my highly desirable power pills. For free, I might add. He should be sending me flowers, not level 3 fighters who keep me from my work." The other one grimaced in pain at Kevin's knee on his chest, but he managed to say, "Jake's mad because of the pills. He says they were weak. They wore off within hours. And now that you've hit the market with your recovery pills, he knows you stole some of his Vietnamese Brahmi. He says you couldn't have possibly grown more with what he gave you. You stole a clipping to plant when he wasn't looking." Kevin couldn't argue with that. That's exactly what he had done. Rather, Olivia and Larry had done it for him, but Jake wouldn't care about the fine lines of the explanation. And he had promised Jake that he wouldn't grow any Brahmi for himself. Kevin had taken a lot of attacks without deserving them, but this one, as pathetic as it was, had been earned. "Right, well, you can go tell Jake that if he has a problem with the way I do business, he can call my office and make an appointment to chat. Until then, he can stop sending you all to do his dirty work. Now scram!" Kevin got up and let the thugs run away. He reached for his keys again. "At this rate, I'll have to start having Leo, Wayne, and Harley come meet me in the city. I don't like being attacked out in the wilderness like this." And as if he had accidentally summoned him, a third goon emerged from the tree line. Kevin rolled his eyes. "You're too late. I already won. Jake can deal with me directly from now on." But the man didn't respond or make any move to leave. He kept walking toward Kevin, calm as anything, looking him straight in the eye. That was a little odd. Usually Kevin could intimidate these guys with just a look, but this goon was unflinching. "Did you hear me? You can go home. We're done for tonight." But the man kept approaching. He was only a few meters away now, and his hands twitched at his sides like a cowboy in the Wild West, waiting to draw his gun in a duel. Kevin squinted at the man in the low light of the evening and realized there was a faint glow emanating from him. This guy had some power to him. "You really want to do this? Fine, let's do this." Kevin threw his keys back down to the ground and pulled out the night dagger. He would make short work of this final duel so that he could get back to the lab and the gym before it got too late. The fighter lunged at him, both arms swinging at either side of Kevin's head like he wanted to clap Kevin's face between his palms. Kevin ducked, but when the thug's hands met over his head, he stacked them into fists and brought them down on top of Kevin's head in a powerful bop. Kevin fell to his knees, quickly adapting his momentum to sweep the guy's legs. But shockingly, the man jumped, doing a backflip, landing lightly on his feet and launching himself back at Kevin, this time with a chop at Kevin's neck. When Kevin blocked the chop, he felt the man's very skin vibrating through his clothes. This guy was on a level Kevin had never encountered before. He would have to make very short work of this indeed if he wanted to leave without injury. Kevin pulled back the night dagger and aimed it at the man's shoulder. It would do enough damage to end the fight but wouldn't kill the man. But he barely got an inch of the blade into the man before the fighter wrestled the dagger from him and slashed Kevin across the face. Kevin dropped to his knees and went to his last resort. He grabbed the man by the knees and yanked so hard that he landed hard on his back. Kevin then grabbed the night dagger out of the man's hand and stuck it in his thigh. "Had enough?" he snarled. The man pulled the dagger out of himself a second time and this time aimed for Kevin's heart. Kevin blocked it, taking a deep cut in the back of his forearm. He felt the dagger drag across his bone and grimaced, knocking it out of the thug's hand and watching it skitter across the pavement. Kevin dealt the final blow, a right hook across the man's face, and pinned him down on his back. "Who do you work for? How did you get so good?" The man still refused to speak. He jerked his head up, knocking his forehead into Kevin's. Kevin fell off of him and the man jumped up, running back into the woods. Kevin didn't wait for him to come back. He jumped in his car and sped off, bleeding profusely from the cut on his face and on his forearm. "I can't go back to the gym like this. I need Lily." When Kevin arrived at his penthouse apartment, Lily was waiting with a huge smile on her face. "You'll never guess what happened today. The charity gala is going to be... Oh my God, Kevin, what happened?" She had been facing away from the door, but when she turned around and saw the state Kevin was in, her face fell and she rushed to him, leading him over to the couch. Kevin didn't want to worry her, so he just said, "I ran into a little trouble on my way home from work. Nothing too bad." But Lily could see him wincing when she touched the wounds on his face and arm. "I don't buy that for a second. It was an assassin or something horrible, wasn't it? Who's after you this time? Is it Mario Kessler?" She rushed to the bathroom and brought back a first aid kit and a jug of water to clean Kevin's wounds. Kevin shook his head. "It was just some thug. I took care of it." Lily used a wet cloth to wipe the dirt and grime from his cuts, then began to dress the wounds. "Kevin, you can tell me the truth. I'm your wife after all." She rubbed alcohol on the cut on Kevin's face and then put an ointment over the top. "This one isn't too deep, but your arm will need stitches." She cleaned that cut too, and Kevin could feel the alcohol burn deep into his muscle tissue. "I may have been a little less than honest about a business deal, but the guy I was dealing with is a crook. But he sent someone to get revenge. But I beat the thug." Lily shook her head. "He got a few good licks in too, Kevin. I know that you do everything you do to get more powerful so that you can protect me, but you have to be careful. And you can let me protect you too sometimes. Just don't feel like you have to be a hero at all times. I need you around for a long time. And if anything happens to you..." "Nothing is going to happen to me." Kevin cut her off. "Let me finish. If anything happens to you, all of this will have been for nothing. You've found such great success, and I'm so proud of you. But the man I fell in love with was broke and powerless. If we lose everything tomorrow, I'll love you just the same. You're the only thing that matters. Please, just be a little more careful." Kevin looked down at his arm and realized that Lily had stitched it up herself. He hadn't felt a thing. "Where did you learn to do that?" Lily blushed. "When you started getting into these battles, I trained myself in first aid, just in case you ever needed it. It's finally paying off." Kevin kissed her. "I promise to be more careful. I'm putting in all those hours at the gym so that this kind of thing doesn't happen again. I love you." "I love you too. Now let's get some rest." Kevin lay in bed next to his wife, going over what she had said in his mind. She's right. I can't underestimate these fighters anymore. Lily and I are in this together, and if I do everything I do for her, I have to stay alive for her. Assigned by Mario Kessler to plant a bug in Kevin and Lily's penthouse, cowardly Ethan took the easy way out, and instead put devices in Rachel's hotel where Lily had her new offices. Meanwhile, Kevin fought off attackers in the street whom he thought were assassins sent by Mario Kessler, but turned out to be Jake Morris's goons. Jake was not too happy to find out that Kevin had passed off weak potions to him. At the new Kessler compound up the Lake Michigan coast, Mario Kessler and Ethan Williams reviewed their tapes. Ethan had managed to bug the outside of Kevin's office, his wife Lily's new office, and Rachel's hotel ballroom and office, and had managed to capture some usable information. Ethan and Mario huddled around the devices that fed them back what was captured on the microphones. Lily's voice crackled on the recording. I'm worried about him. He spends all day in that high-tech gym that he built in his office across town. He's fighting a big robot-type thing, and I don't want it to hurt him. Kevin's company is going to change the world. Just look at what he's accomplished with one pill on the market. I don't see anyone stopping him now. He's a powerful man. Rachel could be heard responding. The bug caught Olivia's voice, adding more useful information. Just had another long day in the gym with Kevin. The man is a machine. I don't envy anyone going up against him in the epic clash. He is going to give my sister a run for her money. Mario turned off the tape, frustrated. He nearly threw it at the wall, but he restrained himself at the last minute.
I can't believe this. What are we going to do now? He has a gym that he can train in at all hours. Nothing we do to prepare for the clash can rival that.
Ethan had his fists clenched, so angry at Kevin's looming success that he spat out the first crazy idea that came to his head.
Let's just burn the place down.
Mario stopped in his tracks where he had been pacing the room.
What?
Ethan threw his hands up.
I'm serious. If we cut off his ability to train, we can at least try to catch up to his physical level. But if he keeps progressing, we're done for. Do you really think we can get away with setting fire to one of the highest security buildings in Chicago?
Mario was furious that he had to be partners with such an idiot. But the idea did have a certain dramatic appeal. He wanted to ruin Kevin in every way possible, and literally reducing his empire to dust would certainly accomplish that in a very short amount of time.
Why not? We can sneak in somehow. I managed to get bugs in the purse of the Rafferty girl he has working for him. They're sure to mention the security code to the office sometime or another. Then we slide in at nightfall when the Radiance guards are changing shifts, and boom, Inferno time. We can take out his training gym and his laboratory in one fell swoop. That will cripple both his fighting ability and his empire.
Ethan was getting excited now. His hands were shaking as he spoke. Mario scratched his chin. He had to admit, as desperate as he was, it wasn't the worst plan he had ever heard.
Fine. Keep monitoring the spy feeds, and the second you find a way in, we'll attack.
Over at the training gym in question, Kevin was back on the mat sparring with his AI fighter, Athena. Now that Lily had patched up his wounds from the thug's attack on him outside of the Healing Arts School, he was even more stressed out about getting enough hours in training. The epic clash and his chance to ascend to the upper realm were mere days away. He had to get to Washington, D.C. as soon as possible. His stitches were holding well, and the gash in his arm was healing in record time thanks to another dose of his famous recovery pill. Lily had done an outstanding job dressing the wounds. His face wound was now just a shiny pink scar, but it was fading by the hour. It cut from his hairline down across his eye and ended just next to his nose. Kevin was annoyed when he saw it in the mirror. It was just a reminder of how powerful that thug had been and how weak Kevin had felt after their fight. That guy was sent by Jake Morris of all people. He shouldn't have been able to do so much damage to me. That's why I need my mental precision pill. That guy's levels were so high that even though I bested him physically, I wouldn't have gotten injured at all if I had been able to anticipate his moves better. The mental precision pill will catch my brain up to my body and I'll be truly unbeatable. Kevin then turned to knock Athena flat on her back and put her on pause so he could stretch out his arms a bit more. He caught his reflection in his metal water bottle and scoffed at his own scar. I hope this thing is gone by the time I show up at the clash. I don't want anyone to think I'm weak, he thought. The plus side of the scar was that Lily thought it made him look dangerous and handsome. She hadn't been able to stop staring at him since she cleaned it up, and Kevin was almost late to work this morning because she wouldn't let him leave their bedroom. But he wouldn't forget what she had said. Kevin had to be extra careful in the clash. He fully intended to win and ascend to the upper realm, but getting injured in the process would only worry Lily, and he was doing all of this for her at the end of the day. All right, Athena, let's go again. Kevin flipped the AI fighter back on and upped her level. He had given the Radiance fighters the afternoon off to recuperate and take some recovery pills for themselves. He had admittedly beaten them up pretty well in their sparring sessions, and they still had to be in good enough shape to guard Lily, Olivia, and the healing art students working in his lab. Athena thrust a hard kick at Kevin's chest. Today she was customized to look quite a lot like Ethan Williams. Kevin thought if he had to beat the daylights out of someone, it might as well be someone he hated. It made it easier for him to fight this robot who truly didn't mean him any harm when she looked like Ethan. Kevin leaned back like he was in the Matrix to avoid the kick, grabbing her knee in the process and throwing her whole body over and behind him. He turned around and came at her first with a right hook, then a spinning kick with all of the extra momentum. Both moves landed, and Athena was knocked all the way to the back wall. She got up quickly, that Ethan-like face snarling at Kevin as she ran back toward him. Kevin jumped back into the air and hit her with a kick to the chest, which she blocked, and returned with a kick to his neck, which he blocked. Because Athena's software was coded to learn, every move that he used on her had to be fresh, or she would block and counter it with too much ease. Kevin could tell when he used a repeated move on her, and it always frustrated him, because some of his favorite and most effective moves were useless against her. Pause, Athena. Let's wipe your memory. I want to try out these moves at a higher level. A real fighter won't know about them yet. Initiating memory wipe. Complete. The light that made up Athena blinked twice, and Kevin set her up to an even higher level. Great. Let's do it. Go. He flipped her back into battle mode, and she launched herself at him, landing on his shoulders with her legs around his neck. For a machine made of nothing but light, she was heavy. Her momentum brought them both crashing down to the ground, but Kevin used a well-placed kick to get out from under her. They both got up to spar again. Athena, still looking like Ethan Williams, swung a fist at his head. He leaned to the left, pulling her arm forward so that she flew into the wall next to the doorway. He ran after her and threw a kick at her head, knocking her back into the wall after she had just gotten back up. That's better. She got up again, and they both threw some punches and kicks that the other blocked before Kevin was able to catch her arm again, this time twisting it so she had to bend at the waist, then chopping the back of her neck to knock her out completely. He straightened up, panting, and flipped her back off. It was time to take a breather. Kevin didn't wear out nearly as easily these days, but he still didn't want to overdo it, in the spirit of his promise to Lily to be more careful. Well done, Kevin. You're leveling up, I can tell. Kevin spun around. Larry was in the doorway with his hands behind his back. Thanks. I just hope I'm one of the higher level people in the clash. If our intel is correct and everyone is planning to team up against me right out of the gate, I need to have as many advantages as I can get. But what can I do for you? Any progress in the lab today? Instead of answering, Larry held out his hand to Kevin. Sitting on his palm was a small orange pill that seemed to emit light. Like if he turned off all the lights in the room, it would glow. Is that what I think it is? Kevin asked, looking up at Larry. Larry nodded. It's a prototype, but we're out of time, so it'll have to do. This is your mental precision pill. With it, you'll not only be able to anticipate your enemy's moves, but you'll see them approach in near slow motion, giving you a huge advantage in your defenses. You'll also have extra time to decide how to attack them in turn, identifying their weaknesses as easily if they were tattooed on their foreheads. Kevin nodded. Those were all the effects he had planned for. When he developed the pill, it was all theoretical, but he knew that Larry would be able to execute his plans with the right amount of instruction. And here it was. All he had to do was reach out and take it, and Kevin would find his mental powers elevated to the point of omnipotence. Larry and Kevin stared at the pill in Larry's hand. After so much time waiting for it to be finished, the mental precision pill was finally ready. Kevin was the strongest he had ever been. Between his revamped power pill and his brand new recovery pill, there was hardly anything he couldn't do with his body. But as he had learned the hard way when up against the thugs sent by Jake Morris to attack him outside the Healing Arts School, his brain was lagging behind his muscles, and he needed them to be on the same page to truly be the ultimate fighter and win the epic clash and ascend to the upper realm. "You say this is a prototype?" Kevin asked. Of course, most of their pills started out that way, but so much was riding on this thing working. "Yes, but you designed it yourself. It will work, and once it does, we can put it on the market. Think of all the people who could use an extra bit of sharpness in their brains. After the epic clash is done, of course." Larry winked. Kevin nodded. Of course, if a normal person took the pill, it would only increase their focus and motivation. When Kevin took it, he would experience even more extreme effects, as it would combine with all of his levels and stages and all of the other refined pills in his system. Kevin took the pill. They both waited a moment, as if smoke would come out of his ears. Athena, the AI robot fighter, stood off to the side on pause, but even she seemed to be waiting for a physical sign that the pill had worked. Then it all happened at once. Kevin felt a chill move out from the center of his brain to the front of his head, then to the back, then drip down his spine until his whole body felt like it had just received a mild electric shock. He blinked and looked out the window. Not only did the sun not glare in his eyes as harshly as it should in midday, but he could see much further than before. He gazed out over Lake Michigan and could just make out the shoreline on the other side. Kevin looked down at the streets and could see the details on every passerby's body. Individual strands of hair, tiny prints on buttons pinned to backpacks, specks of dirt on their shoes. Wow. Kevin looked back at Larry. Larry's mouth opened and time slowed down, and at the same time they both said, "How do you feel?" Larry took a step back. "How did you know I was going to say that?" Kevin shrugged. "I could just tell. I could feel the words forming on your lips before you said them." Kevin looked over at Athena. "Athena, battle mode." Larry scrambled back to the wall and Kevin stood there waiting for her to make a move. She was still customized to look like Ethan Williams, and Kevin could feel his brain shift into gear. What would Ethan do if he were to fight me? And before Athena so much as lifted an arm, Kevin could see her whole move play out before him. She was going to drop one fist, shift her weight, and roundhouse kick Kevin across the face. By the time that first fist lowered a centimeter, Kevin had ducked and slid between her legs, then popped up behind her and pulled that fist down to the ground, causing Athena to topple over. "That's what I'm talking about." Kevin whooped and jumped up in the air. Was this what it felt like to be on street drugs? The illegal kind that made people do crazy things because their brains made them feel like superpowers? This must be better. Kevin was in total control, like he had the wheel to the floodgates in his hand and could open them up with one easy spin. "We have to see what I can do. Get the Healing Arts students ready," Kevin commanded, and Larry left to go back to the lab. Kevin stripped off his fight suit and put back on his normal work clothes, powered down Athena, and made his way over to the laboratory himself. Larry had set up stations for Kevin to test his new mental power. Meanwhile, more effects were becoming apparent. Kevin could hear everything, from the water rushing in the pipes in his walls and ceilings to a coworker sighing down the hall. He also found he could tune into his heightened senses like a radio station, meaning he could also tune them out. This way, the world around him wasn't constantly overstimulating or overwhelming. All he had to do was focus on what he wanted to know, and it would come to him. Touch was another thing he could tell had changed. The pressure beneath his feet was extra sensitive, and he could tell that he was favoring the outsides of his soles as he walked, which made him feel off balance. He corrected his walking pattern and found that the strain on his legs was cut in half. This pill was a real game changer. The first station Larry had set up was a game of chess versus the Healing Arts student Mora. "Are you any good?" he asked kindly as he sat down across from her. Maura nodded. "I was the junior champion in all of the UK from ages 12 to 18. I'd say I'm pretty good. Are you?" Kevin shrugged. "I guess we'll find out." He hadn't played chess in years, and even when he had, he wasn't a master of the game. He never invested enough time in it to learn any tricks or gambits. His game was an improvised one, and that shouldn't be able to hold up against a practiced champion. Even so, after he made his first move, he could see the gears turning in Maura's head. She pulled out what felt like her usual first couple of moves, anticipating his counters with ease. Then Kevin kicked his mind into chess gear, and the very board in front of him seemed to transform into a multi-layered diagram of itself, where multiple different versions of the same game played out at once. He watched them, the pieces moving across the board and Maura frozen in time in front of him, until he saw the version that would lead to his win. The board collapsed back into itself and time started again. Kevin made the move of the winning game, which Maura countered exactly how he predicted she would. They went back and forth, and within 24 moves, he had her in a checkmate. "I haven't lost a game of chess since I was a kid," Maura said breathlessly. "I haven't won a game of chess since I was a kid," Kevin said in equal disbelief. "What did you do? How did you choose your moves?" "I just knew." That's the best way he could explain it, even though it wasn't an explanation at all. They played once more, and the same thing happened. As soon as he started to lose and Maura started to get more confident in pulling out her complicated plays, time slowed down and the board expanded in front of Kevin, laying out a winning course of action. He played as instructed and won in 10 moves. Maura had to get up. "You win. I'm sorry, you win." She seemed genuinely frustrated, and Kevin felt a bit bad about bruising her ego. "Don't worry, you still beat everyone else in the world. I'm a special case, it's the pill." Kevin reached out a hand to shake hers, and she shook it without really looking at him before hurrying off back to work. "She'll recover, don't worry," Larry assured Kevin, and they moved on to the next station. Hero was at his lab table with a large monitor laid out in front of him. The monitor displayed hundreds and hundreds of herbs and elements. "This is a speed test. I'll call out ailments and medications, and you'll choose the herbs and elements needed in as little time as possible. Think of it like a word search, only instead of words, you're finding cures," Hero explained. Kevin nodded. The herbs were small on the screen, but he could still see and identify them even though they were not labeled. "Headaches," Hero called. Kevin selected a few dozen remedies from the screen, and the whole thing flashed green. "Great work," Hero told them. "Child's play. Give me something hard." Kevin was excited now. His brain was shifting into herb identification mode, and his fingers were itching to press the right buttons. "Painful childbirth," Hero called. Kevin swiped up the herbs and elements with ease. "They need to be drinkable." Kevin arranged the ingredients into the order they needed to be processed to become liquid, then found the button to liquidate them. "But wait, you've run out of Devil's Claw and the mother has developed a fever. Adapt," Hero declared. Kevin swapped out a few ingredients for others and pressed the process buttons to turn them into a paste to be spread on the patient's forehead. The screen flashed green. Success. They went through these drills for another 10 minutes or so until Kevin had solved every ailment on Hero's list. Before Larry could bring Kevin to the next station, however, Olivia interrupted. "Can I borrow the Genius, please? We have some stuff to prepare for the trip." Kevin was on a high, and he greeted her with enthusiasm. "Coming!" They then left the lab and went back to Kevin's private office, where he and Olivia sat down across from one another. "First, congratulations on the mental precision pill. I can't wait to hear all about it. I do, however, have new intel from Dalton," Olivia said. Kevin's enforcer, Dalton Steele, had been in Washington, D.C. for days getting the dirt on the other Epic Clash competitors. It was good to have Dalton back on Kevin's side after a brief period in which a misunderstanding had sent Dalton far astray. Kevin knew that his friend was loyal again, and he hoped that Dalton knew the same about Kevin. He would never, ever betray their brotherhood. So far, Dalton's work in DC had them learning that Olivia's sister Katja would be teaming up with Mario Kessler and the other powerful DC families to work against Kevin as allies in the clash. He has the full list of competitors. Olivia handed Kevin her tablet with the email brought up from Dalton. Kevin scanned it. He hadn't heard of most of these people, but there were a few familiar names on the list. It doesn't look like any real threats. I'll bet my biggest competition will be your sister, Kevin said, grinning. Could it really be this easy to win the whole thing? Olivia seemed to read his mind. Don't get cocky. Katja is conniving and ruthless, and she will stop at nothing to put you in the bottom 10 and strip you of your herbalism powers altogether. Kevin wasn't being cocky, he thought, but he did have a newfound confidence. I promised Lily the same thing, and I'll promise you, I'll be careful. But now that I'm mentally as sharp as I am physically, I really don't see a world in which I don't place first. I won't underestimate these competitors, but you should have seen me in training today, Olivia. It's crazy how much better I've gotten. Olivia eyed him. She trusted her boss, but she was of course worried for him. There was so much riding on this clash. Before she could say anything, however, Kevin made a strange face, his nostrils twitching. What's that smell? Is that smoke? Just as Kevin was getting used to his heightened inner clarity, thanks to the newly refined mental precision pill, the smell of smoke filled the air and struck him with grave concern. Turning to Olivia with a shocked expression, the grim reality hit them both at the same time. The building is on fire. 30 minutes earlier, Mario and Ethan had trespassed into the building without being seen. Dropped off on the roof by a helicopter, they were dressed in black trench coats and managed to sneak through the hallways undetected, until they arrived at the lab. Glancing around at the wide array of rare and exotic plants and herbs, Mario and Ethan could not help but be impressed.
So, this is where the magic happens.
Ethan held up a jerry can full of gasoline and snickered with an evil grin on his face. Not anymore, it's not. Just as Ethan was about to start dumping gasoline all over the lab, Mario held up his hand and stopped him.
Wait, are we sure this is the right place to start the fire? We only have one shot at this. We have to be strategic.
Surprised by the question, Ethan looked back at him and snorted. This lab is the literal source of Kevin's power. Where else would you suggest we begin?
He's got a gym in here too, remember? With the epic clash coming up, losing that might be a bigger blow than losing the lab.
Ethan rolled his eyes and scoffed. A gym is replaceable, but it would probably take him months if not years to replenish the herbs in this lab. Besides, in all likelihood, the fire will spread over the whole building. But just in case it doesn't, I say we start it here. Mario took a deep breath before agreeing.
All right, let's get started.
Just a few minutes later, Kevin and Olivia were beginning to react to the smell of smoke. His inner clarity boosted by the mental precision pill, Kevin quickly swallowed his fear and leapt into action. Come on, Olivia, we have to get out of here. Olivia nodded, summoning her courage. Okay, I'm right behind you. Hand in hand, Kevin and Olivia sprinted out of the gym. As they rushed down the hallway, the building's lights began to flicker and die, and the shrill sound of fire alarms rang out in all directions. As more and more smoke filled the hallway, they covered their mouths to protect their lungs. Finally, Kevin and Olivia arrived at the elevators, but after smashing the call button a dozen times, Kevin had to accept that they weren't in service. The elevators are broken, he said. You'll just have to take the stairs then. Hurry. Kevin opened the door to the staircase, but Olivia hesitated. What about you? Don't tell me you're going to stay behind and try and take care of this all by yourself. Kevin glanced down the hallway and saw a wall of flames encroaching around the corner. I'm willing to risk my life to save the lab, but that doesn't mean you have to. You need to get out of here while you still can. Without taking her eyes off of Kevin, Olivia slammed the door shut and sharpened her eyebrows. This place means a lot to me too, Kevin. I'm staying here with you and that's final. There's no changing my mind. Assessing the conviction in her eyes, Kevin immediately understood there was no use in arguing with her. "All right, but if things get too dangerous, you have to promise me that you'll try to escape." Olivia nodded her head and agreed. "Fine. Now what should we try to save first, the lab or the gym?" "Neither," Kevin said, shaking his head. "First, we have to make sure everyone's safe. People aren't replaceable. Where's Larry? Do you remember where he was before the fire started?" Olivia searched her memory and tried to remember. "The last time I saw him, he said he was going to the lab, but that was hours ago. He could be anywhere." Aided by his boosted mental sharpness, Kevin quickly developed a plan. "All right, we'll start with the lab and go from there. People are probably trapped all over the building. We have to move fast." Just then, Ethan and Mario turned round the corner and sprinted into the hallway. When Kevin looked over his shoulder and saw them approaching, his heart dropped into his stomach and his blood began to boil with rage. "I should have known the two of you were behind this." Pausing on the other side of the hallway, Ethan threw his head back and laughed. "Sorry, Kevin. I'd say it's just business, but that would be a lie. In reality, I've been looking forward to this for a very long time." Mario scoffed. "Let's see how well your little empire does now. Without your precious herbs and the equipment to refine them, you'll be dirt poor in no time. You're nothing without them." As Mario and Ethan laughed with evil grins, Kevin held up his fists and prepared to fight. "I wouldn't be so sure of that if I were you. I'm going to make sure you regret ever coming here." "Ha ha ha, not so fast, hotshot," Ethan teased. "You don't think we'd come unprepared, did you?" Chuckling with delight, Ethan and Mario pulled out a pair of pistols and aimed them at Kevin and Olivia. Completely unfazed, Kevin didn't so much as flinch. "You think those old things can protect you? I would have expected you to know better than to bring a gun to a martial arts fight." As Kevin stared directly into the barrel of Ethan's gun, his eyes began to glow. Then, in the blink of an eye, a light beam shot out from his pupils and knocked the gun out of Ethan's hand. Taken aback, Ethan gasped as it fell to the floor. Turning to Mario with fear and shock in his eyes, he said, "Come on, Mario. Let's get out of here. Our work here is done." Kevin's eyes began to glow as he prepared for a second shot. "You're not going anywhere as long as I'm around." Suddenly, before Kevin could fire another light beam, Larry Barnes, his other trusted assistant, barged into the hallway from a door that was closer to Ethan and Mario than Kevin and Olivia. Glancing down the hallway, he saw Kevin first and, without noticing Ethan or Mario, approached with a look of relief. "Kevin, Olivia, there you are. I was beginning to worry we'd lost you." "Larry, behind you." Olivia tried to warn him, but it was already too late. Mario charged up behind Larry, wrapped his arm around his neck, and pointed the gun at his head. "Not so fast, little man. Now listen up, Kevin. Here's what's going to happen next. Unless you want your friend here to die, Ethan and I are going to take our leave and rappel down the building. Any funny business and I'll put a bullet in his head. Have you got all of that?" As Mario and Ethan slowly stepped back toward a window, Larry struggled to break out of Mario's grasp, but it was no use. As a burst of energy flooded his system, Larry looked up and shouted, "Forget about me, Kevin. You have to stop these guys. You can't let them get away." Displeased with Larry's outburst, Mario pressed the gun harder against his head. "Enough with the heroics, Larry. I told you how this is going to go, and Kevin is going to be a good boy and stick to the plan. Aren't you, Kevin?" Bringing Mario and Ethan to justice was obviously important to Kevin, but not as important as Larry's life. He knew he had no choice except to back off. Slowly, the glowing lights in his eyes began to fade. "Fine, get out of here. Just leave Larry alone." When Mario's back touched the window, he used his elbow to shatter it. "Almost there, Kevin, my boy. Just give Ethan a moment to set up our escape and we'll be out of your hair in no time." As Ethan reached into his backpack and began assembling a pair of ropes for them to rappel down, Larry winced at the idea of them escaping. "You can't let them escape, Kevin. You have to call their bluff and attack. Don't worry about me." Kevin answered in a strict, commanding voice. "I'd let 1,000 buildings burn before I'd gamble with your life, Larry. Forget it. They may have won the battle, but they haven't won the war." After double-checking his knots, Ethan looked at Mario and nodded. "Time to go, my friend." Staring at the pair of ropes dangling out the window, Olivia suddenly had an idea. Once they start rappelling, she thought, we can cut the ropes and watch them fall to their deaths. Are they really that stupid? As if he had heard Olivia's thoughts, Mario said, "Now I know what you're thinking. Once we hop out the window, what's stopping you from cutting the ropes? Well, lucky for us, we have a little distraction prepared." Ethan pulled out a walkie-talkie and switched it to Channel 3. "We're on the 45th floor. Get yourselves up here now." Suddenly, a helicopter rose up in front of the window, and a dozen secluded valley assassins jumped in, creating a loud burst of shattered glass. With shrouded faces and swords at the ready, they formed a line in front of Ethan and Mario.
"We'll take it from here, boss."
After a fire suddenly broke out in the lab, Kevin and Olivia hurried to save as many people as possible. Unfortunately, Mario and Ethan, who started the fire, took Larry hostage as a means of negotiating their escape. Just before taking their leave, Mario and Ethan called in a team of secluded valley assassins to defend them as they rappelled down the building. As the team of assassins stood in front of Mario and Ethan, ready to defend them at any cost, Mario called out from behind the formation, "Well, Kevin, it's been fun, but I think it's finally time we bid you farewell. Good luck with your new empire. You're obviously going to need it." Without another word, Mario pushed Larry to the side, took hold of his rope, and started to rappel down the building with Ethan. At the same time, the secluded valley assassins burst into action, charging toward Kevin and Olivia in a compact V formation. Gritting his teeth, Kevin turned to Olivia and said, "Olivia, you promised me that if things got too dangerous, you'd get out of here. I think now might be a good time." A trained martial artist herself, Olivia held her ground and refused to leave. "I'm not going anywhere, Kevin. You can't take these guys alone. I'm staying right here." Before Kevin could argue, the first assassin lunged forward with his sword raised high.
"We're gonna teach you a lesson, pill man. Prepare to say goodbye to more than just your building."
Kevin reacted with cat-like reflexes. He sidestepped the strike, allowing the assassin's blade to crash into the wall, sending sparks and flaming debris scattering into the air. Kevin capitalized on the opening, delivering a devastating kick that sent the assassin crashing into the one behind him, their swords clattering to the ground. Meanwhile, Olivia moved with the fluidity of a stream. With a twist of her body, she disarmed an approaching assassin, sending his weapon flying down the hall. Her follow-up strike took him out of the fight with a precise blow to the chest. Dealing with an assassin of his own, Kevin glanced over at her and smiled. "Nice one." Olivia smiled, catching her breath. "Thanks." Meanwhile, the flames roared higher and higher, creating a fiery wall that the assassins dared not cross. Frustrated, one of them darted through the flames and emerged on the other side completely covered in fire. After wailing in pain, he fell silent and dropped to the floor dead. Kevin took a sigh of relief. Well, at least that's one less assassin we have to worry about. The other assassins fumed with anger on the other side of the fire.
"Come on, we have to find a way around."
Following an ambitious leader, they charged through a door in search of an alternate route. At the same time, Kevin whirled around to face an encroaching assassin who was wielding a sword in each hand. Backed into a corner, his options were limited. As the assassin slowly stepped forward, he clanged his swords together and snickered. "Any last words?" Kevin looked up and noticed a depression in the ceiling above them, as if it was about to cave in. All it needed was a little nudge. "Yeah, I've got some last words. How about, don't look up?" Just as the assassin raised his head, Kevin jumped up and hit the ceiling with a powerful punch. The moment he did, the roof collapsed and buried the assassin under a mound of flaming debris. "No!" As their numbers began to dwindle, the assassins became more and more desperate. Pulling together, they launched a coordinated assault, closing in on Kevin and Olivia from all sides. However, Kevin and Olivia had an unspoken understanding. Ready? Ready. Standing back to back, they nodded at one another and began moving in perfect harmony. With a synchronized maneuver, Kevin and Olivia created a whirlwind of destruction. Spinning round and round, their fists struck out like a deadly storm. As the last assassin fell, defeated and gasping for breath, Kevin and Olivia stood victorious in the middle of the fiery hallway. Smoke billowed around them, but they remained unhurt. When he realized that Kevin and Olivia had dealt with the assassins, Larry ran out from his hiding place inside a broom closet and cheered them on.
"Way to go, you guys! You sure showed them who's the boss."
Although relieved to see that Larry was unharmed, Kevin was in no mood to celebrate. "Let's not congratulate ourselves too quickly. Larry, some of them got away and will probably strike again if they get the chance. Moreover, I haven't seen anyone else since the fire started. We have to make sure everyone's safe." Olivia nodded in agreement. "Where is everyone, Larry? Do you know?" Larry tried not to panic. He quickly recalled the sequence of events leading up to the fire.
"The cafeteria. I think they had just gone to lunch when the fire started."
Without hesitating, Kevin flung open a door and started to race downstairs.
"Come on, we don't have much time."
The cafeteria was 3 floors below them, and getting there was a struggle in its own right. Flames swarmed around them, blinding their vision with smoke and making the rails too hot to touch. At the end of a flight of stairs, Kevin turned the corner and nearly fell to his death. Thankfully, Olivia was there to grab his collar and pull him back. Because one of the stairways had collapsed, they were standing at the ledge of a 100-foot drop. Teetering on the edge, Kevin looked back at Olivia and Larry and said, "We have to jump." Kevin went first and cleared the gap without a problem, followed by Olivia, but when Larry jumped, he missed the platform and started to fall. "Help!" At the very last second, Kevin reached down, grabbed his arm, and pulled him up. Convinced he was about to die, Larry struggled to catch his breath.
"Thanks. For a second there, I thought I was a goner."
Kevin smiled. "For a second there, so did I. Come on, we have to get going." After going down another story, Kevin, Olivia, and Larry burst out into another hallway and sprinted to the cafeteria. When they arrived, they looked through the little window on the door and saw the remaining lab assistants huddled in the center of the room, surrounded by a flaming circle of fire. One of them looked up and saw Kevin staring through the window. "Kevin, please, you have to help us." When Kevin reached down to open the door, he immediately retracted his hand because the handle was red hot, leaving a 3-inch burn on his palm. "Looks like the door isn't an option. I'm going to have to bring a wall down." Kevin took a few steps back, preparing to charge through the wall, but Olivia objected. "Wait, Kevin, are you sure? The building structure is already badly damaged. Bringing a wall down could do more harm than good." Peering back into the cafeteria, the circle of flame surrounding the assistants was slowly growing smaller with each passing second. "We don't have a choice. Dangerous as it may be, it's our only option." As Larry and Olivia closed their eyes and covered their ears, Kevin braced himself for impact and charged into the wall as hard as he could. Bursting through to the other side, the entire building began to rumble. But luckily, the cafeteria's ceiling hadn't collapsed. Fixing his gaze on the assistants, Kevin shouted, "Don't worry, I'm going to get you out of here." The flames around the assistants were too high to pass in or out, so Kevin had to search for another solution. Thinking on his feet, he quickly stacked 2 lunch tables on top of each other and thrust them over the flames, creating a bridge for the assistants to walk over. One by one, they each climbed up onto the stack of tables and crossed to the other side of the flames. Once they were all across, Kevin turned to Larry and said, "Larry, get them out of here. I'm going back upstairs." Larry nodded. "Sure thing. All right, people, come with me. The elevators are broken by the stairs this way." Then under his breath, he added, "Hopefully none of them have collapsed." As Larry and the other students filed out of the cafeteria, Olivia stayed behind, You know how this works. I'm coming with you." Kevin didn't put up a fight. At this point, Olivia had proven herself more than capable. "All right, sounds good." Before leaving, Kevin ran to a water cooler in the corner of the cafeteria and hoisted a large jug of water over his shoulders. Olivia didn't have to ask why. It wasn't much, but any amount of water was bound to help. Good idea. After taking a different staircase to avoid the gap, Kevin and Olivia re-emerged on the 45th. Kevin immediately started running toward the lab, but Olivia hesitated. "Kevin, wait. We have an important decision to make here. Should we go after the lab or the gym? We may have only time to save one." Kevin weighed out his options and quickly made a decision. "We have to save the lab. We'll lose years of research and development if we don't. It has to come first." Olivia wasn't so sure. "But without the gym, you'll never be ready for the epic clash in time." "I can find another gym, but some of those herbs are irreplaceable. Come on, Olivia, there's no time to argue." Olivia considered running after the gym herself, but decided to stick around and help Kevin instead. It was his company after all. "All right, I'm coming." When they burst into the lab, the air was scented with the combination of 100 burning herbs. Many of their precious ingredients had already been burned to a crisp, but there were still a few cupboards and drawers that were still untouched by the flames. "Start gathering what you can. I'll get to work on putting out the fire." As Olivia began to stuff her pockets with herbs, Kevin opened the jug of water and used it to pour on the fire. It wasn't much, but he was able to save a collection of flowers that otherwise would have been burned. Before long, Kevin and Olivia's arms were overflowing with herbs, and the fire was moving closer and closer, threatening to box them in. Olivia turned to Kevin with a look of concern. "We have to get out of here, Kevin. It's a miracle we were even able to save this much." Kevin didn't want to accept it, but he knew he didn't have a choice. After grabbing just one more handful of seeds, he and Olivia made their way to the door. Before evacuating the building, Kevin turned back to face his burning lab one last time. "You're going to pay for this, Mario and Ethan. Of that, I can swear." After freeing the lab assistants trapped in the cafeteria, Kevin and Olivia rushed to the lab to save as many herbs as they could. As the flames consumed more and more of the lab, they finally had to accept their losses and find a way out of the building. Before leaving, though, Kevin took one last look at his burning workstation and vowed to get revenge against Mario and Ethan for starting the fire. As Kevin and Olivia raced down the hallway, the fire was growing more and more out of control. Flames were now blocking almost every door, and the smoke was so thick it was nearly impossible to see through. When Olivia let out a loud coughing fit, Kevin turned around and said, "We have to cover our mouths the best we can. Too much smoke will seriously damage our lungs." Olivia regained her breath and nodded. "I know, but it's hard not to breathe." Having collected as many herbs as he could from the lab, Kevin reached into his pocket and handed her a small clump of moss. "Here, eat this. It should help filter out the smoke a bit." Olivia grabbed the moss and quickly swallowed it. Kevin did the same. Once it touched their tongues, the texture became quite slimy, and it tasted a bit like swallowing dirt, but in a moment like this, there was no time to hesitate. Finally, they arrived at the door to the stairs, but it wouldn't budge. "Step back, Olivia. I'm going to break the door down." After taking a few steps back, Kevin hurled himself into the door with all of his strength, and it burst open. However, when they looked inside the stairwell, so many staircases had fallen apart that the escape was impossible. Staring down at the 100-foot drop, Olivia's eyes became wide with shock. "Okay, clearly the stairs are no longer an option. We've never needed a plan B more than we do now." Instead of scrambling to think of a solution, Kevin emptied his mind and waited for one to naturally present itself. Thanks to the mental precision pill, an idea came to him straight away. "We have to get to the roof. With any luck, a rescue helicopter can pick us up from there." Olivia looked up and saw that there were just as many collapsed staircases above them as there were below. "And just how are we going to get to the roof exactly?" Kevin looked back at her with fierce determination in his eyes. Simple. We climb. A few moments later, Kevin used his full strength to force open a pair of elevator doors. Looking down the shaft, he saw that the bottom was completely engulfed in flames. For better or worse, up was their only option. Olivia looked up with worry in her heart. To get to the roof, they'd have to climb about another 10 stories. I don't know about this, Kevin. Are you sure? Kevin took a deep breath before fully committing himself to the plan. It's the only way. You can hang on to my shoulders if you'd like. Here, this ought to help. Kevin reached into his pockets and produced a small vial of red spice. Holding it up to his nose, he inhaled a small amount and handed the vial to Olivia, who did the same. Cambodian root powder. It'll speed up your heart rate and increase the blood flow into your muscles. Consuming these raw ingredients was nowhere near as effective as taking a fully refined pill, but still, they couldn't hurt. After putting the vial away, Kevin braced himself with a deep breath and jumped into the shaft, reaching for the elevator cables that ran all the way up and down. Clinging to the cables, Kevin could already feel his hands beginning to blister from the heat. Past the point of no return, though, he gritted his teeth and pushed through the pain. All right, Olivia, jump onto my shoulders. Taking a few steps back for a running start, Olivia hurled herself into the shaft and leapt onto Kevin's back, wrapping her arms tightly around his shoulders. Slow and steady, Kevin put one hand in front of the other and began to climb. All right, let's do this. Coughing through the smoke, Kevin carried Olivia up 5 stories without any problems, but as he continued to climb, the elevator cable started to tug. Glancing up at the top of the shaft, Olivia saw that the winch, which controlled the cables, was beginning to come loose. Kevin, I don't mean to be a backseat driver, but we really have to hurry. Just then, a bolt popped out from the winch's frame, and they suddenly dropped about 10 feet. Summoning 100% of his strength, Kevin abandoned his slow and steady approach and kicked his body into overdrive. Understood. As strips of the cable began to break, the sound of their snapping echoed through the elevator shaft like broken guitar strings. Moving 2 or 3 times faster than he started, beads of sweat poured down Kevin's forehead as they finally reached the top floor. Now, Olivia, jump! Olivia thrust herself off his shoulders and landed on a small platform only 15 inches or so in width, in front of a pair of elevator doors. Just as the last thread of cable snapped, Kevin jumped to his left and joined her. Completely broken, the cable plummeted to the ground less than a second after he jumped. Before forcing the doors open, Kevin caught his breath and wiped the sweat from his brow. Come on, let's get out of here. Access to the roof was only a few doors down from the elevator shaft. When Kevin and Olivia burst onto the roof, sunshine was a welcome sight as they both heaved in huge, gasping breaths of fresh air. The first thing they heard were the spinning blades of a helicopter. Gazing over the ledge, they saw one dousing the building with water. Hey, up here! SOS! SOS! Being well within earshot, the helicopter pilot looked up with a startled expression on his face. There are people trapped on the roof! Stat! On my way! Once the helicopter hovered up and landed on the roof, the pilot thrust his door open and shouted at Kevin and Olivia to fling themselves into the chopper. After that, he swooped down to the street below and gently landed. A crowd of first responders, police, and firemen were gathered around the building, and as soon as Kevin and Olivia stepped out of the helicopter, a medic wrapped them in an aluminum blanket and escorted them to a safe place to sit down. You two are lucky to be alive. Are you injured? Any burns or bruises? Kevin shook his head. I think we're going to be all right. Thank you, ma'am. Kevin, you're alive! Oh my God, I was so worried about you! After taking a sip of water, Kevin glanced over his shoulder and saw Lily running toward him with tears in her eyes. Having thought that she might never see him again, Lily wrapped her arms around Kevin and squeezed him tight. They told me to be prepared for the worst. Oh, Kevin, I wasn't sure if I'd ever see you again. Kevin looked up at her and smiled. It'll take more than a little fire to keep us apart, Lily. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Her heart bursting with joy, Lily leaned down and kissed him. After using so much strength to fight his way out of the building and feeling momentarily drained mentally and physically, her lips were like medicine. Carrying some more water and a few snacks, Rachel joined them and handed Kevin a protein bar. Here, eat this. It looks like you need it. She handed one to Olivia as well, and they quickly chewed on them. After getting over the shock, Lily desperately wanted answers. What happened? It can't be a coincidence that your lab caught fire just after you launched your company with such great success. Kevin frowned as he remembered who started the latest attack on his empire. Ethan and Mario. That's what happened. I guess they got tired of confronting me directly, so they went after my workspace instead. Olivia and I managed to save a few ingredients, but the gym is gone. I wish I could have done more. Lily lifted his chin and stared into his eyes. You did plenty, Kevin. You got yourself and your friends out of there in one piece. There's nothing more important than that. Just then, Olivia covered her mouth and coughed. When she pulled her hand away, it was covered in black spit. Noticing this, Kevin's eyes widened with concern. Medic! Can we please get a medic over here? As a woman in a light blue jumpsuit rushed over to Olivia's side, she did her best to downplay her condition. I'm fine, Kevin, really. You don't have to worry about me. Taking a look at the black spit, the medic staunchly disagreed. I'm sorry, but this doesn't look good. After inhaling so much smoke, your lungs have been filled with tar. We have to get you to the hospital immediately. Kevin helped the medic lift Olivia onto a stretcher and place her into the back of an ambulance. Olivia was dipping toward unconsciousness, but summoned the strength to whisper to Kevin, You stay with your wife. She needs you now more than ever. Lily appreciated the gesture but disagreed. No, that's all right. You go with her, Kevin. She's a major part of your team, and she needs your support more than I do right now. Kevin nodded. I'll be home as soon as I can. Thanks for understanding, Lily. I love you. I love you too, Lily replied. Then after the medic closed the back door, the ambulance sounded its siren and sped away to the hospital. At the same time, Rachel stood behind Lily with her arms folded over her chest. He sure seems awfully concerned with Olivia, doesn't he? Lily turned around with a confused look. What are you implying? Rachel shrugged her shoulders. All those late nights working overtime, the mutual interests? I'm just trying to look out for you. Are you sure there's nothing going on between them? Lily let out a deep breath and quietly considered Rachel's words. She knew Kevin would never betray her. At least she thought she did. Having battled their way to the roof, Lily and Kevin were rescued by a helicopter in the nick of time. Thankfully, Kevin escaped the burning building without any serious injuries, but his protege, Olivia, was coughing up tar and had to be rushed by ambulance to the hospital. Lily insisted that Kevin accompany Olivia, but Rachel was less enthused, causing suspicion on the true nature of their relationship. Kevin is my husband, Rachel. I trust him completely. Why would you accuse him of cheating on me, especially at a time like this? Lily crossed her arms and looked away with a sour expression on her face. I'm sorry, Lily. I'm only trying to look after you. And besides, I'm not accusing Kevin of cheating. I'm just concerned that, well, maybe they have some unspoken feelings for each other. Rachel tried to speak as gently as she could. She really wasn't trying to rock the boat or stir up some drama for drama's sake. She only wanted to voice her genuine concern. Sensing the care in Rachel's voice, Lily took a couple of deep breaths and calmed herself down. I appreciate your concern, Rachel, but Kevin's a good man. Everything he does is for the benefit of me and our future family. Olivia is just a close friend. She's like a sister to him. Rachel knew better than to push the issue any further, but she couldn't help but hold on to her doubtful feelings. I understand. Just keep an eye out, all right? The last thing I want for you is to get hurt. Lily nodded. Thanks, Rachel. I suppose it couldn't hurt to talk with him about it. Let's get back home now. I want to make sure the place is as comfortable as possible when Kevin returns. Rachel agreed with a soft smile. All right, Let's get out of here. Maybe we can pick up something for dinner on the way back. I know a great ramen place around here." "That sounds nice." As the firemen continued to put out the last remaining bits of the fire, Rachel and Lily got back into their car and headed home. Meanwhile, Olivia's condition had become much worse during her ride to the hospital. By the time they arrived, her breathing was extremely labored, and she had become unresponsive. Kevin held her hand as the medics flung open the doors and lifted her out of the ambulance. "Come on, Olivia, stay with me now. We're almost there." With Kevin running alongside them, the medics rushed Olivia into the emergency room and hooked her up to a heart rate monitor and a mechanical ventilator. Kevin was forced to wait outside as the doctors ran all kinds of tests, but from the outside looking in, it didn't look good. Kevin didn't know what to do with himself while he waited. His palms were sweaty and his heart was beating out of his chest. "I can't lose her," he thought. "If she dies, I'll never be able to live with myself. She has to pull through. I know she can do it." Just then, a pair of sliding glass doors opened and Larry Barnes, rattled after being nearly taken captive but recovered enough to worry about others, rushed down the hallway. "Kevin, how is she doing? I came as fast as I could." Despite his overwhelming concern for Olivia, Kevin was also relieved to see that Larry was not suffering any major effects of the attack on the lab. "It doesn't look good, Larry. The doctors are doing all they can, but she inhaled a lot of smoke. How are you doing? Were you injured at all?" Larry held out his arm, revealing a bandage wrapped all the way around it. "My left arm got burned pretty badly, but in the grand scheme of things, I'd say I got lucky." Kevin winced at the sight of Larry's burn. "I'm sorry, Larry. I should have seen this coming. I should have dealt with Ethan and Mario before they had a chance to do this." Larry put his arm on Kevin's shoulder and looked down at him with warm, sympathetic eyes. "It isn't your fault, Kevin. Ethan and Mario are the only ones to blame. We'll get back to them for this. I'll help you however I can." Larry's words helped soothe Kevin's heart. "Thanks, Larry. You and Olivia are like family to me, if anything ever happened to you guys." Suddenly, the emergency doors swung open and a doctor walked out holding a clipboard. Removing his surgical mask before speaking, the doctor looked at them with remorse in his eyes. "All right, what do you want first? The good news or the bad news?" Kevin let out a heavy sigh. "I think we could really use some good news, doctor." The doctor nodded. "The good news is she survived a horrible ordeal that many others might not have been able to escape with their lives. The bad news is we're going to have to put her into a medically induced coma. The ash in her lungs is clogging the air pathways, and the only way to keep her alive for as long as we can is to slow her breathing down to a crawl." Kevin clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He had really hoped that the good news would be, well, better than this. "How long are we talking, doctor? Weeks? Months?" The doctor chose his next words very carefully. "Well, let's just say the next 24 hours are crucial." Kevin and Larry were speechless. They could hardly believe their ears. 24 hours? That's it? Isn't there something you can do? "I'm afraid putting her in a coma is about the best thing we can do for her at this point. We gave her a recovery pill, one of your own if I'm not mistaken, which kept her hanging on long enough for us to run our tests." Kevin's mind spiraled, desperate for a solution. "Maybe I can refine something that can help. There's got to be something in the lab. I can't just sit around and do nothing." As Kevin stood up and walked away, Larry followed behind him. "I'll come with you." Kevin shook his head. "No, you stay here and look after her. Sit by her side and hold her hand if she's still able to have any of her senses working despite the coma. I want her to know someone is with her." Larry stopped and allowed Kevin to walk out the door. "All right, I understand." With the doctor's permission, Larry stepped into the emergency room, pulled up a chair, and held Olivia's hand. Her eyes were closed and the mechanical ventilator was breathing for her, but Larry spoke as if she could hear. "Don't worry, Olivia. Kevin's going to whip something up that will bring you back in no time. If anyone can do it, it's Kevin Williams. Just hang in there a little bit longer, all right?" By the time Kevin arrived at the lab, the sun was beginning to set. Because the elevators were still not working and the stairwells had mostly collapsed, he chartered a helicopter to drop him off on the roof, and then he rappelled down to the 45th floor. The fire was gone, but the damage it left behind was a terrible sight for Kevin to behold. The walls were black, the floor covered in a blanket of ash, and structural damage like caved-in ceilings and broken walls went on as far as the eye could see. Kevin sighed and muttered to himself, "It's just a building, Kevin. You can always rent out another one. At least everyone got out safely." On his way to the lab, Kevin stopped and took a look inside the gym. Like the rest of the building, it was an absolute mess, so full of ash and debris that Kevin hardly even recognized it. "I can always find another gym. I have more urgent things to take care of first. Olivia's counting on me." After leaving the gym, Kevin finally opened the door to the lab and looked around with both sadness and anger in his eyes. Most of the shelves, which had previously housed an abundance of spice, plants, and herbs, were now covered in nothing but ash and soot. Walking past the main furnace, Kevin saw that it was blackened and waterlogged, but still in one piece. When he turned a knob, a small flame appeared in the furnace's mouth. Like an old friend, Kevin patted the top of it. "Well, at least you're still working, huh? I better check the supply closet. Maybe the fire didn't get past the closed door." When Kevin opened the door to the supply closet, he was relieved to see that at least one shelf had survived the fire. He quickly began sifting through the ingredients, searching for something, anything that might help Olivia's recovery. Silver cat's tail, no. Hungarian fern, no. Crooked cucumber seeds, no. Come on. There has to be something. After poking through everything, Kevin was devastated that he couldn't find anything that would help. Then he suddenly remembered something. What about the secret book the Night King gave me? Maybe there's a recipe in there. Kevin raced to a nearby desk and retrieved the book from inside a closed drawer. He was relieved to find it unharmed, as if the flames and heat couldn't hurt any of its pages. He quickly began scanning through the pages. Finally, Kevin arrived at a page with illustrated lung diagrams. Eureka! This is it! Kevin dropped his finger onto the page and read the first paragraph out loud. To relieve the lungs of ash, follow the recipe for this solvent solution. Kevin quickly ran his eyes along the list of necessary ingredients, relieved that the majority of them were easy to obtain. All except one, a specific kind of volcanic ash that could only be found inside a single volcano in the Hawaiian Islands. Well, Kevin thought, looks like I'm going to Hawaii. Remembering that one of his lab assistants, Amber, was from Hawaii, he quickly pulled out his phone and dialed her number. Hello? Amber, this is Kevin. Olivia is in trouble, and the one ingredient that can save her life is located inside a Hawaiian volcano. I know you're from there, so what do you say? Would you like to come with me and help me find it? Amber didn't need any time to think it over. Her answer was sure and immediate. Of course, Kevin. When are we leaving? Kevin smiled. After so much disaster, things are finally starting to look a little brighter. I'll charter us a private jet right away. See you soon. Kevin knew the word soon couldn't convey the urgency of his task. If he and Amber couldn't get to Hawaii and collect the sample of the ash in time, Olivia would not survive. Though Kevin survived the fire in his lab started by his enemies Mario Kessler and Ethan Williams, Olivia might not be as lucky. Her lungs were charred as she lay in a medically induced coma at the hospital. Kevin decided to take matters into his own hands by creating a new pill to heal her lungs. But he learned that one key ingredient could only be gathered from a remote Hawaiian volcano, where he and lab worker Amber quickly jetted. Can't this thing go any faster? Kevin and the healing arts student Amber, who had been doing brilliant work in his lab for the last couple of weeks, were on their way to Hawaii in a private jet. Amber was from the Hawaiian island of Molokai, the second to last island in the chain and home to about only 8,000 people. The volcano on its west side was Kevin's destination. He had consulted his book from the Night King and found one possible solution: volcanic ash. If he could incorporate this ash into a healing pill, it would target the ash and char in Olivia's body and cancel it out. But only ash from the West Molokai volcano could do this, and only if mixed perfectly with the other herbs and elements in the medication. Getting the ash was the simple part of the process, but it would take the most time. The real complicated steps would come when Kevin had to put everything together using the remains of his destroyed laboratory. This private jet was turning a 9-hour flight into a 6-hour one, but still, as the minutes dripped by, Kevin couldn't help but sweat. Amber was doing her own thing on the other side of the plane, giving him the space to think, but he called her over, eager for a distraction. "What was it like growing up on the island?" he asked her. Amber smiled. She hadn't been home in years, and even though she was only here as Kevin's guide, she was grateful for an excuse to be back on the island she loved. "It was peaceful most of the time. We were raised to care for the land above all else, so most of my time was spent outside, climbing mountains and volcanoes, cleaning up beaches, and cultivating the natural plants that grow on the island. But things got more chaotic and complicated during the tourist months." Kevin felt a little bit guilty. He was only going to the island to borrow some of its resources. "Is it terrible what we're doing? I don't want to make you go against your values by helping me take the ash." But Amber waved him off, smiling. "The ash chokes the land. Any bit of it that you take away will only help. If you want, we can come back again someday and I'll show you where to gather the indigenous herbs. I can identify every plant that grows there, and I got my start in herbalism studying them." Kevin smiled. He had studied herbs from all over the world, of course, but it would be a great experience to harvest them at the source with the help and blessing of the very person who had cultivated them. Maybe when things settle down. Thank you. At long last, their plane landed on a private airstrip in the middle of the island. Amber had arranged for a jeep to take them to the base of the volcano where they would be able to gather lava. They drove over bumpy terrain, Kevin behind the wheel and Amber riding beside him, pointing out the areas she had preserved with her family as a child. "That's Lama. Its name means enlightenment, and it's used for various prayers and mental health treatments. That bunch over there is the state tree of Hawaii. It's not very big, but it's evergreen and it's flowers." They made it to the base of the volcano, and right away Kevin could tell something was wrong. "Amber, I thought you said this was an active volcano." Amber stepped out of the jeep and joined him in front of it. "It is. Why?" "Well, it doesn't seem to be erupting. There's no lava flowing for us to gather." "Right. Well, an active volcano isn't necessarily an erupting volcano. It just means that it erupted recently and will likely erupt again soon," Amber reminded him. Kevin hung his head. Of course, he knew that. In his panic to get the ingredient for Olivia, he had forgotten. This just meant that they would have to approach the mouth of the thing to get the lava they wanted rather than let it flow down to them. "We'll find a way to the top," Amber said encouragingly. Kevin looked around. In front of them was a small touring office. It was more of a shack, really, and someone's head and hat were visible through the tinted window. Beyond the shack, Kevin could see a propeller poking into view. "Hello?" He walked around the structure and laid eyes on a beautiful mini helicopter, just big enough for 2 passengers to squeeze inside. "That'll do." Kevin and Amber rushed toward the bird, but before they could get to it, a young college-age kid popped out of the shack and called, "Where do you think you're going?" The kid had a strong Australian accent, and Kevin figured he was here for school or something, and picking up extra credits guarding the volcano. "I need to rent your helicopter. It's an emergency, I'm afraid. But I'll have it back in a few minutes," Kevin explained. The kid was stunned. "Do you even know how to fly a bird like that? Look at the state of you. You're wearing slacks. You don't know the first thing about this island or that volcano. I can't let you do it, mate." Kevin sighed. He didn't have time to convince this guy or fight him. "I do know how to fly it, but if it would make you feel better, you can drive. I need to get into that volcano." The kid laughed. "Okay, crazy. Why don't you go home and take your meds? Have your nurse tuck you in for the night." He nodded to Amber, who rolled her eyes, not at Kevin, but at this obnoxious kid. Kevin and lab assistant Amber took a private jet to a remote Hawaiian volcano in order to get an ash sample that Kevin could use in a pill that would restore Olivia to health. But after facing down a fresh Australian kid who didn't recognize Kevin, they then had to cope with Kevin's death-defying descent into the volcano itself, from which he barely escaped with his sample as the magma erupted under his feet as he dangled from a helicopter. Back on the private jet, Kevin and Amber weighed the lava Kevin had collected from the volcano. After they had escaped from the volcanic eruption, they dropped off the Australian kid guarding the mountain at a safe distance and paid him for his trouble. The kid stammered out an apology for not recognizing Kevin, who patted him on the shoulder as if to say, "Ah, youth." Then they rushed back to the airstrip, Kevin still wearing only one shoe, the other one lost to the eruption. "Are you okay? That was crazy," Amber asked while they ran through the beautiful forests and fields of Molokai. Kevin's skin had cooled off since nearly being fried in the volcano. The recovery pill he had invented was doing what it did best. "Yeah, I'm okay. Sweaty, but I've been worse." They arrived at the jet and climbed inside, urging the pilot to take off immediately. They still only had a few hours left to save Olivia's life, and she was currently in her medically induced coma, waiting for anything that could fix her charred lungs and damaged airways. Kevin was still worried that he hadn't gotten enough lava. When he had run the numbers on the flight to Hawaii, he decided for his process to be successful, he would need 1,000 grams of liquid lava. He set up a scale he had brought on the flight and leveled it so that the weight of the jar would be taken out of the equation. With great worry, and with Amber watching, Kevin set the jar of lava on the plate. 1,002 grams. "Yes!" he shouted. Amber high-fived him. "You did it! Now what? How do you turn it into a medicine?" Kevin had been working on that plan in his mind too, and he had finally cracked it. "I'll show you back at the lab." The rest of the flight passed in silence. Kevin had a notepad out and he was going over the numbers again and again, figuring out the perfect ratio of ash to the other elements that would go in the pill. He would be borrowing ingredients from his recovery pill plus an element that would react perfectly with the volcanic ash to make it a lotion rather than a scrub. He didn't want to make matters worse for Olivia. Kevin had the math down perfectly the second time, but he kept doing it again and again to double and triple check. Amber got in touch with the other healing arts students that worked in Kevin's lab to make sure that they had all gotten out of the fire safely and were recovering well. "Everyone's safe and ready to return to work when the lab is back up and running," she reported to Kevin. Kevin was grateful for that. Working in a laboratory was always a risky occupation, but this accident hadn't even come from a chemical reaction or faulty furnaces. It was an attack, and Kevin wouldn't have blamed any of the students if they had decided to quit for fear of not escaping the next one. When they arrived in Chicago, Kevin still had Olivia's clock ticking in his head. When he left for Hawaii, they had 24 hours. Now they would be lucky if they had 10. They took the elevator up to their penthouse office, and Kevin was worried that his other brief inspection of the lab might not have revealed all the problems that came from the fire. The firefighters had cleared out, and there was caution tape at the entrance to the building, with a sign warning visitors not to go to the top floor. But beyond that, Kevin and Amber still couldn't tell if all of their equipment would be usable. The carnage was visible, but no worse than Kevin remembered it from his other quick stop before heading to Hawaii. The lobby and private offices were still mostly as they had been, if a bit damp from the water the firemen used to put out the flames. Kevin left Amber at the reception desk with the lava, while he scoped out the lab, wanting to make sure that the structural integrity was still intact before he put her in any danger. The laboratory was largely taped and tarped off, but there was no damage to the floor other than some char ash and rubble. He tested his weight further and further into the lab until he was satisfied that they would be able to reach the necessary equipment and furnace. Then he called Amber to join him. "All right. We need scales, a cast iron beaker, a burner, a hammer, and a large glass bowl, plus a spatula and a bucket of ice water." Amber gathered the supplies while Kevin took the jar of lava and carefully unscrewed the top. The lava had solidified on their journey, but that wasn't a disaster in Kevin's mind. That's what the burner was for. Amber returned and lit the burner for him, then slid the cast iron beaker into place over the top of it. Kevin broke the glass jar and extracted the lava rock, breaking it up into pieces with a hammer, before dropping the shards into the beaker. They watched as the rock turned back into molten lava, and Kevin brought the glass bowl over and flipped it upside down, putting it on top of the entire apparatus, but leaving space at the bottom so that enough oxygen could get in to keep the flame alive. The flames from the now fiery lava tickled the glass surface of the bowl, covering it in smoke and ash. Kevin pulled the bowl off and handed it to Amber, who used the spatula to scrape the ash off the bowl and into a stone cylinder. They repeated the process a dozen times until the lava had been all burned up. It left them with a half cup of volcanic ash, a much larger yield than Kevin was expecting. He added the rest of the ingredients and elements to the stone cylinder and sealed its cap back on. They hooked the cylinder into a microbial sensor, where it spun slowly while the machine identified and eliminated toxic bits from the volcano, as well as any unnecessary properties from the other herbs. Okay, now into the pods. Kevin and Amber uncapped the cylinder and spread the sandy ingredients into molds. And the compressor and furnace, Kevin continued. They fired up the furnace and placed the tray inside. You might want to stand back, he warned, and they both flattened themselves against the opposite wall while the fire in the furnace raged, spitting out little drops of lava as the volcano had. The flames turned white and purple before calming down again and putting itself out. They're ready. Kevin pulled the tray out of the furnace and dumped it out on the lab table. A dozen solid black pills sat before him and he scooped them right into a bottle. No time to admire. Kevin left Amber behind and rushed to the hospital, arriving at Olivia's bedside within the hour. He had done it with 5 hours to spare.
Mr. Williams, you're back.
Olivia's doctor was at her bedside checking her heart monitor readouts when Kevin arrived. I am. I have something that can help her. Please, you have to let me try. The doctor looked past him out to the hallway, then strode over and closed the door.
Normally, I wouldn't let a non-doctor suggest treatment, and I'm definitely not supposed to, but your recovery pill kept Olivia stable long enough for me to put her in the coma in the first place. So I know you make drugs that won't hurt her. Only after realizing that did I discover who you are, Mr. Williams. I am embarrassed that I didn't immediately recognize a great herbalist like yourself. Go ahead, I'll look away.
The doctor snuck out of the room and Kevin pulled the bottle of pills out of his pocket. He placed 2 on Olivia's tongue and poured a small amount of water down her throat. Then, all he could do was wait. Kevin pulled a chair up to her bedside and watched, eyes closed on her, willing her to wake up. Come on, Olivia, come on. At last, Olivia gasped, coughed, and shot up in bed. Kevin patted her back and helped her spit out the extra water, then leaned her back onto her pillows. Kevin? Olivia blinked her eyes open, confused. Thank goodness. It worked. How do you feel? He asked, bending down to her level. I feel fine. I actually feel great. How long was I out? Just a little less than a day. Olivia punched him on the arm. A day? Did you run around for a whole day not training, wasting time trying to save me? What's wrong with you? The epic clash is days away. Kevin took a step back. What? You're welcome. Olivia laughed. I'm kidding, but only halfway. Get out of here, man, I'm fine. But I should stay and make sure you recover, Kevin insisted. Olivia rolled her eyes. Whatever you put in that pill you gave me had plenty of recovery powers. I feel like I could run a marathon. But you need to train. You have the reputation of the Healing Arts School to uphold in this competition, not just your own. Kevin groaned. That was right. And he no longer had a gym to train in. He had radiants peppered throughout the city so they could pop up at any moment to test his abilities, but now he had nowhere to spar without risk of Mario Kessler or Ethan Williams spying on him while he did so. Think, Kevin, think. Where's my nearest ally that will harbor me while I prepare for the clash? Kevin had almost forgotten about the epic clash as he created the pill that saved Olivia. But now that she had recovered, he had to concentrate on a contest that could ruin all he had worked so hard to establish these past few years. If Kevin's enemies conspired to land him in the bottom 10 in the epic clash, it would be the kind of humiliation that his marriage and his life could not recover from. Thanks to the volcanic ash Kevin retrieved from Hawaii, he was able to refine a special pier that cleared Olivia's lungs and jolted her awake. Kevin was relieved, but Olivia reminded him that they had no time to waste. With the epic clash just a few days away, Kevin had to find somewhere else to train, and fast. During his car ride home from the hospital, Kevin continued to brainstorm where he might be able to continue his training. Maybe the Healing Arts School has some extra space I can borrow. After thinking it through, Kevin shook his head and silently answered his own question. No, the Healing Arts School is committed to just that, the healing arts. The last thing they'd want is a fighting gym on their campus. I'll have to think of something else. Kevin looked out the window and saw a towering skyscraper with the for lease sign propped up in front of the entrance. That could work, but it would take at least a few days to fully set up the gym, and I don't have time for that. If I'm going to be prepared for the epic clash, I need to start training ASAP. When the car pulled up in front of Kevin's apartment building, he still hadn't thought of a solution. He stepped out of the car with a sigh. Something will come to me. I just have to be patient. Stepping into his lavish penthouse, Lily was a welcome sight to Kevin. Relaxing on the sofa with a book, she glanced over her shoulder and smiled. Hey, Kevin. How is Olivia doing? Kevin walked over and gave her a kiss. She's going to make a full recovery, but now I've got another problem to deal with. Out of the frying pan and into the fire, as they say. Kevin sat down beside her and took a deep breath. Per her usual, Lily did all she could to support him. What's happened? Tell me about it. Kevin answered as Lily stroked her fingers through his hair. Well, as you know, my fighting gym is nothing more than a pile of ashes now thanks to Mario and Ethan, which means I need to find somewhere else to train. But I'm having trouble figuring out where I should go. Well, it isn't ideal, but maybe I could convince Rachel to free up some space at the hotel. Kevin chuckled. You're sweet to say that, Lily, but the Radiants and I would tear that place up in less than a single fight. We need somewhere with padded, reinforced walls designed specifically for training. Lily let out a soft whimper. I'm sorry, Kevin. I wish I could be of more help. Don't be sorry, Kevin said, lifting her chin. You being here to support me is all the help I need. Don't worry, I know I'll think of something. Just then, Kevin glanced out the window and saw a motionless figure standing outside of his balcony. Just stay here and relax, all right? I'm going to get some fresh air to clear my head. With a gentle nod, Lily returned to her book as Kevin got up and stepped outside. Leaning against the railing, the Night King peered over the city with a stoic, contemplative expression.
So, in need of a new place to train, are you?
Kevin joined him by the railing and nodded. Yes, and I'm getting pretty desperate too. If I don't find somewhere soon, I won't stand a chance in the epic clash. The Night King glanced at Kevin and then returned his gaze to the city.
The Myriads have a new compound in Nashville. It could be the perfect place.
Kevin took a moment to stew on the idea. The Myriads are tricky. Their leader, Brett Stewart, will probably welcome me in, but not for free. Favors are always conditional with him. They'll definitely want something in return. The Night King was slow to answer. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. True, but I don't see any other options. Do you? No, Kevin replied. I don't. Staring into the distance, Kevin saw the scorched remains of his old building. Windows were smashed, entire floors missing, and the whole thing was speckled with ash. This is all Mario and Ethan's fault. If they hadn't burned down my building, we wouldn't be in this mess. The Night King looked at Kevin with a raised eyebrow. True, but it does no good to shake our fists at the past. What's done is done, and all we can do now is set our sights on repairing the future. Go to Nashville, Kevin. The next leg of your journey begins there. When Kevin finally pulled his eyes off the burnt building, the Night King had already vanished. Heeding his advice, Kevin stopped focusing on the past and accepted what he had to do next. I can't waste any more time. I'll hop on a plane right away. As he stepped back inside, Lily looked up at Kevin with inquisitive eyes. Well, any ideas? Kevin nodded as he went into the bedroom and started to pack up a suitcase. Lily followed. I'm going to Nashville to train at the new Myriad compound. They'll probably want something in return, but at this point, I don't have a chance. Lily felt a slight pang of disappointment dash through her heart, but her support for Kevin was unconditional. I understand. Just promise me you'll be careful, all right? The last thing you need is to make more enemies. Kevin chuckled as he zipped up the filled suitcase. I'll do my best. Oh, and one more thing. My charities gala is coming up. You can't miss it, Kevin. It's going to be amazing. Nicole Sawyer is going to be there. Kevin wrapped his hand around the back of Lily's head and gently scratched the nape of her neck. I wouldn't miss it for the world, darling. Don't worry. I'll be back in time, I promise. With that, they kissed farewell and Kevin headed out the door. And don't forget to call me every now and then. Later that afternoon, Kevin landed in Nashville and took a private car to the Myriad compound. It was located on the outskirts of the city, tucked away in a forest at the end of a long dirt road. Brett Stewart's office was on the top floor of a sleek building, with a window that overlooked the front entrance. Gazing down from above, he saw a car pull up and watched as Kevin stepped out of it. Well, what do we have here? The most famous herbalist in all of Chicago has come to Nashville. This ought to be interesting. The moment Kevin stepped out of the car, 2 guards rushed toward him with pointed swords. Stop right there. This compound is private property. It's off limits to the public. Turn back now or we'll be forced to attack. Kevin could sense that their power bases were highly cultivated, but still weaker than his own. If he wanted to, he could easily defeat them. But not wanting to get off on the wrong foot, he raised his hands and complied. I don't want any trouble. My name is Kevin Williams and I'm a friend of Brett Stewart. Can one of you go and get him for me? The 2 guards looked at each other and sneered. We don't care who you are. We have strict orders to not allow anyone inside. No exceptions. Just as they were about to charge forward and attack, a loud voice echoed out from inside. Boys, please, don't you know a legend when you see one? This man is one of the best herbalists in the entire world, and what you might not realize is that he's an enforcer in the Myriads and outranks you. Challenging Kevin Williams to a battle would be highly unwise. You could only hope to match his power levels one day. Brett Stewart had to make it clear to his underlings that Kevin was an honored guest at their compound. After all, Brett knew that much of his success was owed to his old friend's support. After berating his underlings, he gave Kevin his charismatic smile. Hello, Kevin. It's wonderful to see you again. Brett's sentiments were genuine, and even the guards now saw that Kevin was no threat to the Myriads. He was an exalted member of a high rank. The guards lowered their swords and returned to their posts. Pretty well fortified place you got here, Kevin said. Is this how you treat all your visitors? Brett chuckled. You can never be too careful. You of all people should know how important it is to make sure your base is well defended. Kevin raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? I heard about the tragic fire that took out your building. Such a shame, really. I'm terribly sorry for your loss, Kevin. I hope no one was hurt." Brett's voice had a sincere, apologetic tone. Kevin crossed his arms and got straight down to business. "Well, if you know about the fire, then I bet you can guess why I'm here." Brett nodded his head with a slight grin. "Of course. You're looking for a new place to train, are you not? With the Epic Clash coming up, you are going to need all the practice you can get." "Well then, what do you say?" Kevin asked. "Will you allow me to train in your gym?" Brett threw out his arms in a gesture of welcome. "Of course you can. You're welcome here anytime, Kevin. You know that." Kevin wasn't buying it. "What's the catch?" "No catch," Brett replied. "Although it is common courtesy for friends to help each other out when they get the chance. I wonder, how is it that you may be able to help us, Kevin?" "What do you want?" Kevin asked impatiently. Brett responded with a laugh. "No need to put such a fine point on it, Kevin. This isn't a negotiation, it's just two friends considering how they might be able to help each other. Hey, I know. Why don't you lend us some of those renowned herbalist skills of yours? We could really use a few of those power pills of yours." Kevin was hesitant to start handing out power pills. With such incredible power, the pills came with enormous responsibility, and Kevin couldn't trust them in the hands of just anyone. "And if I refuse?" "Well, by refusing, you'd be signaling to me that we aren't such good friends after all, and I'm afraid I'd have no choice but to ask you to leave. But I really don't want to do that, Kevin. So what do you say? Can't we come to some kind of friendly agreement?" Kevin took a deep breath and weighed out his options. With the Epic Clash just days away, he really didn't have much of a choice but to agree to Brett's terms. Even though Kevin did make a mental note that Brett seemed to be forgetting that his position as the head of the Myriads came about thanks to a great degree to Kevin's intervention. Kevin hoped that this was just a temporary lapse on Brett's part. "Fine, I'll see what I can do. But only after the Epic Clash. I can't afford to waste any more time." Brett smiled and clapped his hands together. "Wonderful. I'm glad we're such close friends, Kevin. That's what friends do, you know. They help each other out. Now come with me and I'll show you around." Kevin barely had time for a tour of the Myriad's new compound. The Epic Clash was no more than a few days away, and the fate of Kevin's empire depended upon his success in it. Every moment wasted could push him and his family toward catastrophe. Heeding the Night King's advice, Kevin headed to Nashville to train at a compound owned by the Myriads. The leader of the Myriads, Brett Stewart, tried to mask his intentions in a friendly conversation, but he basically told Kevin that he could only train with them if he agreed to refine some power pills for the Myriad forces after the Epic Clash. Out of options, Kevin had no choice but to agree. Following Brett into the compound, Kevin was immediately blown away by its sleek design. Having been built just a few weeks ago, the building had a very modern feel to it. Doors opened automatically, digital message boards were displayed around every corner detailing everyone's schedules, and the hallways were sparkling clean. Noticing Kevin's wandering eyes, Brett asked, "So, what do you think of the place? Pretty amazing, right?" Kevin agreed. "You've really outdone yourself, Brett. Everything is in tip-top shape. I'm mostly just interested in the gym, though. Are we almost there?" Kevin was trying to conceal how eager he was, but Brett could sense his friend's focus. "It's just around this corner." Finally, Brett and Kevin arrived at a heavy metal door and stepped into the gym. Kevin could tell right away that it was everything he hoped it would be. The room was the size of a football field with ceilings that reached almost 100 feet up. The walls were padded and had all kinds of weapons hanging from them to practice with. Brett crossed his arms and smiled. "I think you should find everything to your liking." Kevin nodded. "It's perfect, Brett. Thanks again for letting me train here. I'll do my best to make it up to you." "I'm sure you will, Kevin. I'm sure you will." When Brett clapped his hands together, a pair of fighters sparring in the center of the room immediately stopped and turned toward him. "Listen up, everyone. I'm sure you've all heard of the talented Kevin Williams, the winner of the most recent Herbalist Society competition and an enforcer in the Myriads. Well, he's going to be our guest for a while, so you make sure he feels right at home. For the next few days, he's in charge down here. So do what he says and lend him a hand if he needs it, will you?" The Myriad warriors glared at Kevin with apprehensive faces. They had been initially wary of this intruder who had shown up at their remote and supposedly secret compound, but after Brett informed them of Kevin's identity and his role as an enforcer, they had to change their attitudes. The warriors were not eager to be in Kevin's presence and watch his powers at work.
"Whatever you say, boss,"
said one of the awestruck fighters. Brett clasped his hands behind his back. "All right then. Well, I've got some other business to attend to, so I'll leave it to you, Kevin. Play nice now, everyone." As soon as Brett left the gym, one of the Myriad warriors turned to Kevin.
"Explain to us how we can best help you. We know our levels are not nearly as great as yours."
Kevin answered while slipping into his fight suit. "I'm here to train for an upcoming competition. That ought to be enough information for you. You have power in numbers even though I outrank you. Now, who wants to fight me first?" The Myriad warriors glanced around at each other and stood in silence until one of them stepped forward wielding a pair of daggers. "I'll give it a shot. Let's see what you're made of, newcomer." Kevin took a deep breath, centering himself, and then launched himself forward with blinding speed. His first strike was a powerful roundhouse kick aimed at the Myriad warrior's head. But the Myriad warrior parried the attack with one dagger while simultaneously lunging forward with the other. The razor-sharp edge of the dagger whistled through the air, narrowly missing Kevin's throat. The crowd gasped in unison. Kevin had barely managed to evade the deadly strike by ducking and rolling to the side. He sprang back to his feet, his face brimming with determination. "Not bad," Kevin said. The Myriad warrior whirled his daggers around in a stunning display of proficiency. "As a Myriad enforcer yourself, Mr. Williams, you should not be surprised to find that we won't back down even when facing a foe of possibly greater skills. We accept nothing but the very best from ourselves." The Myriad warrior wasted no time, launching into a relentless flurry of strikes. His daggers blurred in the air, attacking from multiple angles. Kevin defended against each strike with sharp precision. He blocked, parried, and sidestepped the barrage of attacks, moving with a swiftness that was mesmerizing to watch. With a sudden burst of speed, Kevin closed the distance between them. His fists clenched as he unleashed a rapid series of punches and kicks. The Myriad warrior managed to deflect most of the blows, but Kevin's fast-moving assault kept him on the defensive. In a desperate move, the Myriad warrior executed a dazzling spin, creating a defensive whirlwind with their daggers. Kevin was momentarily disoriented by the spinning blades, but he quickly regained his focus, ducking low and sweeping his leg in a low kick that took the Myriad warrior off balance. The Myriad warrior stumbled, and Kevin seized the opportunity. With lightning speed, he raced forward and disarmed him, sending his daggers clattering across the gym floor with a single swipe. The Myriad warrior looked up at Kevin with a mixture of respect and defiance. "I can see that your levels have increased even beyond what could be learned in a Myriad compound, Mr. Williams." Kevin nodded, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. "There is always more to be learned. Perhaps we can learn from each other." As the spectators erupted into cheers, Kevin helped the Myriad warrior to his feet. "Now, who'd like to go next? Let's get 2 or 3 of you up here this time." Meanwhile, in Washington, D.C., Dalton was still on a mission to investigate any cheating that might be taking place in preparation for the epic clash. He had successfully planted hidden microphones in the homes of the 3 biggest pharmaceutical families in D.C., the Smarts, the Bateses, and the Raffertys. For days he had listened in on their conversations but hadn't heard anything about cheating so far. Just as he was about to leave to go get a cup of coffee, he heard Jonathan Smart's voice come through his headphones.
Have we figured out what we're going to do about Kevin Williams yet? Our sales have dropped 10% since he released that new recovery pill of his. The last thing we need is for him to win the Epic Clash and become even more powerful."
Dalton leaned forward in his chair and turned up the volume. The next voice he heard belonged to Jonathan's brother, Harold Smart.
"It's simple, Jonathan. All we have to do is recruit him onto our team and match him against someone he doesn't stand a chance against. Then, when he inevitably loses, he'll have his herbalist skills taken away and he'll no longer pose a threat to our empire."
Dalton gasped. Finally, he was getting the secret information he was after.
"I don't know," Jonathan continued. "The kid's pretty powerful. Are you sure there will be someone who can beat him?"
Dalton heard Harold chuckle.
"Trust me, there's always a bigger fish, Jonathan. The Epic Clash will attract herbalists from all over the world. People no one has ever even heard of before, experts who have been practicing for decades. Someone will be able to beat him, I guarantee it."
Through his headphones, Dalton heard one of them pop open a bottle of liquor and pour 2 glasses.
"To the downfall of Kevin Williams and the long-lasting success of the Smarts."
The glasses clinked and the 2 men started to laugh. Dalton threw off his headphones with a shocked expression on his face.
"I have to tell Kevin straight away."
He immediately whipped out his cell phone and dialed Kevin's number. After ringing a few times, it went to voicemail.
"Dang it. Come on, Kevin. This is important."
Back in the gym, Kevin was finishing up a day's worth of training with the Myriad Warriors. He was currently facing 4 of them at once. "Come on, give me your best shot." At first, the Myriad Warriors were hesitant to accept Kevin into the fold despite Brett Stewart's assertions, but after he displayed some of his expert martial arts skills, they were eager to watch and learn. One of the challengers rushed toward Kevin with a sturdy baton. When he took a swing at him, Kevin blocked the blow with his forearms and knocked the challenger to the ground with a sweeping kick to his ankles. The next 2 approached him at once, one wielding a sword and the other tucked behind a riot shield. Kevin quickly sidestepped the swordsman's attack and focused on the fighter behind the riot shield. After landing a punch against the shield, it knocked back and stunned the warrior, giving Kevin an opportunity to leap over her and pin her to the ground with a heavy stomp. Now that the riot shield was out of her hands, Kevin picked it up and used it to advance against the swordsman. With a shield to block his attacks, his sword was all but useless. Finally, Kevin rammed the shield into the swordsman's chest and knocked him to the floor. Turning to the final attacker, Kevin hurled the shield at him and took him out with a single move. Afterward, he glanced out a window and saw that it was getting dark. Kevin put his hands on his hips and addressed the crowd. "All right, everyone, that's enough training for one day. I'll meet you all back here in the morning." With enthusiastic nods, the Myriad soldiers filed into the locker room and changed out of their fight suits. When Kevin retrieved his belongings from his locker, he noticed that he had 5 missed calls from Dalton. "Seems pretty urgent," he thought. Before even changing out of his flight suit, Kevin gave Dalton a call.
"Hello?"
"Dalton, it's me. I'm guessing you have some pretty important news."
"I sure do, Kevin. My investigation in Washington has finally paid off. The Smarts are conspiring against you. They want to recruit you onto their team and set you up against an unbeatable foe."
Kevin chuckled. "I knew they were up to something. Not to worry, Dalton. Unbeatable foe isn't part of my vocabulary." Kevin's training at Brett Stewart's Nashville compound, where he had relocated his Myriads troop, went well. The Warriors were initially unsure of Brett's assertions that Kevin was a famous herbalist and Myriad enforcer, but his skills proved their suspicions to be wrong. After a successful scrimmage session, Kevin heard the news he'd expected from his spy Dalton. The Washington pharmaceutical factions were plotting to cheat in order to undermine Kevin in the upcoming Epic Clash. "So Harold Smart is setting me up," Kevin thought. He knew, of course, that Harold would try to recruit him into a partnership for the Epic Clash, But knowing Harold would then turn it around to get Kevin's guard down before attempting to destroy him was just the kind of thing one could expect from that family. The Smarts were one of the old money DC pharmaceutical families, and while they had never been Kevin's biggest fans, Kevin thought that there was at least a respect there. Now that Kevin had a company of his own, however, he posed a more direct threat to their empire, and it only made sense that, no matter how evil and immoral, this was their plan. He responded to Dalton, "You've done a great job. Thank you for your intel. I need to start strategizing against this plan and get back to training. Why don't you go back to Chicago? I would feel more comfortable knowing you were there keeping an eye on Lily. She has her Radiance Guard, but after what happened at my lab and gym, we can't be too careless. As a matter of fact, would you mind looking in on the office as well? The fire department might be clearing out the rest of the debris, but when they're done, we need to start rebuilding as soon as possible. I'll have Olivia coordinate with you about replacing the lab equipment and the training gym equipment." Dalton hung up without another word. It embarrassed Dalton that just a few weeks ago he thought Kevin had lost trust in him, but he realized that Kevin was juggling a lot and had a great weight on his shoulders with the upcoming Epic Clash. That Kevin took the time to thank Dalton personally meant a lot to him. Despite his grizzled background, he did have feelings that could be hurt. The guilt he held in his heart about the evil actions he had taken against Kevin when he thought Kevin was no longer his friend was just starting to wane. Their friendship would never be threatened again. The evening was closing in, and Kevin spent another hour sparring with the Myriad fighters before putting in a few hours training solo. He went through his weight routine, maxing out all of his reps, which took a long time given how strong he was lately. The power pills and the recovery pills were hard at work in his body still, but along with them, his mental precision pill was doing wonders for his discipline and urging his body to keep going when it wanted to rest. Thoughts came to mind when he felt weak or tired. If you engage these muscles, the strain will lessen on those muscles. You've done 16 so far. Treat the last 4 like a cool down and they won't seem so difficult. He was truly mastering control over his body for the first time. Is this how people feel when they meditate until they reach nirvana? Is this what the master yogis were working so hard to achieve? Full mind-body unity is unlike anything I've ever felt. Later that night, Kevin made himself go up to his room to try and get some rest. He knew he wouldn't be very useful with no sleep, and as much as it pained him to not be in the gym taking advantage of every second he could be spending training for the Epic Clash, his mind and body were both telling him to invest in rest. Kevin pulled off his clothes and sat down on his bed, staring at the duffel bag he'd packed in the corner. This new Myriad house that Brett had found was nice, and though Kevin's borrowed room was small, it was cozy and comfortable. Surely with the window open and the warm Nashville breeze floating in, he would be able to get a good night's sleep. But there was something nagging at his brain. All of these competitors he was about to face in the Epic Clash were teaming up against him. Fine, that was to be expected, and Kevin had trained and refined excellent supplements to keep him alive and in the top 10. But he was hung up on the principle of the thing. Why should inferior herbalists be able to cheat their way to the top? Why were there no standards and practices in place to keep this kind of thing from happening? Kevin wasn't naive. He knew that every institution had corruption, and he was the first person to say the Herbalist Society had gaps in its ethics. Considering that Kevin had been on the wrong side of Vincent Reeves's and Earl Mathis's amoral impulses were proof of that. But it wasn't right. I wonder if I can make some sort of truth-telling pill that could force the cheaters to confess their plans to the judges. If they want to cheat, they should have to face disqualification or at least a point deduction. They're probably careful enough to not get caught. I'd need to make them give a clean confession. Kevin got up and rifled through his bag for his secret book. This guide had been with him for most of his herbalism journey ever since the Night King and Leo Hayes had given it to him.
and it hadn't let him down before. There had to be some rare herb or existing pill that made people give up their secrets. He brought the book back to his bed and started carefully leafing through its pages. The margins of every page were crammed with notes from Kevin and from the Night King, as well as every other herbalist who had referenced this text in the past. It was Kevin's Bible, and it had to have something that could help him. Kevin made it through every element and herb page without seeing any reference to a truth serum, and in a last-ditch effort, decided to look at the pages of notable formal herbalists to see if anyone had worked on such a project before. Finally, he got a clue. Malachi Turner, chief herbalist, 1799 to 1891. Turner's greatest contribution to the craft of herbalism was the discovery of varibarbitol, a property of the kava shrub native to New Zealand. The latter half of his life was dedicated to extracting varibarbitol and condensing it into a jewel of truth. Consuming the jewel would cause any man to spill all of his worldly secrets within minutes. A note had been left in the margins by a former owner of the book that read, "It's like a philosopher's stone, but instead of causing eternal life, it acts as a truth serum. It's likely that the jewel was a shiny rock that resembled an emerald." Another note followed that one up, in newer and different handwriting. No one has ever proved that he succeeded in creating the jewel of truth. His work was shut down by the corrupt herbalist society who didn't want this truth serum used on them. It seems they have secrets they want to keep. And below that, one more note had been added, this time in handwriting that Kevin recognized as belonging to the Night King.
Varibarbitol is a barbiturate that makes the user feel sedated and hypnotized. Only with expert herbalism methods could it be turned into an effective truth serum. Alone, it would only make a person feel very drunk. But if anyone could transform it into a jewel of truth, it would be Malachi Turner. Well, that settled it. He needed to find this Malachi Turner and ask him for some varibarbitol or for the jewel of truth itself, if Malachi had indeed succeeded in creating such a thing. It doesn't surprise me that the heads of the Herbalist Society would shut down any herbalist who would make them spill their secrets. I don't think many of us trust them all the way. But this guy was the chief herbalist. Surely he could have continued his work in secret. I have a good feeling about this. I just have to find him. Kevin turned back to the book to look for any hint of where Malachi Turner lived, or if he was indeed alive. He had been chief herbalist over 100 years ago. Herbalists had, since the beginning of the craft, been using their skills to extend their lifetimes. Kevin could only hope Turner was such an herbalist. Malachi Turner was appointed chief herbalist after he proved his dedication to the craft to the Southern Herbalist Society branch that oversaw every territory south of the Ohio River. Kevin clapped a hand to his forehead. Of course, this was 1799. The United States was very different back then. There were only 16 states in the Union, and the western half of the country was still owned by the French. They wouldn't have had so many chapters of the society like today. Kevin could name 10 chapters in Chicago alone these days. Turner could have lived absolutely anywhere in the American South. Kevin checked his watch. It was 2 a.m. He wanted to leave now to bang on the door of the nearest Herbalist Society chapter and demand information on this Turner guy, but no one would be there. Instead, he resolved to wake up Brett Stewart. He crept over to Brett's room and entered, poking him in the shoulder. What is it? Brett awoke with a start. Kevin felt a little bit bad for startling him, but this was urgent. What do you know about Malachi Turner? Brett rubbed his eyes, frustrated. What are you talking about, man? What time is it? Doesn't matter. This is an emergency. An emergency? Brett leapt up, striking a battle-ready pose. Kevin rolled his eyes. I don't mean that kind of an emergency. Sit down. I need help finding Malachi Turner. He was the chief herbalist of the Herbalist Society from 1799 to 1891, and I think he was from the South. Have you ever heard of him?
Brett flopped back onto his pillow, now seriously annoyed. I'm sure he's really cozy in his grave next to George Washington and Harriet Tubman and every other significant American in history. Go back to bed, Kevin. You're overworking yourself. In the morning, I'll take you to the Nashville chapter and you can do your research. Kevin wanted to come up with another argument to make Brett see the urgency here, but before he could, Brett started to snore again. And Kevin knew he was right. He went back to bed, forcing his head down onto his pillow, thinking, gosh, I hope this dude is alive. Kevin never doubted his skills, but knowing that so many of his enemies were aligning in Washington, D.C. to undermine him, the epic clash didn't allow him to sleep soundly. He would need an edge to win that did not include cheating like his foes. He would win through the truth. After learning from his spy, Dalton Steele, that the pharmaceutical factions in D.C. were going to align to cheat in the upcoming epic clash, Kevin set out to find a formula for a truth-telling potion that his research indicated had once been attempted by a former chief herbalist of the Herbalist Society, one Malachi Turner. Intent on finding him and the potion's formula and ingredients became Kevin's new grail. Unsurprisingly, Kevin hardly slept a second. He spent the night tossing and turning, getting up to double-check something in his book, and forcing himself back into bed to try to sleep again. He had found it. The one chance he had at making his scheming enemies confess to their cheating before the epic clash began, so they would get disqualified from the battle. Kevin had worked hard and with honor to become the best fighter and herbalist he could be, and he couldn't stand to think that other people would ascend to the upper realm if they didn't deserve it. The Jewel of Truth was just a legend. It was true. But if there was any chance that Malachi Turner was still alive and keeping his life's work away from the eyes of the Herbalist Society, Kevin had to find him. He finally gave up on getting any rest by 7 in the morning, and he went back to Brett's room to wake him up again and bring him to the Nashville chapter of the Society. But Brett's bed was empty. Kevin found him instead downstairs with a bowl of cereal in one hand and a cell phone in the other. "Hey, buddy, did you get any sleep?" Brett asked. "No. Did you?" "I was actually sleeping great until some crazy person shook me awake at 2 in the morning asking about ancient herbalists." Brett joked, putting his empty bowl in the sink. He waved his phone at Kevin. "I just got off the phone with the Nashville chapter. They're willing to meet with you now as a courtesy because you've shown such promise as an herbalist ahead of the epic clash. But a word of advice, don't tell them you're looking for Turner. I don't know what you're planning, but Turner was the first chief herbalist to step down by force. People usually hold that title until they die. My guess is that the society doesn't remember him favorably." Kevin sighed. "How am I supposed to get the information I need if I can't tell them what I'm looking for?" Brett rolled his eyes. "You're a creative guy. You'll figure something out." They arrived at the Nashville chapter 30 minutes later. Kevin jumped from the car before Brett even stopped driving. "Do you need me to come in?" Brett called, rolling his car window down. Kevin just waved him off. "No, don't wait up. I'll find my way back." He walked up to the door of the small storefront labeled Cheryl Apothecary. Kevin knew sometimes the chapters would disguise their offices as shops or banks or something that the average passerby wouldn't notice, but he had never seen them be so bold as to advertise herbal remedies and crystals and potion ingredients on their front door. The door chimed as he entered the shop, and his nostrils were immediately filled with warm, dusty air that smelled like dry wood. This place must have been here since before Tennessee was a state, which told Kevin he was on the right track. "Can I help you?" A young woman stood behind the counter, bleary-eyed from the early hour, nursing a mug of coffee in one hand. She was wearing a heavy cloth dress and a beaded shawl, and Kevin thought she looked exactly like the type of person to work in a modern-day apothecary. Behind her, shelves glittered with crystals and minerals. Yeah, my name is Kevin Williams, and I'm here to speak with the Society." I'll take care of him, Marjorie.
The man stepped out from a door behind the counter, and when he spoke, a lost gaze fell over the young woman's eyes, like she had been hypnotized. The man stepped out from behind the counter and eyed Kevin.
You say you're here for the society. Who told you of such a thing?
The man asked. Kevin was more concerned about what had just happened to the shopkeeper. Is she okay?
She's all a part of the facade of our chapter. She doesn't know what lies behind this room any more than you should. When we speak about society matters, we put her in this passive state so that she will not remember anything she hears.
Kevin looked back at Marjorie, not loving the ethics of this practice. Right. Well, I need to talk to you about something. I believe Brett Stewart told you I was coming. The man looked Kevin up and down once again.
And you are?
Kevin Williams. The man scoffed.
Yeah. Okay. Sure you are, pal.
Kevin looked down at himself, unsure what was so unbelievable about that. He was wearing his usual jeans and t-shirt look. He thought it best not to call attention to himself when he was traveling, but the man before him wore a sharply tailored suit, and Kevin remembered how the Herbalist Society liked to try and one-up each other in every way, fashion included. Not to mention, Kevin still had a big white scar across his face from the goon Jake Morris had sent after him. He probably looked shabbier than usual, but he hadn't looked in a mirror in a while. I am.
You're nothing but a little ant of a man. If you're an herbalist, I'll eat my hat.
Kevin didn't want to fight this guy. How could he prove himself without knocking his perfectly shined shoes off? He looked around the office for something to help him. Maybe he could whip up a remedy with the supplies the fake apothecary had on sale, but he quickly realized that nothing here was fresh or very potent. And whatever his experiment yielded, it wouldn't prove Kevin was the Kevin Williams. But then, in the corner of his eye, he spied a magazine with his face on it atop a stack for sale at the counter. What the? Kevin walked over to the counter. Marjorie didn't seem to notice that he had approached. He picked up the magazine. Whole Healing Monthly. It looked like someone had written a story on his company after their recovery pill hit the market and was a huge hit. The picture of Kevin was an old one. It looked like they had found it from looking him up on the internet and seeing a headshot from some student ID card in college. But it was still him. He held the magazine up next to his own face and tried to imitate the shy smile. See? The man who was just judging him so harshly paled. He tensed up and his eyes went wide.
Mr. Williams, of course, I should have known it was you. I'm so sorry for the mistake. Come with me.
Kevin dropped the magazine, satisfied, and with one last apologetic look at Marjorie, he followed the man behind the counter and through the door. He was led through a tunnel into a reception room. This office looked much more modern than the apothecary it was hiding behind, and Kevin admired the sleek-looking laboratory they passed on their way to the man's own office. It was time for Kevin to get the information he needed on the old chief herbalist Malachi Turner, and Kevin still had to be polite and careful. The society hated Turner for his work on the Jewel of Truth, the exact thing Kevin wanted to find.
So, Mr. Williams, welcome to Nashville. My name is Jack Lancaster. I'm this chapter's head officer. What can I do for you today?
Kevin started spinning his tail on the spot. It's a pleasure to meet you, Jack. I'm in town to do some research on the cultivation of herbs native to the southern states. I'm particularly interested in discoveries made on the land in the 18th century. I was wondering if I could review your records of the chief herbalists and other notable inventors of the time, so I may get a comprehensive idea of the herbs they trademarked. It was a little clunky, but Kevin was satisfied with his excuse. Jack, on the other hand, didn't seem to buy it. He raised an eyebrow and leaned forward toward Kevin.
Aren't you getting ready to compete in the epic clash, sir? Forgive me, but I cannot in good conscience waste your last few hours of training time with some dusty old books about our lineage.
Kevin knew Jack was right, which is why he couldn't waste a moment longer. A good herbalist fighter is as well-rounded mentally as he is physically. Jack sighed.
Right you are, sir. Unfortunately, we don't keep any records in this office. Most of the archives are kept at the broader regional offices, but if you're in a pinch, there's always the Turner Museum."
Kevin's ears perked up. "The what?"
"The Turner Museum. A few herbalist historians turned Malachi Turner's Nashville home into a museum a while back. A few of his notebooks are on display, but mostly it's just like touring anyone's home. It's the man these tourists are interested in, not so much his individual discoveries."
Kevin could feel his heart start to race. Not only had Malachi Turner lived right here in Nashville, but his house was preserved as it was when he moved away. That would be wonderful. Thank you. How long did he live there? Kevin was hoping Turner had been in the home during the time he had been trying to forge the Jewel of Truth. Maybe he had left behind some notes or some hint if he'd ever succeeded, and where he and the jewel were now. Jack scribbled the address down on the back of a business card and slid it to Kevin.
"He lived there until he died."
Kevin had a lot of bad luck in his life, and a great deal of good luck. But this latest turn of fate was perhaps the greatest bit of good luck that had ever happened in his lifetime. Kevin approached the Malachi Turner Museum trying to stay optimistic. He had just come from the Nashville chapter of the Herbalist Society where he had learned that Turner himself was dead, but that his home had been preserved as he left it, and had become a museum for herbalism tourists to visit while in town. After a long night of research, Kevin had discovered that Turner was a chief herbalist over 100 years ago, who was at odds with the Herbalism Society for his work on something called the Jewel of Truth, a gemstone made of concentrated varibarbitol, a truth serum. If Kevin could get his hands on the jewel, or at least find if Turner had ever managed to collect enough varibarbitol to make it, he could get his competitors in the epic clash to admit their cheating plans to the judges before they all entered the arena. This would strip Kevin's enemies of their herbalist powers for good, secure his top spot, and ascend him to the upper realm. The door was unlocked, and Kevin entered into what would have been Turner's sitting room, which was now a waiting room for the museum. The furniture all looked old enough to have been here since the late 1800s, and a desk sat in front of the fireplace where a bored young herbalist signed people in for the next tour. "Name?" the young herbalist asked. "Kevin Williams," Kevin replied. The herbalist didn't seem to recognize him, but scribbled Kevin on a sticky name tag and peeled it off its backing for Kevin to place on his chest. "The tour leaves in 3 minutes. Have a seat." Kevin did as he was told, choosing a dusty-looking armchair in the corner. 2 herbalists in their mid-30s sat on a couch across from him, their young daughter between them, bouncing up and down on the cushions. 3 other adult herbalists milled around the room, also waiting for the tour to start. Finally, a woman around Kevin's age came out from a door next to the fireplace. A quick glance into the next room to Kevin, she had been waiting in the kitchen for her time to come. "Hello, everybody. My name is Marian, and I'll be showing you around today. Let's start by introducing ourselves. You, sir?" They went around the room, everyone giving their name and where they were visiting from. Kevin went last, and before he even spoke, he saw Marian growing suspicious of him. It was the same thing that had just happened at the Nashville chapter. Herbalists loved to dress well when they were gathering together, and Kevin just couldn't be bothered when he was comfortable in jeans and a t-shirt. Still, he started his introduction. "My name is Kevin and..." But Marian cut him off. "I think you might be at the wrong place, sir. This is a closed tour for a certain community that I don't think you're a part of. The Model Train Museum is down the street if that's what you're looking for." Kevin tried hard not to roll his eyes. "My name is Kevin Williams, okay? Can I join your tour now?" Marian's eyes widened and darted around the room. A few of the other herbalists were staring at him now too and whispering to each other. "That guy?" One shocked herbalist whispered. "That's what Kevin Williams looks like?" "I don't know. Isn't he supposed to be really rich?" A third tour member expressed with shock. Marian went over to the board receptionist and snapped up the sign-in clipboard. Her eyes scanned the list until she found Kevin's name, and she looked up at him, back at the list, and up at him again. Luckily, on his way out of the Nashville chapter, Kevin had grabbed the magazine with his face on it from the fake apothecary that was acting as a front for the chapter. He pulled it out of his back pocket and handed it over to Marion. "Can I come now, please?" He had decided to be polite rather than to just make a scene. He didn't want to have to fight this woman who was just doing her job. My apologies, Mr. Williams. If you'll just give me a moment." Marion darted back through the door she just emerged from and returned moments later with an older woman. Based on their body language, Kevin decided this was Marion's boss. "Mr. Williams, so great to have you here. You're welcome to join the tour as usual, and I will be waiting for you at the end to consult on anything else you'd like to learn or see of Mr. Malachi Turner's possessions and works. Thank you." She disappeared before Kevin could thank her, and Marion put back on her best tour guide smile. "If you'll all follow me, we can begin." She led them back through that door again into the kitchen. It was a cavernous room with well-worn wooden flooring and a massive fireplace, opened like a mouth ready to swallow the rest of the room. While the main fireplace was decorated with many hanging pots, pans, and cooking utensils, this one had more familiar tools to Kevin. Tongs, anvils, heavy leather gloves, and forging canisters. This was an herbalist's workstation. Marion started her speech. It seemed to be a lot of 1800s history mixed with herbalism discoveries of the time. "This is what the average kitchen may have looked like back in Turner's day. If you look at the kitchen table, you'll see staples of the American diet of the time like roast duck and dinner rolls. It's not too different from what you might eat during the holidays now. Meanwhile, Malachi Turner was spending most of his time over at this fireplace extracting metals and minerals from one another and experimenting with how different herbs reacted to being turned into liquid medicines." Right away, Kevin realized that Marion's facts were wrong. By the 1800s, these kinds of things were common knowledge among herbalists. The practice was ancient, after all. They had figured out how to liquefy and distill herbs long before Malachi Turner was born. "Excuse me, are you sure about that? Wouldn't Malachi Turner's work be more focused on working with new technology of the time? Using a loom to weave herbs into garments for protection, experimenting with electromagnets, harvesting herbs that could now be preserved longer because of refrigeration. These are all things Turner did in his lifetime," Kevin told the group. Marion was caught off guard. Whether she didn't know about Turner's revolutionary methods or she had been told not to focus on the revolutionary work he did because he wasn't in good standing with the society when he died, Kevin didn't know. But before Marion could say anything, her boss emerged again. "Mr. Williams, perhaps you would like to come with me to Mr. Turner's private study." Kevin nodded and followed her into the next room, leaving the tour group behind. "Sorry about that. Most of our guests don't know the first thing about old herbalists like Malachi Turner, and we like to give them the basic of his life's work. Not everyone agrees with how Turner truly spent his time as chief, you see. It's best for the society that we keep things simple. My name is Natasha, by the way. I'm the manager of the Turner Museum." Kevin kept following her through a few more rooms until they reached the door to the study at the very back of the house. Surely it would benefit your visitors to learn about what an innovator Turner was, wouldn't it? Even our political and human rights heroes have done things not everyone agrees with. That's how progress is made. Natasha shrugged. "But we still leave out the darker parts of their stories." She opened the door and let Kevin into the study. This place was more like it. The ceiling was at least 2 stories high, and every inch of wall besides the windows was covered in shelves that housed jars and vials and displays of every herb, mineral, and element Kevin had ever seen in his life. He looked down and he saw his steps left footprints in the dust. Cobwebs glistened in the sunlight streaming in through the grimy windows. They really didn't let a lot of people in here. Natasha closed the door and stood with him. "So, we don't have much time, but I needed to get you here in private. Jack from the Nashville chapter called me and told me you might be coming here and I have to give you a warning." "A warning?" Kevin felt cold in this room all of a sudden.
Yes, I know what you're after, and you should know Malachi Turner was ousted from his position as chief herbalist for his work with Vera Barbadol. It's extremely dangerous to your reputation to be asking after such things.
Kevin frowned. He hadn't told Jack in the chapter that he was looking for the Jewel of Truth. How did Natasha know? Who says I'm asking after Vera Barbadol? Natasha sighed.
You're not the first young upstart to come looking for such a thing before his epic clash. There's always someone poking around this place for answers, but if you find anything, you risk being ousted from the society yourself, and then you'll never ascend to the upper realm. Between us, I'm also interested in finding the Jewel of Truth. I want to know if it's real, even if I don't know what I'd do with it. I got this job so that I could study Turner's archives and see how far he got with his experiments, but after years, nothing has come up. You're welcome to look around, but I can only give you 5 minutes. Any longer and I have to report you to the Society for Suspicious Behavior. People in power do not want the jewel to exist because they have too many secrets to spill.
Kevin was piecing it together now. That's why you don't let your tour guides tell the tours any real information about Turner's work. You don't want the society finding out that you're spreading the word about the Jewel of Truth. Natasha nodded.
Exactly. I won't stop you from having a look around, but just know that if I haven't found anything in 5 years, I don't think you'll find anything worthwhile in 5 minutes. But go ahead. I'll be back to get you soon.
Without another word, Natasha slipped back out of the office. Kevin wasted no time in scrambling around the office getting his eyes on any piece of paper or writing Turner may have left behind. But then he stopped himself. I'm sure Natasha has read everything in here and she didn't find anything. What's something that she might not have noticed in 5 years of working here? Think outside the box. Kevin let his eyes wander the walls looking for any jar or vial that might be labeled Vera Barbadol or a code name for the substance. And then he saw it. Above the fireplace in the study was a large oil painting of Malachi Turner and his dog, standing in the very room Kevin was in now, posing in front of the large window overlooking the grounds. Turner was staged next to a stool that held a stack of books, on top of which was a golden box where people of the time might have kept their smelling salts, tinctures, or cigars, luxury items that made them feel good. And in the lid of that box sat a massive gemstone that resembled an emerald. Kevin remembered the note scrawled in the margins of his secret book from its past owner. It's likely that the jewel was a shiny rock that resembled an emerald. There it was, preserved in the painting, hiding in plain sight, proof that Turner had succeeded in forging the Jewel of Truth. But where was it now? Kevin's heart was beating fast now. After a sleepless night of study and a day-long search for some hint that Malachi Turner hadn't been crazy, that Malachi had indeed succeeded in creating a Jewel of Truth, the proof was right in front of Kevin that such a jewel existed. He stood in the study of the Turner Museum, where the manager Natasha had left him to investigate with the warning that he only had 5 minutes to do so, and he had found that clue. He looked up at the oil painting of Turner and his dog, his eyes locked on the emerald inlaid into the golden treasure box at Turner's side. The way the stone was painted to emit light rather than reflect it, Kevin was certain that this was the Jewel of Truth. Vera Barbadol glowed in the dark. He knew that from his research. It felt like Turner had left this clue just for Kevin to find. Now Kevin had to find if the jewel or the box had been left behind in this cluttered study. He started with the large shelf on the opposite wall. This was the one case that held books rather than bottles of potions and cures and herbs. He ran his finger across the titles, hoping the box may be stuck in there on its side, hiding in plain sight. No such gold appeared on the shelves, but he did find a curious symbol on the spine of one book halfway down the rows. That's strange. It looks so familiar.
Kevin raced back to the oil painting of Turner and his dog, where he saw, sitting under the gold treasure box, the stack of books. Each one had the very same symbol embossed on it. It looked like an ancient ruin from the first sect of herbalists to ever emerge in medical practice. Gotcha. He went back to the shelves and scanned them for every book that held that marking until he found all 5 that had been part of the painting. He was close now. He could feel it. He kept scanning the shelves and found a 6th book. Hello. Kevin knelt down to examine it, looking back at the painting to cross-reference it. This one was not in the painting. For one thing, it was a deep maroon color, whereas the rest of the books had been brown and black. For another, Kevin knew from his antique studies that the type of leather binding together this 6th book was not largely used until the mid-20th century, long after Malachi Turner died. This book was put here recently. I wonder why they would disguise it to look like it was in the painting. Kevin tried to pull the book from the shelf and examine it further, but as soon as he tilted the spine toward him, the sound of heavy stone sliding across brick and the bookshelf itself shuddered, lurching forward. Interesting. Kevin stuck his fingers in the new gap between the bookshelf and the wall and pulled, causing the shelf to swing out like a door, revealing a stone staircase leading down in a tight spiral. He checked his watch. Natasha would be back for him any second. Rather than get pulled away from the mission right when he was getting somewhere, Kevin stepped inside and closed the bookshelf behind him. He pulled out his phone and flipped on the flashlight, then started his descent. He went down 3 or 4 stories deep under the house before the stairs dumped him onto a concrete floor with a single door in front of him. He opened it. Kevin found himself in the exact study he had just left. Instead of a window on the far wall, there was a large woven tapestry of a beautiful sunlit meadow. Where in the world am I? He poked around the study and found that while the layout of the room was the same, there were far more items stacked on the shelves around him, and the bookshelf in this one had piles of books spilling out around it, as it had run out of space. Kevin walked out the next door he saw and discovered a hallway that was laid out just like the one in the Turner Museum, and each room he went into matched its counterpart above ground. Someone had made an exact replica of Malachi Turner's home directly beneath Malachi Turner's home. Maybe I should have left a note to tell Natasha where I went. If something goes wrong down here, no one will know where I went. He went on toward the study. That was the most likely place for the Jewel of Truth to be if it was indeed down here. Maybe this whole bunker home was constructed to keep it safe. But when Kevin entered, he found he was no longer alone. At the desk sat an old man with a gray beard, a fresh glass of water in one hand and a pen in the other, scribbling some notes down. His eyes darted up when Kevin returned to the room. "Oh, hello. How did you find yourself down here?" Kevin walked closer to the desk cautiously. "I came through there." He pointed to the bookshelf. The old man nodded. "Yes, that's how I do it too, I suppose." Kevin had a gut feeling that he knew who this man was, but he did fear sounding stupid. He asked anyway. "Are you Malachi Turner?" The man smiled, and the wrinkles on his face deepened. "I am. Are you Kevin Williams?" Kevin didn't expect that. How would a 300-year-old herbalist who was supposed to be dead know who he was? "I am." The man smiled wider. "I'm glad to have you here. Please, take a seat. I was wondering when you might turn up." Kevin sat at the chair in front of the desk opposite Malachi. "How did you know I would come?" "Why don't I start from the beginning?" Malachi got up and started wandering around the room while Kevin watched, listening to his whole story. "When I was the chief herbalist, I had to run all of my experiments and missions by the Herbalist Society. As an elected official, I held a lot of power. but I still couldn't go against the wishes of the society as a whole. So when I started my research in varabarbitol, I told them I was working with the kava root to extract it as a painkiller. It would be used in surgery to put people in a twilight sleep without the usual risks of anesthesia. But I knew what I really wanted. Varabarbitol can be used as a truth serum, and I had a strong suspicion that there was corruption in the society. I had butted heads with a few of the members who were taking bribes to divert society's efforts towards causes that benefited a small number of people. I could have investigated them on my own, proven their corruption, and had them punished, but I thought it would be more satisfying to make them admit their wrongdoings themselves. So I foraged in New Zealand, separated out the varabarbitol for years and years. I condensed it into a gemstone, the Jewel of Truth, and I was found out.
Kevin frowned.
How? I put my trust in the wrong person, and he told the society what I was up to. He was my apprentice. He wanted to take the position of chief herbalist for himself, and he betrayed me. No matter, I was reprimanded and told I was being stripped of my title. Luckily, I had already hidden the Jewel of Truth, and they didn't know what form the varabarbitol was in. So even though they searched my home and seized many of my possessions, I was left with enough to continue my studies.
Malachi took a breath and continued with his story. It was clear he was happy to have someone to tell it to.
The problem now was that I was being watched. My lab was put on probation, and everything I did was under the watchful eye of the society. I was only allowed to practice herbalism when they needed my skills to create something. It was like a prison. So instead of living like that, I constructed a new home for myself down here, planted a rumor that I had died, and retreated below ground. I've been here for over 100 years.
And you haven't left? What have you been doing all this time? Kevin asked.
Malachi shrugged. I surface now and again, usually at night or in disguise, to travel and gather supplies under a fake identity.
Does Natasha know you're alive? She manages your museum and she's very devoted to your work. Kevin asked, remembering the woman upstairs who had let him sneak into the study and look around.
Malachi sat back down in his chair. Who do you think told me you were coming? Natasha is my granddaughter. She manages my estate and reputation out there and keeps me hidden down here. And since you started to gain notoriety in the herbalism world, she's been keeping me appraised of your progress. I have to say I'm a little starstruck to see you in my home.
Kevin couldn't believe it. The man he desperately needed help from was a fan of his. She made it sound like she had been after the Jewel of Truth for years but couldn't find proof that you had completed it.
Malachi nodded. She couldn't just tell you where the staircase was now, could she? What if you were an imposter? And selfishly, I wanted you to find the clues I left behind and discover my hideout yourself, which you did splendidly, in far less time than I thought possible. My congratulations to you.
So it is real. You really made the Jewel of Truth, and you have it in that box I saw in your painting. Kevin could feel his pulse quickening again. He was so close to getting the last tool he needed to secure a win in the epic clash.
Malachi nodded. I did. And I have it here. But I can't give it to you.
Kevin's face fell. Why not?
Sorry. I meant I can't give it to you without asking for something in return.
Kevin hadn't prepared for this, but then again, he hadn't prepared to meet Malachi alive and in the flesh. He didn't know what he could offer this master herbalist, but he would make it happen no matter what it was. What do you want?
I need you to cure my granddaughter.
Natasha? What's wrong with her?
Malachi shook his head. Not Natasha. Her sister, Delilah. Delilah was my dearest friend when she was a child. She would come down with her parents and spend time with me in the early days of my exile, and we became very close. I had all but given up on the world. But seeing this young girl with so much joy and ambition in her gave me renewed hope and allowed me to survive down here all these years. When she grew up, she wanted to be a country music singer, and she had the voice for it, no doubt about it. But she needed that deep tone that gives female singers an extra level of mystery and sets them apart from the masses. Kevin was nervous about where this was going. He had heard plenty of horror stories about herbalists trying experimental treatments on their friends and family to disastrous effects, but he let Malachi finish. I created a pill that would boost the tone in her throat, allowing her to hit those low notes and echo like a fine cello. That, combined with her natural talent, was sure to secure her a record deal. But it went wrong, and she hasn't been able to sing since. She won't speak to me. She won't see me. She won't even let Natasha give her a message from me. I need to make things right. I need you to find me a cure. Kevin nodded. He was so close, and nothing would stop him now. He would do anything within his powers to get his hands on the jewel of truth. After discovering that legendary herbalist Malachi Turner was still alive in a hidden chamber beneath his estate, Kevin asked him to share the recipe for an herbal truth serum so that he could use it to expose the cheating scheme at the upcoming Epic Clash. Malachi was hesitant to hand out free information, though, and agreed to do so only if Kevin helped his granddaughter, a country music singer, recover her voice. Kevin readily agreed to Malachi's quest. All right, Malachi, if it means getting my hands on that truth serum, I'd be happy to help out your granddaughter. Any suggestions on where I should start? Malachi crossed his arms and sternly shook his head. I'm sorry, but I can't help you. This quest is about more than just helping my granddaughter. It's a way for me to test your skills as an herbalist. If you want the recipe for my truth serum, you'll have to figure this out for yourself. Kevin shrugged his shoulders. Fair enough. Taking a seat at a small table in the corner, Kevin retrieved the secret book originally given to him by the Night King and Leo Hayes from his back pocket. Flipping through the pages, he searched for anything having to do with vocal cords and voice recovery. Finally, he stopped on a page that had a detailed illustration of the throat, vocal cords, and diaphragm. The title at the top of the page spelled Vocal Recovery Pill in big bold letters. Ah, here we go. Let's take a look. Kevin ran his finger along the text and began to read out loud. To restore a patient's vocal cords, simply obtain the feather of a songbird and melt it down into a consumable capsule. The more musical the bird, the more beautiful the patient's singing voice will become. Kevin closed the book and turned to Malachi. Hey, Malachi, you wouldn't happen to have a book about local birds and where to find them, would you? Malachi answered without even looking away from his workstation. Take a look at the shelves. You're welcome to borrow whatever you need. Kevin stood up and started looking through the books on Malachi's shelves. Filling 5 whole bookshelves, there must have been at least 200 or 300 of them to go through. Poking through their spines, Kevin eventually found one that was titled The Bird Watcher's Bible, Volume 18, A Birder's Guide to Nashville. Kevin removed the book and blew off a thick layer of dust. Been a while since you opened this one, huh, Malachi? Malachi looked over his shoulder and shrugged. I've got most of the information from my library memorized. It's been a while since I've had to open any of those books. Kevin flipped through the pages until he arrived at a chapter that had detailed illustration of Nashville songbirds. Compared to the others, one of them seemed to have the most beautiful song of them all. Its name was the Royal Tennessee Skylark. Glancing at the picture that accompanied the text, Kevin saw that it was a small brown bird with white cheeks and a bright yellow tail. This bird looks like the perfect specimen. The book says it's an endangered species, so it's a pretty rare find, but it's most commonly sighted in Pinewood Forest a few miles west of here. Kevin closed the birding book and returned his herbalist book lying on the table. At the bottom of the page, Kevin read, "An important note to the herbalist. Because the feather must contain the bird's life essence when refined, the vocal recovery pill must be crafted within 5 minutes after plucking it, or else it will be useless." After reading the passage, Kevin looked up at Malachi and said, "It looks like I'll only have a 5-minute window to craft the pill once I've obtained the feather, Malachi. This means your granddaughter will have to come with me so that I can give it to her right away. Is that all right with you?" Malachi took a deep breath, thinking it over.
"If she comes back with even a single scratch, you can kiss that truth serum goodbye. Understood?"
Kevin nodded. "Don't worry. You have my word. Besides, we're just going bird watching. What's the worst that could happen?" After Malachi gave him the address, Kevin took a private car to his granddaughter's home. When Kevin walked up and knocked on the front door, a friendly middle-aged woman answered. "Hello there. You must be Kevin. Malachi called and told me you'd be coming. Thank you so much for your help. I'm Sherry, Delilah's mother." She reached out and eagerly shook Kevin's hand. "No problem, ma'am," Kevin replied. "I'm just happy I can help." Sherry smiled, charmed by Kevin's good manners. "Come with me, dear. She's right down the hall." As soon as Kevin stepped into the house, he heard guitar music drifting down the hall. Following Sherry into the living room, he saw a young woman with strawberry blonde hair sitting on the sofa, gently strumming an acoustic guitar. Her face and the song she was playing both had a slight tinge of melancholy. "Delilah, honey, this is Kevin Williams, one of the top herbalists in the entire country. He spoke to your grandfather this morning and has decided to help you get your voice back. Isn't that wonderful?" Delilah looked up with a soft smile on her face. After setting her guitar down, she reached over, grabbed a small notepad, and started scribbling. When she was finished, she tore out the page and handed it to Kevin. It said, "Thank you, Kevin. Without my singing voice, life just hasn't been the same. Is there any way I can help you?" Kevin folded the note and handed it back to her. "Actually, Delilah, the reason I'm here is that I need you to come with me. You see, the vocal recovery pill I intend to craft for you requires the feather of a Royal Tennessee skylark. And because the feather will only keep its medicinal properties for 5 minutes, I'll have to make the pill and give it to you immediately. So what do you say? What do you think? Will you come with me to Pinewood Forest?" Delilah nodded and quickly penciled Kevin another note. "I've always wanted to go bird watching," it said. Sherry clasped her hands together and smiled, bursting with excitement. "Oh, splendid. Thank you so much, Kevin dear. I probably miss Delilah's singing voice more than anyone. I can't wait for you to hear it. Such a talented young woman she is." Delilah rolled her eyes. Nobody needed a note to know that she was saying, "Come on, Mom, stop embarrassing me." After Delilah changed into a pair of hiking boots, she and Kevin walked out the door as Sherry waved goodbye. "Don't stay out too late now, you hear? I'll have dinner ready for you both when you get back. Be safe." Sherry couldn't help being a mother, even when her mute daughter was being taken to a forest where a rare potion would be made that would, she hoped, restore her voice. About an hour later, Kevin's car dropped them off on the outskirts of Pinewood Forest. At the trailhead of a public path, there was a large information board with illustrations and details about the local wildlife. Positioned in the top right corner, Kevin saw a drawing of the Royal Tennessee skylark. "That's the one we're looking for. I'm not sure what it sounds like exactly, but its song is famously very beautiful. So listen up and let me know if you hear anything." Delilah held up her finger as if to say, "Just a moment." Then she pulled out her phone and opened an app that displayed a miniature keyboard. Playing a few notes back to back, Kevin recognized a melody. "Is that what it sounds like?" he asked. Delilah nodded her head and Kevin grinned from ear to ear. "Great. Well, let's keep our ears open and get to it, shall we?" As they walked down the trail, peering between the trees, Delilah fetched her notepad and wrote, "I think this bird is rare and endangered. It may take us a while to find it. Don't worry, Kevin replied. My company recently refined a new mental precision pill. Thanks to that, my perception skills have improved exponentially, including my hearing. If that skylark is chirping its song, I'll be able to hear it from miles away. Just then, a voice called out from above. I'm sorry, but I couldn't help overhearing you. Are you folks looking for the Royal Tennessee Skylark? Kevin looked up and saw a woman crouched on a small wooden platform, hidden within the shade of the trees. Dressed in a camouflage jacket, she was difficult to see and had a pair of binoculars draped around her neck. Kevin had to squint to not lose sight of her. That's right. Any idea where we might find one? The woman let out a heavy sigh. Unfortunately, I do. There's only one left that we know exists for sure, and it's owned by a greedy billionaire who lives in these woods in total isolation. I've tried to persuade the local government to arrest him and release the bird, or at least give him a fine, but you know how money and politics go together. He's so rich that he's basically untouchable. Delilah looked away with a sad look on her face. She hated the thought of a beautiful bird confined to a small cage. Birds are meant to be free, she thought to herself. It's extremely important that we take a look at it. Can you tell us where we can find this billionaire's home? The birdwatcher hesitated before answering. His compound is 2 miles north of here. You can't miss it. I have to warn you, though, that he does not take well to strangers approaching his property. His name is Desmond Underhill, and he likes to be left alone. His entire property is littered with deadly traps to keep hikers out, and he nearly killed me for asking if I could look at his pet skylark. Whatever you do, promise me that you will be careful. Delilah and Kevin looked at each other and nodded. Thank you, friend. We'll head there now, and if you're still here when we get back, we'll let you know how it went. Oh, I'll be here, the birdwatcher answered. I've been sitting up here for 9 days straight, waiting to snag a picture of a red-breasted swallow. I've got enough supplies to last another week. As Kevin and Delilah turned to leave, she opened her mouth again. Oh, and one last thing. If you happen to get the chance, you should free the Royal Tennessee Skylark. Nothing that precious belongs in a cage. Kevin looked back at her with determination in his eyes. I'll see what I can do. Kevin was used to grand and dangerous quests. It would be nice to have to free a beautiful bird, but dealing with a fiendish billionaire might complicate the situation beyond all of Kevin's expectations. Because the Royal Tennessee Skylark's feather would only remain active for a 5-minute window, Kevin had no choice but to bring Malachi's granddaughter Delilah with him so that he could administer the pill right away. After hiking into the woods just a short way, they met a birdwatcher who informed them that the last known Royal Tennessee Skylark was being kept as a pet by a dangerous antisocial billionaire named Desmond Underhill. After hiking a few miles north, Kevin and Delilah began to see the silhouette of a huge mansion on the horizon. Perfectly matching the color of the trees, it was difficult to spot. And from what Kevin had been told about Mr. Underhill, he thought that was most likely on purpose. Before they got any closer, Kevin held up his hand and gestured for Delilah to stop. We need to scope the place out before we go any nearer. How are you at climbing trees? Delilah smiled and flashed him a thumbs up. Before long, they had climbed about 50 feet up into the branches of a tall pine tree. From there, their perspective on the mansion was much clearer. After admiring the landscape, Kevin produced a pair of binoculars and looked around the compound. The first thing he noticed was that the entire area was teeming with a large security team. The place seems pretty well guarded. I can sense their power bases from here. These guys must all be level 3 or maybe even level 4. They shouldn't pose too much of a problem. Continuing to scan around, the next thing Kevin noticed were all kinds of traps rigged up around the building. Thin little wires that, if broken, would cause a heavy log to drop, or a weighted net. Additionally, he saw lots of leaf piles obscuring the trail, which most likely concealed hidden pits. That birdwatcher was right, Kevin said. Whoever this guy is, he sure doesn't want any visitors. The main entrance was also heavily guarded, but Kevin saw a small window on the side of the building he could possibly climb through. Okay, I'm going to try sneaking in through that window. You stay here, and if anything happens, run. Before Kevin could climb down from the tree, Delilah grabbed his shoulder and handed him a note. "I want to help," it said. Kevin looked back at her sternly. "I'm sorry, but I promised your grandfather you wouldn't get hurt. If you really want to help, keep yourself safe." Without another word, Kevin climbed down the tree and began to sneak onto the compound. At the same time, Delilah glanced around and observed that many of the trees were touching, meaning she could easily weave between them. Noticing this, she had an idea. "Most of the booby traps are in some way connected to the trees," she thought. "Maybe I can go about disabling them." Meanwhile, as Kevin approached the mansion, he encountered 2 guards patrolling around the perimeter. He quickly dashed into a bush to avoid being detected.
"You know much about this Mr. Underhill guy who's employing us?"
The other guard shook his head.
Not really. I've been here 7 months and I've never once seen him leave the compound. He's really nuts about birds, but that's about all I know. Apparently he's got tons of them in there.
"Birds? Really? Sounds like a strange guy."
Their conversation trailed off as they continued to pace further around the perimeter. While their backs were turned, Kevin scurried out of the bush and continued to sneak up towards the window. Just as he was about to lift himself through the window, a red-tailed hawk swooped in and landed on the wall just beside him. The hawk turned its head, studying Kevin closely. In response, Kevin held a finger over his lips and quietly shushed the bird. Shh. Just then, the hawk opened its beak and began to screech, getting the attention of the guards.
"Who's there?"
Moving in an organized formation, the small army of guards ran toward the source of the squawking. Kevin looked around for a place to hide, but it was already too late. Within just a few seconds, he was completely surrounded by guards. They were well armed with swords, shields, bows, and arrows, and each of them had a murderous look on their face.
"This is private property, trespasser. Leave now or we'll be forced to attack."
Kevin threw up his hands. "Wait, please. This is a simple misunderstanding. I'm a vet from Nashville. Mr. Underhill called for me personally to take a look at one of his birds." The guard closest to Kevin sharpened his gaze.
"If that's true, then why didn't you just try the front entrance? Looks to me like you've been sneaking around trying to find a way in."
Just then, the sound of breaking branches filled the air. When Kevin and the guards looked up, they saw a massive log hurtling toward them from above. Having witnessed the whole thing, Delilah had released a trap. The huge tumbling log rolled onto the scene and smashed a handful of soldiers to the ground. The rest were taken aback, and while they were distracted, Kevin leapt into action. With a single decisive blow, he punched one of them in the back of the head, instantly knocking him out. "I tried to do this the easy way. Remember that when you wake up in the hospital." The guards advanced cautiously, forming a tight circle around Kevin. Their leader, a burly man with a scar running across his cheek, barked orders to enclose him. Their shields were raised, forming an almost solid wall of metal, and archers at the rear of the formation drew their bows, arrows pulled back and ready to fly. The burly leader chuckled.
"I'd say the same to you, stranger. Except you won't be waking up in a hospital after this. In fact, you won't be waking up at all."
Kevin assessed the situation quickly. He knew he couldn't take them all head on. When he noticed a small pressure plate concealed under some leaves behind him, he slowly started to step back. "Whoa, let's talk about this. There must be some kind of agreement we can come to. I'm extremely rich, you know." As the guards closed in, Kevin took another step backwards and pushed down against the pressure plate, setting off a series of snare traps. Thin wires shot out from the ground, trapping the guards' legs. They cried out in surprise as they were lifted into the air, caught like helpless prey in a hunter's net. Seizing the opportunity, Kevin darted forward. His movements were a blur as he disarmed the nearest guard, sending his sword into the air. Kevin spun, catching the sword as it dropped, then delivered a swift, flattening blow to another guard's chest. The guards struggled in their snares, trying to cut themselves free. The archers were preparing another round of arrows, but Kevin was already moving. He lunged toward a tree, leaping off its trunk and somersaulting through the air. Arrows whizzed beneath him, narrowly missing their mark. As he landed, Kevin grabbed a vine and, with a powerful swing, catapulted himself over the heads of the guards, landing gracefully behind them. By the time they spun around to fight him, Kevin was already launching an assault. Moving with blinding speed, he unleashed a whirlwind of punches, kicks, and dodges. His martial arts skills flowed seamlessly as he subdued one guard after another. The element of surprise was on his side, and he used it to the fullest. The guards fought fiercely, but their defensive formation had fallen apart. Kevin's blows were precise, targeting their pressure points. Shields dropped to the ground, swords were disarmed, and the guards fell one by one. When Kevin set his sights on the few guards who remained, a knife suddenly touched his throat. Grabbing him from behind, the burly leader laughed and made a small cut on Kevin's neck.
"You think you're the only one who can pull off a sneak attack?"
Suddenly, a large rock smashed down against the burly leader's head, missing Kevin by only an inch or two. When Kevin looked up, he saw Delilah standing on a tree branch, smiling and waving. Kevin chuckled. That was a little close, don't you think? Desperation and fear crept into the eyes of the remaining guards. They knew they were outmatched. Kevin used the terrain to his advantage, kicking up dirt to blind his foes before swooping in for a finishing strike. With a final powerful kick, Kevin knocked the last guard to the ground with a heavy thud. They lay scattered around him, groaning and defeated. Once she realized the coast was clear, Delilah climbed down a tree and rejoined Kevin's side, handing him a note. "Good job. I knew you could do it," it said. Kevin smiled a humble grin. "Well, I couldn't have done it without you, Delilah. I'm lucky you were here. Now let's get inside, shall we?" When Kevin and Delilah stepped into the secluded mansion, it was full of all kinds of bird-themed decorations. There were paintings of birds, bird statues, feathers on display, and of course, lots of real caged birds. As they moved through the halls, Delilah's heart broke for the caged birds. She tugged Kevin's shoulder and handed him a note. "We have to let them go. This isn't right." Kevin nodded. "I understand, but before we do anything else, we have to find the Royal Tennessee Skylark. Remember? It's a little brown bird with white cheeks and a bright yellow tail." After moving through the grand foyer, Kevin and Delilah stepped into a small library, with a desk at the end of the room that overlooked the estate. There in the corner, beside the desk, was the bird they were looking for. As Kevin approached, he couldn't help but notice how sad the bird looked. Perched on a small wooden branch, it was staring out the window, obviously longing to be free. Kevin had read that the Royal Tennessee Skylark was a bird who constantly sang, but this one was dead silent. Kevin walked up to the cage and immediately tried to unlock it. "Don't worry, little guy. We're going to get you out of here." Unfortunately, the cage required a key to unlock, and Kevin couldn't make it budge open with sheer force. Just then, a voice echoed out from behind them.
"You dirty little thief. First, you sneak onto my property, then you brutalize my paid security, and now you have the nerve to try to steal my most precious belongings? Just who do you think you are, exactly?"
Kevin turned around and saw a tall man with a bald head towering on the other side of the room. The man was, indeed, sinister in every way. This must be Mr. Underhill, he thought to himself. After defeating the guards that surrounded Mr. Underhill's secluded mansion, Kevin and Delilah went inside in search of the Royal Tennessee Skylark. When they found it, they were both saddened to see that it was obviously unhappy within its cage to the point that it was silent, rather than singing a beautiful song. Just as they were about to free it, Mr. Underhill himself showed up to stop them. Delilah handed Kevin a note and he read it out loud. "This bird isn't a belonging, it's a living creature and it deserves to be free." Kevin handed the note back to her while nodding his head. I agree, Mr. Underhill. Can't you see that it's miserable here? It belongs in the wild. Mr. Underhill shook his head with anger in his heart.
The Royal Tennessee Skylark is endangered and nearly extinct. This is conservation, not imprisonment. You're just jealous that I have one and you don't.
Kevin switched up his negotiation style. It was clear that Mr. Underhill was too attached to the Skylark to let it go free. Look, all we really need is a single feather, all right? My friend here lost her singing voice, and a feather from this Skylark is the only thing we need to make a potion to bring her voice back. If you let us take one, we'll leave you and your birds alone and leave in peace. I promise. Delilah tugged Kevin's shoulders and looked at him with sad, sympathetic eyes, glancing back and forth between him and the bird, clearly expressing that she didn't want to leave without saving it. Kevin turned over his shoulder and winked at her as if to say, "Don't worry, we're freeing it either way." At the same time, Mr. Underhill frowned and sharpened his eyebrows.
I wouldn't give you a feather off this bird if my life depended on it. It's called the Royal Tennessee Skylark for a reason. Back before it was endangered, it was commonly kept by the richest families in America as a symbol of status and wealth. By the looks of your cheap sneakers and ragged clothes, I'd bet your net worth is in the negative. You aren't worthy to even set eyes on this miraculous creature.
Kevin crossed his arms and raised an eyebrow. Actually, Mr. Underhill, it just so happens that I'm extremely rich. In fact, I'm probably richer than you are. To prove it, I'll give you $5 million for one feather. How does that sound? Mr. Underhill considered Kevin's offer for a moment, but then stiffened and puffed out his chest.
I don't believe you. You're just trying to trick me into handing over a feather. Well, it's not happening, you arrogant little ant. Consider this your final warning. Leave now or suffer the consequences. I'll kill you to protect this bird if I have to.
Mr. Underhill, who had a very muscular build, raised his fist and prepared to fight. Kevin matched his fighting stance. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but if you insist. With a sudden burst of spiritual energy, Kevin made a step and the two closed the distance between them, their fists colliding with violent force. Kevin's attack was swift and relentless, but Mr. Underhill countered with elegant precision, deflecting each blow as they swung at his head. After an explosive first go at each other, Kevin and Mr. Underhill caught their breaths. They circled each other warily, the polished wooden floor beneath them creaking softly. The tension was palpable, both fighters now aware of the other's skill level. Though Mr. Underhill had skills, Kevin had to admit he was not an expert, and Kevin couldn't use his own levels against this ordinary. Their battle would have to be fist to fist.
I'll have you know that I'm no amateur fighter. I've received the best training money can buy. I recently took a power pill that hasn't even hit the market yet, made by the top herbalist in Chicago. You don't stand a chance.
Kevin grinned, his smile beaming with confidence. Sounds familiar. I'll have to look into that. Kevin lunged forward with a spinning kick aiming for Mr. Underhill's head. Mr. Underhill ducked just in time, the gust of air from Kevin's kick ruffling his salt and pepper hair. The polished wooden bookshelf behind him splintered, books cascading to the floor. Mr. Underhill retaliated with a series of fast strikes, each blow landing just a few inches from Kevin's face. Kevin's heart raced as he dodged and blocked, sweat trickling down his brow. He could feel the strength and precision in Mr. Underhill's attacks, a testament to years of dedicated training. Meanwhile, Mr. Underhill was distracted. Delilah was tinkering with the cage, trying to break open the lock. Unable to make it budge, she silently crept over to Mr. Underhill's ornate wooden desk and began searching for a key. Just then, Kevin, determined to gain an advantage, attempted a complex spinning back kick. Mr. Underhill anticipated the move, sidestepping just in time. Kevin's foot whipped past his bald head, grazing the collar of Mr. Underhill's jacket.
Well, stranger, you're not bad, I'll give you that. But you're still not getting your hands on that bird.
Sweat dripping down his forehead, Kevin stared back at Mr. Underhill with fierce determination in his eyes. We'll see about that. Undeterred, Kevin followed up with a series of rapid jabs and hooks. His fists were a blur, but Mr. Underhill's defense was difficult to break. With a sudden twist, Mr. Underhill trapped Kevin's arm in a joint lock, forcing him to the ground. Kevin grunted in pain as his opponent twisted his arm and pushed his face against the floor.
Give me one good reason I shouldn't kill you.
Pinning Kevin to the ground with the weight of his body, Mr. Underhill was seething with rage. But Kevin's fighting spirit could not be squashed. You aren't half as intimidating as you think you are, Mr. Underhill. With a swift roll and a powerful leg sweep, he sent Mr. Underhill flying into a bookshelf. They both sprang to their feet, their breath rapid and shallow. By then, the private library was in total chaos, with books scattered all over and shelves thrown to the side. Mr. Underhill was furious.
Look what you've done to my precious library. Some of these books are worth more than you'll ever make in your entire life.
Kevin met his anger with a sarcastic smile. It would have been a lot smarter of you to just give us the feather, wouldn't it, sir? At a loss for words, Mr. Underhill let out a loud roar and charged toward Kevin with his fist pulled back and ready to strike. At the same time, Delilah was frantically searching through Mr. Underhill's desk for a key. Finally, after digging through all his drawers, she found a key ring with over a dozen keys attached to it. One of these has to work, she thought as she silently crept back over to the cage, trying hard not to draw any attention to herself. Kevin knew he couldn't let up. As Mr. Underhill charged toward him, he launched into a furious assault, his punches and kicks guided by raw determination. Mr. Underhill threw up his arms and blocked the attack, his movement still graceful despite the mounting pressure. Then, Kevin faked a low kick, drawing Mr. Underhill's attention downward, and with lightning speed he switched to a high kick, striking Mr. Underhill in the temple. Staggering backward, his eyes briefly lost focus. Now's my chance. It was the opening Kevin needed. With a powerful spin, he delivered a devastating roundhouse kick, sending Mr. Underhill crashing into a bookshelf. The impact caused a stream of books to fall, burying him beneath a pile of knowledge. Well, are you finally ready to give up now? As Kevin slowly approached, the books began to shake until suddenly, Mr. Underhill burst out from underneath like a corpse rising from his grave.
You must not have understood, sir. That bird means everything to me. It's my most prized possession. When I said I'd fight to the death to defend it, I meant it.
Just then, Delilah accidentally dropped the ring of keys, filling the room with the sound of clattering metal. When Mr. Underhill looked over and saw the keys on the ground, his face turned red, and his eyes flooded with fury.
You little brat!
Mr. Underhill marched over to Delilah and grabbed her by the arm. Then he dragged her over to his desk and held a letter opener up to her throat. Kevin gasped. No matter what, he couldn't let anything happen to her. Not only was her life important to him, but Malachi Turner, Delilah's grandfather, had firmly said that if Delilah was harmed in any way, he wouldn't share his recipe for the truth serum, which Kevin desperately needed. Without a second thought, Kevin threw up his hands and surrendered. Let her go, Mr. Underhill. I'm the one you want. Delilah is innocent. Mr. Underhill snorted.
Innocent? She was over here trying to free my Skylark while you were only distracting me. If anyone's the true culprit here, it's this girl.
Listen to me. You don't have to do this. We can still strike a deal for the feather. Please, just let her go.
Strike a deal? Are you kidding me? Here's what's going to happen next. Either you leave and never come back, or the girl is going to die. What's it going to be?
As Kevin stepped forward very slowly, he felt a book underneath his foot, a heavy one. I'm only going to get one shot at this, he thought. Here goes nothing. Aiming for Mr. Underhill's head, Kevin kicked the book into the air, and like a speeding bullet, it flew right towards Mr. Underhill's face. When Desmond Underhill discovered Kevin trying to free his Royal Tennessee Skylark, the two men immediately began to engage in a duel. At the same time, Delilah found a ring of keys and tried to find one that matched the lock on the bird's cage. Once Mr. Underhill realized what she was doing, he held a letter opener up to her throat and threatened to kill her if Kevin didn't surrender. In a daring attempt to free her, Kevin kicked a fallen book at Underhill's head. Thanks to Kevin's aim, the book struck Mr. Underhill right in the face, causing him to release Delilah and stumble backward. "Now, Delilah, get behind me," Kevin shouted. While Mr. Underhill was momentarily stunned, Delilah ran away from him and got behind Kevin. Once his vision returned, Mr. Underhill looked over at them and growled,
"All right, no more, Mr. Nice Guy. You've left me with no choice but to kill you both."
Desmond Underhill walked over to a nearby wall and retrieved an antique sword that was on display.
"This sword has been in my family for generations. Traditionally, it's only meant to be an antique for display, but for you, I'll make an exception."
As Underhill approached, Kevin quickly scanned the room for anything he could use as a weapon. Finally, he saw an iron poker resting beside a fireplace in the center of the room. Kevin jumped for the poker at the very last second, and, just before Underhill could drop his sword and chop Kevin's neck, he spun around and deflected the attack. A kick to Underhill's ankles gave him just enough time to hop to his feet. Leaving no time for Kevin to catch his breath, Underhill swiped his sword with renewed anger and hatred. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed in midair again and again. At the same time, now that Underhill was distracted, Delilah picked up the keys and returned to the birdcage. "I only have 3 keys left to try. One of them has to work," she thought. Meanwhile, with a swift, fluid motion, Underhill brought the blade down in a diagonal slash aimed at Kevin's head.
"You never should have come here, kid. Now hold still while I slice your head open."
Kevin reacted instinctively, raising the fireplace poker to block the attack. The sword met the sturdy metal with a resounding clang, the force of the impact sending vibrations up Kevin's arm. But Kevin held his ground with courage and bravery, shouting, "Stand down, Desmond Underhill." The fireplace poker, while not as elegant as a sword, had its advantages. Kevin wielded it with a two-handed grip, using its length to keep Underhill at bay. He sidestepped another powerful strike from his opponent, the sword cutting through the air with a hiss. Just then, Delilah tried the last key, and finally, the lock snapped open. Paralyzed with fear from the loud noise of the fight, the Royal Tennessee Skylark didn't resist when Delilah reached in and picked it up. Cradling it against her chest, she gently stroked the bird's head to bring it some comfort. Underhill's back was turned, so he didn't see that Delilah had opened the cage. But Kevin made sure to keep his eyes on her while he was fighting, so he saw her success in freeing the bird immediately. Kevin's strategy became clear. If I can line him up just right, I may be able to knock him into the cage, Kevin thought. With a swift twist of his wrists, Kevin executed a wide swing aiming for his opponent's legs. Underhill leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Kevin executed a daring move. Using the flat side of his hand to strike the hilt of Underhill's sword, the weapon went flying and crashed into a bookshelf, sending a small avalanche of books tumbling to the floor.
"Why, you little—"
Just then, Kevin struck his chest with a roundhouse kick and sent him crashing into the cage. Before Underhill could contort his body to escape, Delilah slammed the door shut and locked it. Underhill tried to shake the door open with all of his might, but he couldn't break free. He was sealed in there tight.
"Let me out of here this instant. Fight me like a man. This is ridiculous.
Kevin dropped the fireplace poker as he approached. When he rejoined her side, Delilah handed him a note and he read it out loud. "You're much more of a savage than any of these birds. You belong in here more than they do." Kevin crumpled the note in his hand and stared at Underhill with a frown. She's right. How long was that bird trapped in there exactly? Whatever it is, I'll double it.
No, please. You have to let me out of here. It's filthy in here.
Mr. Underhill quickly went from threatening to desperate. Kevin wasn't going to just leave him in there, of course, but he didn't mind allowing him to think that he would. Doesn't feel so nice on the receiving end of imprisonment, does it? You think long and hard about what you've done, Mr. Underhill. Suddenly, Delilah opened a window and allowed the Royal Tennessee Skylark to fly out of her arms. Kevin gasped. "Hold on, we still need to grab a feather." With a smile on her face, Delilah held up a feather she had already grabbed. Kevin heaved a sigh of relief. After darting out the window, the Skylark landed on a tree branch a few feet outside and started to sing for the first time in years. Its tune brought a smile to Kevin's and Delilah's faces, but Desmond Underhill broke out in tears.
My Skylark, my beautiful Skylark. It won't last even a week out there in the wild. You sentenced it to death, you idiots.
Kevin rolled his eyes. You only believe that because it's the story that allowed you to be kept in a prison cage. The bird's got thousands of years of instinct on its side, Mr. Underhill. Don't worry, it will be fine. Kevin turned away from Underhill's crying and faced Delilah. We, on the other hand, only have about 5 minutes before the feather's medicinal properties fade away. We have to hurry. Do you have any herbalist equipment, Mr. Underhill? Underhill scoffed.
Yeah, right. Do I really look like a man who crafts his own pills? No, I pay other people to do it for me. And even if I did have equipment, do you really think I'd tell you?
Kevin sighed and then readied himself for action. Well then, I guess we'll just have to improvise. Which way to the kitchen, Mr. Underhill? Underhill was too invested in feeling sorry for himself to look up.
Why? So you can tear that room to pieces too? I'm not telling you anything.
Kevin shrugged his shoulders. Fair enough. Come on, Delilah, we can find it ourselves. After wandering the halls for about a minute, Kevin and Delilah finally found the kitchen. A large room with a ton of drawers, cabinets, pantries, and a marble island in the center. By then, they only had 4 minutes left to refine the medicine. First things first, Kevin shouted as he held up the feather. We need something to grind this into a fine powder. Look for a mortar and pestle or a coffee grinder or anything that could crush the feather. A thundering of pots and pans tumbled out of the cabinets as Kevin and Delilah flung open as many doors as they could. At the dining room table beside the kitchen, Delilah spotted a pepper grinder. She quickly ran over to it and tossed it at Kevin. Catching it in his hands, he said, "This'll work." After emptying the peppercorns, Kevin inserted the feather and ground it into a ball. Now the yellow feather had become a small pile of yellow powder. Perfect. Now we have to bring the powder to a boil and filter out the impurities. Delilah immediately filled the pot with water and threw it onto the stove. Kevin appreciated her effort, but knew it wouldn't work. We don't have time for the water to boil. We have to think of something else. Kevin glanced around at the countertops and spotted a pressure cooker tucked away in the corner. It'll cost a minute or two, but it will be faster than boiling water on the stove. Quick, Delilah, open up that pressure cooker and dump some water into it. Delilah quickly did what she was told, and Kevin added the yellow powder after the water. After slamming the lid shut, Kevin figured it should take about a minute to reach a boil. In the meantime, I need you to take this, go outside, and gather as many pebbles as you can. Kevin grabbed a funnel, sealed the bottom with a small piece of cloth, and handed it to Delilah. No big rocks, all right? It has to be like sand. Delilah nodded and rushed out the door. By the time she got back, the water inside the pressure cooker had just reached a boil. Kevin placed a small cup on the counter and told Delilah to hold the funnel above it. We don't have time to pack the liquid into a gel pill, so you'll just have to take it straight. Stay as still as you can. I'm going to slowly pour out the water into the funnel. As he did, a big cloud of steam came out of the pressure cooker. After a few seconds, a syrupy yellow liquid began to slowly drip out the other side of the funnel. Every drop increased the medicine's chance of success, but they were running out of time. After 5 or 6 drops had built up, Kevin slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "Now! Drink it now!" Without hesitation, Delilah held the cup to her lips and gulped the yellow liquid. As it dripped down her throat, she could feel her raspy vocal cords coming back to life, like a desert receiving rain for the first time in years. When she finished the glass, Kevin looked up at her in suspense. "Well?" After clearing her throat, she looked at him with a smile and said, "Thanks, Kevin. I knew you could do it." Kevin was ecstatic. Eureka! It worked! Delilah lunged into his arms and hugged him. "I wasn't sure if I'd ever get to speak again, let alone sing. You didn't just save my life, Kevin. You saved my spirit." Kevin was genuinely happy to help. "I couldn't have done it without you, Delilah. I can't wait to hear your singing voice. I've heard so much about it. You've got a show to do, don't you? We should probably head back to Nashville. I've seen about enough of this place." Delilah nodded, but then remembered Desmond Underhill. "What about Mr. Underhill? We're not really just going to leave him in that cage to starve, are we?" Kevin chuckled. "Oh, that's right. I almost forgot about him. Don't worry, I think I know just who to call." He pulled out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Hello? Animal Control? I'd like to report a crime, please. There's a man in the middle of Pinewood Forest with about 100 birds being kept in terrible conditions. We've got him locked up in one of their cages. The key will be on the counter when you get here." For Kevin, helping Delilah was almost as sweet as getting revenge on a man as evil as Mr. Underhill. Kevin stared at Delilah, still overjoyed that his cure for her voice had worked. The strange billionaire Desmond Underhill was under lock and key, and the birds in the aviary were hushed by the incredible lullaby coming out of Delilah Turner's mouth. After years of vocal problems that led to her inability to speak, let alone sing, Delilah was finally cured, and the mistake Malachi Turner had made in trying to deepen her voice all that time ago had been undone. She sang and sang, from the aviary all the way back to central Nashville, where Kevin brought Delilah to return her to the life that her talents deserved. "I can't go back to work, and I can't go home. I need to get to a venue. I need to get to a talent office and sign with an agent. At the very least, I should stand outside the nearest music company and belt until they have to give me a record deal. I can never thank you enough, Kevin. I can't believe you made this happen just for me." Delilah was draping herself all over Kevin, all but intoxicated on her recovered talent. Kevin, on the other hand, was just eager to get back to Malachi Turner and claim his reward for helping Delilah. Turner had the Jewel of Truth, which would be the last thing Kevin needed to ensure his win in the epic clash and ascension to the upper realm. He felt very assured that he had completed the task fully and satisfactorily, and now he would have the jewel for himself. Kevin politely took Delilah's grateful arms off of him, while making sure to fiddle with his wedding ring as a reminder that he was not interested in Delilah the way she was starting to appear to be interested in him. "It was my pleasure helping you, Delilah. It was great to meet you, and I wish you luck in your singing career. I want you to let me know about your career and its progress. You might not know this, but I oversee an entertainment company, Williams Media, that is always looking for talent. But for now, I have to get back to work. Please excuse me." Delilah was both delighted to know that Kevin might help her career in the future, and unhappy that he seemed to be eager to leave her. "At least let me treat you to a date for helping me. Come by the bar later. We'll have a drink, get to know each other, maybe do a little dancing." Kevin sighed. "I'm flattered, but I'm spoken for. It was great to meet you, Delilah." He shook her hand and said goodbye, cruising right over to the Turner Museum to see Malachi Turner. Natasha, Delilah's sister and Malachi's guardian in the Turner Museum, buzzed him into the building, even though the museum was closed for the day. "Welcome back, Kevin. I trust you had a successful journey?" Kevin nodded. Malachi must have filled her in on what he was up to. "Can I see him, please?" "Of course." Natasha unlocked the door to Malachi's preserved study, where most of the museum guests were not allowed to go, and Kevin entered swiftly, making a beeline to the bookcase. He pulled back the maroon book emblazoned with the ancient rune, and the shelf jutted forward for him to enter. "Kevin?" Natasha called. Kevin turned around, his hand on the shelf ready to close it behind him. "Yes?" "Thank you. You've changed my sister's life today. You just might have healed our entire family. I won't forget what you've done for us. If you ever need a favor, you know where to find me." Kevin nodded and smiled at her. "My pleasure." He closed the shelf behind him and descended the tight spiral staircase down to the bunker below, whose layout was identical to that of the Turner house. When he entered Malachi's study through the corresponding bookcase, Malachi was at his desk dunking a biscuit into a mug of milky coffee and reading a newspaper that Natasha had sent down that morning. "Ah, Kevin, back so soon. How did it go?" Malachi seemed awfully relaxed considering how intent he had been on Kevin to heal his granddaughter's voice before he handed over the Jewel of Truth. Kevin sat down at the seat opposite Malachi's. "It's done. She's singing like never before. Her range has improved to include those low notes you were trying to give her in the first place, and I've never seen anyone as happy as she was when I left her just now." Malachi smiled and the wrinkles deepened around his eyes. "Thank goodness. I owe you a great debt of gratitude, Kevin Williams. You are truly a remarkable herbalist." Kevin shifted uncomfortably in his chair. Gratitude wasn't the only debt Malachi owed him, but he didn't want to lose the old man's respect by pushing too hard for the Jewel of Truth. "Thank you, Malachi. It means a lot coming from you. I hope I'm not being rude by saying I'm in a time crunch and would love to resolve the rest of our deal so I can get back to my preparations for the epic clash." Malachi nodded. "Of course. The Varibarbadal, the Jewel of Truth. It's time I reveal it to you." Kevin got excited as Malachi pulled the chain out of his many layers of clothes. It was laced around his neck and held a heavy skeleton key at its end. Malachi pulled the chain and key up around his head, then fitted the key into the bottom drawer of his desk. The drawer squeaked as it opened. It had not been disturbed in many, many years. But at last, Malachi pulled out the small, golden, jewel-encrusted box, inlaid with a massive emerald right at its center. "It's beautiful," Kevin remarked. He had to sit on his hands to stop himself from reaching for it before Malachi offered it to him. "It's my greatest accomplishment to date. I knew I was onto something big when the society started asking questions. They ran me underground for this jewel, Kevin. You must remember that. If you are caught with it, you will be excommunicated. Your reputation will be ruined from here to Timbuktu. Are you sure this is an undertaking you want to endure?" Kevin nodded. "I am. I need it. I can't let lousy cheaters and liars ascend to the upper realm when real herbalists deserve the honor. I'm not doing this just for my own sake, but so that honest members of our profession and masters of our craft can get their dues." Malachi nodded too. "A noble endeavor, no doubt. But I wonder if before I hand it over, you have proof of your good deed?" Kevin's face fell. He thought that he and Malachi had a friendly relationship at this point and that they trusted one another. But when Malachi said these words, a notable shift in tone rippled throughout the room. Everything felt colder and more serious. Kevin sobered. I don't have anything with me. How can I prove her voice is back if she won't see you and you refuse to leave your lair? Malachi shrugged. I'm sure you will come up with something. Forgive me, but I've been burned by herbalists before. I'll need you to secure proof somehow to finalize our agreement. Kevin tried his best to hide his disappointment. He didn't want to give Malachi any more reason to withhold his last hope of playing a fair game in the clash, but he was also angry at being so close to the solution just to be given one more hoop to jump through. But then he remembered that Delilah had asked him out. Maybe he could turn that drink she wanted to get with him into just the opportunity he needed to get Malachi's jewel. Fine. I'll get her up on stage tonight, but you have to come watch her sing. You need to put on your disguise or do whatever it is you do to join the living above ground. When you see her sing when the crowd goes wild for her, then can I please use your jewel of truth? Malachi extended a hand across the table. You have my word. Kevin shook it and left, hurrying back up the spiral staircase and out into the Turner Museum study. Natasha was dusting books when he emerged. I need your help. They went back into town where they met up with Delilah. Kevin just had to get her a gig tonight and this whole mess of a sidetrack would be over. But looking at Delilah now, he could see that she wasn't ready to be the center of attention. Natasha explained it on their way there. When my sister lost her voice, she sank into a deep depression. She stopped caring for herself. She left her job and stayed holed up in her house for months. It wasn't until the city shut off the lights that she got up and got a job as a bartender in a dive bar downtown. In looking at Delilah now, Kevin could see the effects of what Natasha had told him. Delilah's hair was flat and colorless, and her teeth were yellowed and chipped. She had the overall appearance of a very tired person or a war veteran who hadn't slept since she returned from service. She was behind the counter of the bar where she worked and charming the customers as she always did, but her ill-fitting black clothes were clearly being worn to hide as much of her body as possible. This was a woman who went years without a bit of confidence. But it wasn't a lost cause entirely. Regaining her voice had given Delilah a new lease on life, and she had the shine in her eyes of a much younger and healthier person. To most people, it wouldn't be evident, but Kevin could see it and knew that the spark was again in her soul. If we can do something to make her outside match her inside, she'll dazzle on stage tonight. What do you think? Kevin asked Natasha. Natasha eyed her sister carefully. Delilah didn't know they had appeared to meet with her again. She was in her element behind the bar. Natasha looked around the bar and saw dancers in full hair, makeup, and costumes, emerging from a black curtain behind the small stage at the front of the room, ready for their number. Follow me. Kevin obeyed, and he followed as Natasha grabbed Delilah from behind the bar and brought both of them backstage to the dressing room. Kevin blushed. Should I be here? Around him, the dancer stations were laden with their undergarments and other personal effects. We'll be quick, Natasha assured him. What's going on? Did you change your mind about that drink, Kevin? Delilah asked. You're going on stage tonight and debuting that new voice of yours, Natasha explained. I have someone very special coming to see you. Delilah lit up. Is it someone from Williams Media? A manager? An agent? Kevin kept it vague, worried Delilah might refuse to perform if she knew Malachi was coming to watch, and get the proof he needed that Delilah's voice had been restored. You'll see. Within minutes, Natasha had worked magic. Delilah's hair was shiny and voluminous, her teeth invisible behind bright lipstick, and her makeup done so well it was like she had reversed 10 years in age. Natasha borrowed an outfit from the dancer's rack and dusted off the guitar on the wall for visiting musicians. Do you still have that old song in your back pocket? You wrote it when we were girls, and I thought it was just brilliant. You know the one. Delilah nodded, unable to take her eyes off of herself in the mirror. Sunflower. Of course. Let me just tune this baby up and it'll be showtime. Natasha and Kevin left Delilah to get warmed up and went back out to the main bar. Kevin spied Malachi lurking at the entrance in an argument with the bouncer of the bar. "What's the problem here?" he asked, intervening.
"This guy's trying to come in here with a fake ID,"
the bouncer told Kevin, holding up the card Malachi had flashed at him. Kevin almost laughed. Malachi had tried to get in with a 200-year-old citizen ID. The paper was yellowing and frayed at the edges and featured a black and white photograph of a much, much younger Malachi. The date was faded, but it started with the number 18. Kevin improvised. "Grandpa is a joker, all right. Come on, though. The guy is clearly over 21 years old," Kevin said to the bouncer.
"I still need to verify identification," the bouncer snarled. "Come to think of it, I don't think you showed me any ID when you came in."
Kevin didn't have any time for this. He grabbed Natasha, who rolled her eyes at the bouncer. "Come on, Nate, really? That's my grandfather, for crying out loud. Let him in." They pulled Malachi inside and got settled at a high-top table, ready for the performance. Kevin was just relieved they had gotten there without any issues, until a big burly cowboy, clearly drunk, stumbled over to their table and ran right into Kevin. Kevin stood up. "Are you all right, man?" But the cowboy wasn't so kind.
"You knocked into me. Say you're sorry."
Kevin thought, here we go. Why do these guys show up at the worst times? And how, Kevin wondered, could he control the extent of his levels and powers if he were to get into a bar brawl with a man whose only ability was to carry 2 beers and a shot of whiskey in one hand? Natasha and Malachi Turner sat at the table, waiting to see what Kevin would do. Now that Delilah's voice was restored and Kevin had gotten Malachi to agree to come watch her perform, all that was left to do was let Delilah sing, and Malachi would hand over the jewel of truth to Kevin. But none of that would happen if this burly cowboy who had bumped into Kevin's table caused a disruption that got them all kicked out of the joint. The drunk man had stumbled into Kevin on his way to his own seat and now was ready to square up and fight Kevin then and there. Kevin put his hands up. "I don't want any trouble, man. I'm here for the show, just like you. Why don't you let me help you get back to your table and get some hot coffee in you?" The cowboy was huffing and puffing at Kevin now.
"What the heck did you just say to me? Do I look like a helpless little girl who needs your help getting to the table? Don't speak to me that way or I'll show you just how much of a man I can be."
Kevin rolled his eyes. These guys were all the same. "I'm sorry to offend your precious sensibilities, but the show is starting soon. Move along now." The cowboy spat at Kevin's feet and got right up in his face.
"You don't tell me what to do, you little ant man. Look at you. You're not even wearing cowboy boots. Does this fine establishment not deserve your respect? You must not be from around here. We don't have boots in this town to fit those tiny little feet anyway. Where are you from, stranger?"
Kevin was doing mental gymnastics to keep up with this drunk's rambling line of questioning, but he stood up tall and said, "Chicago." The cowboy laughed throatily and called upon the attention of the room at large.
"You hear that, y'all? We got ourselves a Yankee."
Kevin couldn't believe how dumb this man was. That's New York, but good try, Your Highness. The cowboy didn't like that. He slammed his beer down on the table, splashing Natasha and Malachi in the process.
"What did you just call me?"
The cowboy didn't wait for a response, instead cocking his fist back and swinging at Kevin, who easily dodged the lazy, misguided attack. Surely, that's not necessary. But the cowboy was all the more angry at having missed. He reared up again, pulling the other arm back to swing at Kevin, but Kevin went on the offense, bringing a knee up into the man's stomach, then grabbing the back of the man's neck and slamming his face down on the table. The crowd that had gathered to watch let out a unified, "Ooh." Kevin held the man's head down and leaned in to whisper, "Are you done now?" But the cowboy wrapped an arm around Kevin and pulled him away from himself, straightening up. He lurched forward to tackle Kevin, but Kevin jumped out of the way and let him crash into the pillar behind him. "You're not going to win this. Let's just settle down now." The cowboy didn't listen. He stood up and rushed Kevin again, but Kevin hit him with a simple uppercut to the jaw, and the man spun around and collapsed. It was over. Sometimes it was difficult for Kevin not to allow his level 7 skills to spill over into a battle with an ordinary, but in this case, his opponent was so drunk and unskilled that there was a need for Kevin to do more than lay one well-placed fist on him. Kevin looked up at the crowd who were now staring at him, so silent and surprised you could hear a pin drop. "Why don't we just enjoy the show? Okay, everyone?"
Yeah, right. Out.
Kevin turned around to see the bouncer behind him irate at the violence that had just occurred, pointing a quivering finger to the exit. Kevin turned to Natasha. "Make sure Malachi sees Delilah's performance." The bouncer dragged the knocked-out cowboy out of the bar and Kevin followed, sitting on a bench across the street to wait. Soon enough, Malachi and Natasha emerged from the bar. "So?" Kevin asked. He had hoped Delilah had gone on and sung her song so Malachi would have proof that Kevin completed his task. And Malachi smiled, nodding. It was clear that Malachi had seen and heard that his granddaughter's glorious voice was restored. The two went back to Malachi's hidden bunker beneath the Turner Museum, and Malachi pulled the gold box back out of his desk. The Jewel of Truth sat, inlaid in the box's lid, and with a little negotiation, Malachi was able to pop it out and hand it over.
"You've done brilliantly. Now go, win the epic clash. You might make chief herbalist one of these days,"
Malachi said, in a tone like a mentor who was proud of his student. Kevin smiled back at him. "If I do, I'll pardon you of your crimes and you'll be able to rejoin the society and live in the real world again." Malachi shrugged.
"Perhaps, but there is something to be said about living a life where only a few people know how to find you."
Kevin folded the Jewel of Truth in a piece of cloth and tucked it into his jacket pocket, then got up to leave the study, but Malachi wasn't done.
"Wait a moment, Kevin. There's something else you should know."
"What's that?" Kevin asked, really eager to be getting home to melt down the jewel into something consumable.
"That jewel is a highly concentrated mass of varibarbitol. You can't just go chipping pieces off and sprinkling them like salt over prime rib. You need to distill it and turn it into a palatable consumable pill or concoction. Too little of that stuff will make someone extra social, and the right amount will get them to answer any question you ask them honestly and without any inhibitions. A little extra might make them appear drunk. They'll be stumbling around, spilling their secrets to anyone who will listen. And too much of it, well, too much of it could kill them."
Kevin tensed his jaw. "Did the society try to stop you from making the jewel because they didn't want to give up their secrets, or because they thought you might use it as a weapon to kill people?"
Malachi sighed. "They didn't trust me as far as they could throw me, but I'm not a killer. Kevin, if I was, I would have means at my disposal to kill people that wouldn't require me to spend a decade in New Zealand harvesting varibarbitol. I can promise you that. I'm only telling you about the dangers of the jewel so you don't do anything reckless. Good luck."
"I'll be careful." Kevin left, satisfied he had the jewel, but wondering if he had left with more questions than answers. Back in Chicago, Lily and Rachel were having dinner at Lily and Kevin's penthouse. They had spent a long day at Rachel's hotel meeting with vendors who were competing with each other to contribute to Lily's gala, introducing her new charity to the world. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. I got some good news as we were leaving the hotel today when you were putting in the takeout order," Rachel said, dipping her steak fries in a big bowl of ketchup between them. They'd picked up burgers from their favorite local joint and were indulging as a celebration of their progress at work. "What's that?" Lily asked. She was secretly checking her phone every couple of seconds under the table, waiting for Kevin to call. She hadn't spoken to him all day and was starting to get worried about her husband. He wouldn't tell her all the details of what he had to do in Nashville, but she felt it safe to assume that it would be dangerous. "Nicole Sawyer got back to me. She's in," Rachel clapped, so pleased with herself. "You're kidding." Lily stared at her best friend, unable to believe it. Nicole Sawyer was the most beloved movie star in Chicago, and she had agreed to MC their gala, meaning they were sure to raise more money than they ever would have without her. Lily knew Rachel had attended to her many times at the hotel, but Lily had stopped herself from getting too excited that she might actually say yes to this favor. "I'm not. Now why don't you just go ahead and call Kevin yourself rather than rudely staring at your phone while we're trying to have a conversation?" Rachel winked at Lily, knowing she was waiting for her husband. "Sorry, I didn't mean to be rude," Lily blushed. "Don't worry about it. Go on." Rachel left the kitchen to give Lily some privacy, and Lily dialed Kevin's number. "Hey, honey, how are you?" Kevin picked up the phone. He was halfway back to the Myriad compound in Nashville, debating in his head whether to work on the Jewel of Truth right here, right now, or to go back up to Chicago and try to cobble together enough resources from the remains of his burn-down lab. "I'm great. We just found out that Nicole Sawyer is joining us for the gala. You have to come. Promise me you'll be back in time?" Lily paced around nervously, hoping Kevin was headed home soon. Kevin made his decision. If Lily missed him so badly back home, then home is where he would make the truth serum out of the Jewel of Truth. "I'm on my way now." Kevin knew that returning to Lily was always a priority, but this time it might complicate his other mission, which was to distill the truth serum and succeed in the epic clash. Had he made the right decision or the wrong one? Kevin knew what he wanted to do. He had succeeded in healing Malachi Turner's granddaughter, and she was back on track to becoming a country music star. Not only that, but Malachi had handed over the Jewel of Truth, the concentration of aribarbitol that Kevin needed to create a truth serum that would make his enemies in the epic clash expose themselves for their cheating, clearing the path for Kevin to ascend to the upper realm. Now he had to get back to Chicago to make that serum. Lily missed him, and the clock was ticking down to the epic clash, so he would find what he needed from the remains of his own laboratory that had been partially burned down by Mario Kessler and Ethan Williams. But right now, he was still in Nashville, on his way back to the Myriad compound to grab his things and tell Brett Stewart he was leaving. Brett showed up in Kevin's room at the Myriad compound just as Kevin finished throwing the few belongings he had brought with him into his duffel bag. "Going so soon?" he asked, leaning in the doorway, looking both casual and like he was blocking the exit intentionally to slow Kevin's departure. Kevin smiled, trying to disarm Brett. "I got what I came for, and now I need to get back to Chicago as soon as possible. Thank you again for letting me stay here and work with the Myriads. I won't forget all you've done for me." Brett shook his head. "No, I'm sure you won't. Tell me, whatever you were doing researching Malachi Turner, was it for the clash?" Kevin nodded. "It was. And I'm not quite done yet, but I have high hopes that I'll be successful." "Well, that's good. I'll remind you, Kevin, that if you do ascend to the upper realm, or honestly, even if you don't, I'll be calling on you again soon. The war against the Pinnacle is looming. It's a matter of time before tensions between your enemies and your friends reach a boiling point, and I hope that when the time comes, you'll remember how much I've done for you. I need you in this fight. Can I get your word that you'll be there?" Kevin remembered that he had promised Brett a handful of power pills in exchange for helping him out, and he dug the bottle out of his duffel bag and handed it to Brett. "This was our agreement, Brett, as promised." Brett examined the bottle as Kevin pushed past him out into the hallway and down the stairs to the main floor of the house. Brett followed. "Kevin, I know your energies are stretched to the limit, but your position in the Myriads does make it crucial that you be present when the Pinnacle's attack comes. You must be on the right side of this war." Kevin was getting impatient now because he was really in a hurry to get back to Chicago. "Brett, I can't focus on anything but the clash right now, and we don't even know that there will be a war. The threat from Pinnacle has been looming for a long time, And for hundreds of years, they retreated to Apex Island and let the Foundation live in peace. At this exact moment, I don't want to make a promise I can't keep. We'll talk when there's something to actually talk about. Brett crossed his arms, watching Kevin pull on his shoes and get ready to leave the compound. You'll see, Kevin. The time will come, and if you're not with us, you're against us. I can't believe that after all I've done for you, you can't just promise me this one thing. Brett was blocking the front door now, and Kevin's brain was back in Chicago in his lab. He needed to come up with something to make Brett let him go, but without locking himself into a war that he didn't know he would be available to fight. After all, if he somehow did poorly in the epic clash, he would have his herbalist power stripped from him entirely. Kevin looked Brett in the eye and said, "How about I owe you one? You can cash in a favor for me after the clash, but that's as specific as I can get." He stuck his hand out to Brett. Brett sighed. "Fine, but I'm taking this seriously, and I'll be taking it to the bank when the Pinnacle returns to make their move against the Foundation." He shook Kevin's hand and let him through. Kevin turned around when he was halfway down the hallway. "Brett, thank you. I mean it. I do appreciate all you've done for me." Brett just waved, so Kevin left. Back in Chicago, Kevin found his lab in much better shape than he left it. The rubble and ruin were cleared, the furnace had been cleaned off, and the shelves, cabinets, and lab tables that had been destroyed were replaced with shiny new ones. A few workers hurried back and forth, and Kevin could hear the sounds of construction coming from deeper within the space. "Larry!" Kevin caught his lab manager, Larry Barnes, coming out of the dried herb stockroom. "Kevin, welcome back. How was Nashville?" Larry asked, leading Kevin back to his lab table. Kevin pulled the cloth holding the Jewel of Truth out of his jacket pocket and flashed it to Larry. "It was successful. What's going on in here?" Larry grinned. "Well, I thought we should get this place back in working order. Our products are on the market after all, and we're in high demand. The Healing Arts School students were eager to get back to work, so here we are." Kevin looked around and saw that indeed Medi, Zara, Mora, Yuki, Hiro, and Amber were stationed around the lab, working on their experiments. "I appreciate that, Larry. Thank you for rallying the troops. Are you busy? I could use some assistance with this." Larry clapped him on the shoulder. "I am here to assist you. I'm busy with whatever you tell me to be busy with." "Great. We need to liquefy this jewel and then distill the varibarbitol to safe levels. I suspect some trial and error will be involved, and I'll be the test subject." Kevin had decided this on his way home. If Malachi was right and too much of the varibarbitol could be dangerous or even fatal, he wouldn't put anyone else's life on the line. Larry looked worried but took the stone from Kevin's cloth and put it in a cast iron pot to melt it down. "You got it, Kevin." Larry brought the pot over to the furnace to liquefy, and Kevin pulled out his secret book to look for any hints about what amount of varibarbitol would be safe for human consumption, as well as which herbs would be best to dilute its toxicity while still promoting its effectiveness. He gathered his materials as well as a handful of herbs and minerals to try, and set them up on a lab table with a jug of saline solution for dilution. "I'll start with 10 millimeters and see where that gets me. With my height and weight factored in, it shouldn't kill me." Even so, Kevin double-checked his math a few times before Larry brought over the melted jewel. Varibarbitol had a natural green color to it, and it glowed in the dark of the pot it sloshed around in. Kevin picked up his glass dropper and drew up 10 millimeters of the stuff, dropping it in a beaker. He then mixed in the saline solution and the rest of the herbs and minerals, a few of which he had added to pull out and dispose of the extra poisons. He stirred the concoction around in the beaker and lifted it to Larry. "To your health." Kevin toasted, and he drank the potion in one sip. Larry watched nervously as Kevin swallowed and waited for the serum to take effect. "How do you feel?" Larry asked. His arms were restless at his sides. He was prepared to catch Kevin if Kevin were to suddenly pass out or worse. Kevin frowned at the beaker he had drunk from. "I feel normal. I don't think I put in enough." But I've got 10 millimeters in my system now. I'm no longer a controlled variable. We need someone else. He looked around. Feeling guilty that he had wasted the inconsequential trial on himself, he could wait until the varibarbital passed out of him, but that could be hours. He could make himself throw up, but no doubt some of the substance had already been absorbed into his bloodstream. He would just have to be extra careful and borrow someone. Hey, Medi, got a second? Medi looked up from his workstation at Kevin, who waved him over. He put down what he was doing and joined Kevin and Larry. What's up? How do you feel about taking part in a dangerous trial? Kevin asked. Medi beamed. I'm in. Kevin was surprised. You don't want to know what it is? You're not worried. Medi shrugged. I trust you. You're the winner of this year's Herbalist Society completion. I'm sure you won't kill me or anything. Hit me with it. Kevin and Larry exchanged a look and Larry nodded. All right, great. We're making a truth serum and we're trying to get the combinations right. If I don't give you enough, you'll feel normal like me. I just tried it and nothing happened. If I give you too much, you'll feel drunk. The goal is for you to feel fine, maybe a little happy, and that you'll tell me the truth when I ask you a question. Medi nodded. Sounds good, boss. Hit me with it. Kevin did some quick math to make sure he wasn't dosing Medi in the lethal zone, then mixed up a truth serum for him. Drink this. Medi did as he was told. Before he even put the beaker down, Kevin saw him starting to change. A relaxed, loopy look came over Medi's face. His eyes relaxed and he started grinning like a fool. How do you feel? Kevin asked. Drunk. Like I'm at the dentist and they gave me laughing gas. Medi giggled. Kevin could work with that. Okay, great. Let's start with your name. What is your name? Medi arranged his face to mock Kevin's serious tone, and in a deep voice he said, Medi Fidel, at your service. He broke out in giggles again. Kevin whispered to Larry, I gave him too much. We'll have to try it again, but we're narrowing it down. I feel good about this. Medi stuck his head into the conversation. Hi, Mr. Whisper. I have a secret for you. Oh, yeah? Yeah, and it's pretty serious. I've been deceiving you, Kevin. I've been hiding something huge from you for a while now. Kevin studied Medi, unsure if he was serious, but the happy expression had left Medi's face, and he was looking worried, nervous to spill the beans. Kevin thought, what could it be? Kevin knew that just days before the epic clash, a surprise among his lab workers could be the kind of terrible news that would undermine his success in the competition and lead to a disastrous failure. Kevin and Larry stared at Medi. Kevin had rushed back to the lab in Chicago, finally in possession of the Jewel of Truth. And they were running trials on the amounts of melted down varibarbital that would produce the best effects. Kevin had taken not quite enough, and it seemed like they might have given Medi too much, as Medi had turned into a giggling mess. But now, Medi looked serious and sober, and he had just told Kevin that he had something huge to confess. This could be a moment of truth, as it were. Would the truth serum really make Medi give up a secret he had been harboring for days? Was Medi a spy, a traitor, or something even worse? The kid had been doing great work for Kevin, and Kevin didn't want this secret to be something horrible and damning. What is it that you need to tell me? Kevin asked. Medi steadied himself against the lab table and blew a big breath through puffed-out cheeks. Remember the fire that happened in the lab? Kevin looked at Larry, not liking where this was going. Yes. When we were running out, I passed right by a fire extinguisher. I could have stayed and tried to put it out, but I just kept running. I chose to save myself over saving the lab. I'm so sorry. Medi burst into tears in front of them, the varibarbital overwhelming his emotions. Kevin sighed in relief. Medi, you don't have to be sorry for that. The fire spread way too fast for one extinguisher to be able to help anything. If you had stayed, you might have died. You did the right thing. Don't worry about it, all right? Kevin put a cautious hand on Medi's shoulder, which Mehdi took as an invitation to throw his arms around Kevin's neck and cry into his shoulder. Larry peeled him off of Kevin and led him back to his station to calm down. Kevin shook off that failure. His second trial was over, but now he had a set range of safe levels of aribarbitol. He had found the upper limit, and no one would be risking their lives to help him figure out the right concoction. This was progress. He looked up at the other healing arts students sprinkled around the lab, all looking over at him since Mehdi made such a scene. Kevin clapped his hands together. All right, who's next? Yuki and Hiro stepped up to the plate. Kevin welcomed them over and gave them an explanation of what he was doing. Basically, I want to test if you're lying to me. As you can see, Mehdi was given too much of the truth serum. My bad. But it's not dangerous, and he'll be back to himself in an hour or two. Yuki and Hiro nodded, and Yuki said, I think we're up for that. Kevin redid his math to factor in Yuki and Hiro's heights and weights. They weren't identical twins, so he had to go for things twice, but within a few minutes, he was handing them both beakers to drink. He was now keenly aware that he had a very limited supply of aribarbitol. The Jewel of Truth was a large gem, but each trial was a waste of material that could have been used on Kevin's enemies in the epic clash. The twins drank, and neither of them went loopy or sloppy as Mehdi had. How do you feel? Kevin asked them. They looked at each other, then back at Kevin, and said, Great, in unison. Kevin took that as a sign that the truth serum was affecting them equally, and so far within stable levels. Perfect. So here's what we're going to do. I'll leave the room and you will both select one item from the lab to hide on your person. When I come back, I'm going to ask you to tell me what you took and you're going to try to lie to me. If you get away with it, then we'll have to try a new dose. But if you tell me willingly what you're hiding, then we'll know we have the right amount of aribarbitol in the truth serum. Got it? The twins nodded in unison. Kevin walked out of the room and paced around the lobby of his office suite. He gave it 5 minutes before he went back inside. Hiro and Yuki were sitting at the lab table where he had left them, both with their poker faces on. Hey guys, how are we feeling now? Kevin asked. I feel mostly normal, but I'm nervous that you'll ask me a question and I'll have to answer, Hiro joked. Yuki agreed. I'm just in a very good mood. I think I don't want to do anything reckless, but I feel like I could do anything right now. I want to run a marathon or something. Kevin grinned. That's great. That's a side effect of the aribarbitol. Not only will you willingly tell your secrets, but you'll feel confident while you do so. It helps to lower people's guards. He stood in front of both of them and looked Yuki up and down. Let's start with a couple of warm-up questions. I want you to do your best to lie to me, okay? I know the correct answers already, so what's your name? Yuki twisted up his face like he was thinking really hard. He held back the words as long as he could, but after a moment he blurted out, Yuki Ishikawa. Crap, I couldn't lie. Kevin nodded. Very good. Don't beat yourself up. Okay, how old are you? Yuki put on his concentration face again and managed to strain out the words, 21, before the truth serum made him correct himself. 20. He sighed, hanging his head. Kevin was getting excited now. Excellent. And what have you stolen from me today, Yuki? Yuki's right hand twitched next to his pocket like it was taking everything in him not to pull out the contraband and beg for forgiveness. I stole a thermometer. Let's see it, Kevin commanded. Yuki pulled a small glass thermometer out of his pocket and placed it on the table. Kevin shook his hand. Well done, Yuki. How did it feel? Yuki shrugged. I felt disappointed in myself when I was trying and failing to lie to you. But when I told the truth, it felt great. Like a hit of dopamine in my brain, rewarding me for it. Excellent. Kevin turned to Hiro. Your turn. Hiro shook out his arms and legs and stretched his neck like a runner approaching the starting line of a race. Hit me. Kevin looked him dead in the eye and Hiro held his gaze, smiling. What's your name? Hiro's smile fell. Harry. Henry. Hiro, he blurted. Kevin nodded. Where do you live? Hiro was starting to sweat now, like he was holding in vomit rather than the truth.
Brooklyn. I live in South Side. I live on the south side of Chicago. Shoot! This is hard.
Kevin chuckled. Good, it should be. What did you steal from my lab? Kevin almost felt guilty at how much he was enjoying this little game. He would have a lot of fun messing with people at the Epic Clash once he dosed them. Hiro couldn't even manage to think of a lie before his hands pulled the pair of lighters out of his pocket.
Whoa, it feels good to get that off my chest.
Kevin shook his hand. Well done, guys. Go ahead and get back to work while I turn this stuff into pills. Thanks for being my guinea pigs. The guys shuffled off to their stations and Kevin started feverish calculations in his notebook. He had a good idea of the range of truth serum that would work on adults of average height and weight. He would have to make a uniform pill to hand out because he wouldn't have access to a lab to adjust amounts based on every individual target. A generic pill would have to do. Luckily, Mehdi was quite tall and muscular. Hiro was average height and a little overweight, and Yuki was short and thin, so he had a good sample size of body type to work with. He was interrupted, however, by Mora at his side. Mora, what can I do for you? He asked. Mora looked nervous to approach him, but said in what she wanted to say. Do you want to test that stuff on a woman? I was studying Varibarbital last night, and there are conflicting opinions on whether or not it reacts with dominant hormones. Your 4 test subjects, including yourself, all have testosterone-dominant bodies. You might want to check that the effects are the same for estrogen-dominant bodies. Kevin considered it. He had seen that study on Varibarbital and its interactions with hormones, but had largely agreed with the herbalists who said there was no significant interaction. But Mora seemed certain, and part of mentoring these students was taking their ideas seriously. He checked the pot of Varibarbital. He had just enough to spare for one last trial. Sure, Mora. Good idea. Kevin mixed a concoction with the amount of Varibarbital that he was planning to put in the pills, the generic amount for any adult body type. Mora drank it and Kevin left the room so she could steal something. When he came back, he could tell already that she was handling the potion better than the guys had. Rather than the forced poker face that Yuki and Hiro had worn, she looked effortlessly cool, like she hadn't drunk it at all. How do you feel? Kevin asked, joining her across the lab table. Mora shrugged. Normal. Maybe a little excited. My heart rate is up according to my watch. She flashed him her SmartFace watch where her heart rate was, indeed, higher than it should have been. Great. What's your name? Kevin proceeded. Mary Jane Johnson, Mora said. Kevin watched closely as the Varibarbital worked out that she was lying. Her face went from relaxed to slightly panicked. He could tell she was trying hard to remain calm. Are you sure about that? He prodded her. Her breathing got more intense and the heart rate readout on her watch jumped up to 120 beats per minute. Tell the truth, Kevin pressed. Mora Kelly, she gasped. How did that feel? Kevin asked. Like holding my breath underwater. It was fine at first, but I had to come up for air, Mora admitted. Kevin wrote that down. Okay, now I want to see if you'll give up the truth without me pressing for it. So still try to lie, but then we will sit in silence and see how long you can go. Mora nodded and Kevin asked, What did you steal from my lab? Mora shrugged. Nothing. A few seconds passed with Kevin staring at her. She started to ramble. Why would I need to steal anything? I work here. I have access to everything I need. I mean, I don't have a lab at home. It's not like I'm sneaking supplies out for my personal use. God, why can't you just trust me? Kevin kept quiet, watching her unravel. Fine, I stole a pair of tongs. Is that what you want to know? Kevin cocked his head to the side. She had not presented the tongs, so he did not believe her. He stared a little more intently. Mora pulled a small glass vial filled with witch hazel from her pocket. Take it! I don't want it anyway. She caught her breath, looking a little appalled at herself for raising her voice. How do you feel now? Kevin grinned, satisfied. Exhausted. Like I need a nap. Geez, that stuff really roots itself in your gut. It felt horrible lying to you. Kevin made a note of that too. It seems that the estrogen is more stubborn than the testosterone, but will relent eventually. Thank you for testing it for me. I appreciate your input. I'll up the amount going in the generic pills to make sure nothing gets by me when it's used on women. Maura nodded and went back to her station. Kevin adjusted his math and mixed the rest of the varibarbital with the necessary saline solution to dilute it. Then the other herbs and elements that would reduce its toxicity and strengthen the endorphins that would reward the target for telling the truth. He poured the concoction onto a sheet and stuck it in a dehydrator to turn it into a powder, then sifted that powder into the pill molds. Finally, he stuck the molds into the furnace and pulled out 24 compact tablets. He put them on the lab table to cool and looked up to find Olivia entering the lab. Hey, Kevin, how was Nashville? She asked, her tone business as usual. Kevin waved her over. Excellent. Check it out. The truth pill. He plucked one out of its tray and held it up to her. It was a pale green color and gave off the faintest glow from the varibarbital. Olivia examined it. It looks delicious, like a jelly bean. Kevin laughed. Maybe that's what I should tell people it is so they take it. For now, it's designed to dissolve in their drinks. As long as it doesn't make their mouths glow green, I'll be happy. He scooped the pills into a bottle and marked it with the label, "For Liars." Then he turned back to Olivia. So what's up? Any news on the epic clash? Olivia sat down across from him. Yes, unfortunately, Dalton and I did some digging with people close to the judges, and they're implementing a new rule this year. You can't bring any herbalist medications or enhancements in with you. They're checking bags. So your power pills, recovery pills, mental precision pills, and now these truth pills are going to be confiscated. Kevin swore. He had finally perfected his assortment of pills that would put him in the best possible shape for the clash, and now he couldn't even bring them. The wheels in his head started to turn, looking for a loophole. He got it. Kevin smirked at Olivia and said, "What if we disguise them as something else?" After returning home to Chicago, Kevin finally had the chance to make a truth serum from the ingredients given to him by Malachi Turner. It took some trial and error, but after a few tries, he was successfully able to craft a pill that forced his lab assistants to tell the truth. Everything was going well until Olivia revealed that the epic clash would include a security detail at the entrance, who would confiscate any form of pills if they found it. "We have to find a way to sneak the truth serum into the event," Kevin said. "If we can't use it to uncover who's cheating and how they plan to do it, I'll be totally unprepared. We have to know what they're up to." Olivia nodded. "I'll start brainstorming. I'm sure I can think of some way to sneak it in. The pills are so small they should fit into something that won't draw any attention, like a tube of lipstick or an inhaler, something like that." Kevin was once again reminded how lucky he was to have a lab assistant as loyal as Olivia. Just a few days earlier, she was in a medically induced coma, and now here she was developing a strategy to help sneak his truth serum into the epic clash. Kevin smiled. "Thanks, Olivia. I knew I could count on you." Olivia smiled back at him before a serious expression crept over her face. "Wait a second. What about your training? Are you sure you don't need to do it anymore?" Kevin considered it, but then he shook his head. "No, I should be good. The Myriad warriors I trained with were extremely proficient. I showed them a few things and they taught me some new tricks as well. I feel about as well prepared as I could be, physically anyways." Olivia trusted his word. "All right, Kevin, sounds good. I trust you to know better than I would. It's your body, after all." Just then, Kevin's phone started to ring. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw that it was Dalton. Hey, Dalton, what information do you have for me?
It looks like you're going to have to come out to D.C. a little sooner than we expected, Kevin. There's a dinner being hosted the night before the clash, and all contestants have been asked to attend. Might be a good opportunity to scope out the competition.
Kevin hesitated to agree. He was really looking forward to spending some quality time with Lily. But his gut told him he couldn't miss the dinner. It would be the perfect time to experiment with his truth serum. Understood, Dalton. I'll start packing right away and be there as soon as possible. See you soon. When Kevin hung up the phone, Olivia looked at him with curiosity brimming in her eyes. Well, she asked, what is it? Kevin sighed. We're going to need a solution to that security check sooner than we thought. It turns out that there's a dinner being hosted tonight in honor of the contestants. Might be a good opportunity to put our truth serum into action. Olivia quickly picked up the pace. Right, I'm on it. I'm going to go home and start looking for something to hollow out and fill with pills. I'll meet you there. With that, Olivia turned around and briskly walked out of the lab. Thanks, Olivia. Call me if you run into any trouble. Next, Kevin pulled out his phone and dialed Lily's number. She probably won't be very happy to hear about this, he thought. After a few rings, Lily answered. Kevin, I was just about to call you. What time do you think you'll be home tonight? I can't wait to see you. Kevin broke the news to her as softly as he could. The last thing he wanted was to hurt her feelings. I'm sorry to say it, Lily, but it turns out I'll have to go to D.C. straight from the lab today. There's a dinner being hosted for all the contestants of the Epic Clash, and I can't afford to miss it. I hope you understand. The silence was deafening until Lily finally answered with a gentle voice. I understand, Kevin. You've got to do what you've got to do. Can I at least come by the lab to say goodbye? Kevin grinned. Of course you can. Come on over. I'll see you soon. 20 minutes later, Lily and Rachel arrived and joined Kevin in the lab. The moment she walked through the door, Kevin dropped what he was doing and hugged her. It's so good to see you, my love. I'm so sorry that I have to leave you so soon. I was really looking forward to spending more time together. Pulling away from the hug, Lily continued to hold Kevin's hands with deep affection. That's all right, Kevin. With so many different responsibilities on your plate, I understand you won't always have time to sit back and relax. Your dedication to your work is one of the reasons I love you so much. So don't worry. Kevin truly appreciated that Lily understood the Epic Clash wasn't just important for him. It was important for both of them. Thanks, Lily. You're the best wife a man could ever ask for. I'm so lucky to have you in my life. Feeling a bit like a third wheel, Rachel found a way to interject. So, Kevin, where have you been all this time? Last I heard, you were on your way to Nashville. Kevin turned to Rachel and casually shrugged his shoulders. Well, it's a bit of a long story, but basically, to sum it all up, I learned that some prominent families are planning to cheat at the upcoming Epic Clash. So in order to expose them, I had to get some help to create a truth serum. Once I've gotten everyone to take it, they'll all spill their beans and I'll know what to look out for. Rachel's eyes and ears perked up the moment she heard the word truth serum. Oh, a truth serum, huh? That sounds like it would come in handy for all sorts of things. Kevin could sense Rachel's eagerness to get her hands on some of the truth serum and tried to extinguish the thought immediately. I've seen it in action and it's pretty amazing, but it isn't a toy. When wielding something as powerful as a truth serum, it's important to use it ethically, like to expose corruption, for example. Rachel pouted sarcastically. So you're saying I can't have some to give to my ex-boyfriend and finally learn whether he was cheating on me or not? Kevin chuckled. That is a perfect example of what it shouldn't be used for. Think of the truth serum as a weapon. It should only be used when absolutely needed. Rachel rolled her eyes. Well, where's the fun in that? Kevin had tried to discourage her, but the wheels in Rachel's minds were already turning. I'm still not completely convinced that Kevin isn't having an affair with Olivia, she thought to herself. After the fire, he put Olivia's needs before Lily's without even stopping to think about it. If I can get some of that truth serum into his system, I'll be able to get to the bottom of this for good. It's time to give him a taste of his own medicine. With a secret plan hatched in her head, Rachel turned to Kevin and said, You know, Kevin, I don't think I've ever received a proper tour of the lab. Would you mind showing us around? Kevin took her words at face value and happily agreed. Sure. There's a lot less to show since the fire burned everything down, but I can at least show you where things used to be. Thinking of the fire, Lily asked, What are your plans for the future, Kevin? Are you going to try and rebuild this lab or find a new one somewhere else in the city? Because he was so busy preparing for the epic clash, Kevin hadn't given it much thought. I'm not sure, to be honest. I do love this building, but it might be damaged beyond repair. I'll decide what to do next after the epic clash. It's all I've had time to think about for weeks. Kevin led Lily and Rachel to a steel door and opened it. Inside were about a dozen shelves filled with various herbs and plants. This is where we keep the raw materials. We've lost a lot of them in the fire, but have since restocked. Lily's eyes were wide open and curious. Wow, it's like a jungle in here. And it smells like a giant cup of exotic coffee. Kevin laughed. Yes, the exotic smells are one of the best things about being an herbalist. Not everything smells so nice, though. I once harvested a collection of South American skunkweed that smelled like absolute death. Rachel smiled and then guided the conversation in her own direction. And what about the synthesized pills? Where do you keep the finished product? Kevin led them away from the supply closet to a pantry with frosted glass doors. When he opened it up, they saw jars, vials, and tubes filled with pills and medicinal liquids. This is where we keep everything. No matter what's wrong with you, I guarantee there's some kind of pill in here that could help. Rachel had finally stumbled upon what she needed. One of the little jars was labeled TS. Truth serum, she deduced. This is also interesting, Kevin. Thanks for the tour. Is there a restroom nearby? Kevin pointed down the hall. Just around the corner there. Thanks, Rachel replied. After using the restroom, Rachel stopped inside the break room and brewed 3 cups of coffee. Then, on her way back to Kevin and Lily, she quietly opened the medicine cabinet, retrieved a truth serum pill, and stirred it into one of the mugs of coffee. When she rejoined her friends, she handed the spiked mug to Kevin and said, With the long night ahead of you, I figured you could use a pick-me-up. None the wiser, Kevin held the mug up to his lips and took a sip. Thanks, Rachel. This really hit the spot. Rachel grinned as Kevin took another sip of coffee. It worked, she thought. This ought to be interesting. After taking a sip of her own coffee, Rachel glanced at Kevin with inquisitive, almost predatory eyes. So, Kevin, I actually have a few more questions for you before you leave. After learning that a special dinner was being hosted for the contestants of the epic clash, Kevin had no choice but to pack up his things and go to D.C. earlier than expected. Before leaving, though, Lily and Rachel stopped by the lab to say goodbye. When she learned about the truth serum Kevin's team had recently developed, she instantly thought of using it against him and secretly stole some to slip into his coffee. I don't mind answering any questions, Rachel. In fact, I'm thrilled to learn you have such a keen interest in herbalism. I had no idea, Kevin exclaimed. By then, the truth serum had already taken effect. It was completely tasteless and undetectable, though, so Kevin hadn't noticed. Oh no, Rachel said. I'm all out of herbalist questions, but hey, I've got an idea. Why don't we play a game of truth or dare before you take off? It could be a fun way to learn something new about each other. Lily shook her head. Oh gosh,
I'm sure Kevin has to get going. Don't you, Kev? You said the dinner was later tonight, didn't you? She tried to pin it on Kevin's schedule, but deep down, Lily just wasn't very interested in playing. Kevin, on the other hand, thought it might be fun. If anything, it would be a good opportunity to bond with Lily before he had to go. He looked at his watch and smiled. I've got a bit of time. Come on, Lily. It'll be fun. Who should go first? Rachel held up her hand. I'll go first. Kevin, truth or dare? Kevin scratched his chin and pondered a moment. Truth. Perfect. That was just the answer Rachel was looking for. Is Olivia going to DC with you? Kevin quickly nodded his head. Of course she is. She's my main lab assistant. That's a weird question. Why do you ask? Rachel shrugged her shoulders and batted her eyelashes. No reason. Just curious is all. Okay, Lily, it's your turn. Lily uncrossed her arms with a sigh. You guys are reminding me of my nightmarish teenage years. But fine. Rachel, truth or dare? Dare, Rachel quickly replied. Lily glanced around the room for something that might catch her attention. Oh, I know. I dare you to go into the supply closet, pick out a random herb, and eat it. Ew, gross, Rachel squealed. Kevin threw his head back and laughed. Well, hold on now. Some of those herbs are poisonous or worse. She couldn't just pick something at random. Lily had to admit to herself she was starting to enjoy the game. Well, you can stop her if she picks something deadly then. Come on, Kevin. You can spare one little herb, can't you? Rachel's face soured. Oh gosh, I don't want to do that. What if it's slimy or it tastes disgusting? Can't you think of anything else? Lily smiled. If you really don't want to do it so badly, you could just switch to truth. Rachel frowned. No way. If it were just you, maybe, but not in front of Kevin. Fine. Let's go to the supply closet and I'll find something to eat. Just saying it made her want to gag. When Kevin opened the supply closet, Rachel stepped inside and had a look around. They were surrounded by shelves, drawers, and cabinets full of ingredients of all shapes, sizes, and colors, collected from all over the world. A couple of herbs even hung from the ceiling. Once she had seen everything, Rachel reached for the petal of a little red flower, but Kevin held out his hand and stopped her. Easy now. That thing will cause your hair to burst into flames. Rachel pulled her hand away with an unsettled face. What good could that possibly do? Kevin chuckled. Well, nothing much on its own, but when mixed with purple fairy mushroom, it will make your hair glow in the dark. We tend to invest more in medicinal products than cosmetic ones, but sometimes we stumble upon something fun in the process of experimenting. Rachel reached for another ingredient. This time it was a small jar of a substance that looked like blue-colored honey. Of course, Kevin stopped her again. I know that looks tasty, but a single drop of the stuff will make you hallucinate your worst nightmares. I got a whole splash of it on my tongue once, before I knew what I did. Trust me, it was not a good time. Rachel threw up her arms and snorted. Well, is there anything in here that won't, burn my hair or give me terrible visions? Kevin reached up to the tallest shelf and grabbed a little vial of green seeds. Here you go. Try this, he said as he handed one to Rachel. This isn't going to turn me into a frog or something, is it? Kevin winked at her with a smile. Only one way to find out. Shortly after she popped the seed into her mouth and swallowed, Rachel's skin began to slowly change to bright green. Lily and Kevin couldn't help but laugh, but Rachel was less than amused. Oh my gosh, Kevin, I look like an alien. This better not be permanent. Kevin wiped a tear from his eye and reassured her it wasn't. No, you'll be back to normal in just a few minutes. Sorry, Rachel, I just couldn't help myself. Lily turned to Kevin and told him, Okay, Kevin, it's your turn. Who are you going to pick? For Kevin, the decision was easy. All right, Lily, truth or dare? Well, Lily said, After what just happened to Rachel, I think I better go with Truth.
Kevin nodded and started to think of a question. What's your favorite thing about me? Lily groaned.
Oh, come on, Kevin. I can't whittle it down to just one thing. There's so much I love about you, it'd be impossible.
Kevin smirked. But if you really had to choose just one thing, what would it be? Come on, you can say it. Rachel pointed to the inside of her mouth. I think I'm going to be sick. After pausing for a moment, Lily finally said,
I love that you always do the right thing, no matter what. You always know what's best, Kevin, and being near you makes me feel safe.
Kevin smiled. It was probably the nicest compliment he'd ever received. Thanks, Lily. I love you too. Rachel had heard enough. It was time for her to get some more answers. All right, Kevin, one more round. Truth or dare? Kevin looked at his watch. He was cutting it pretty close, but sure, he had time for one more. Truth. Rachel took a deep breath. Because of the truth serum she had slipped him earlier, his answer was sure to be truthful. This next question could unravel the whole marriage, she thought to herself. Kevin, do you really love Lily as much as you say you do? Kevin made a confused face and scoffed. What? What kind of question is that, Rachel? Of course I do. I love my wife more than anything. Follow-up question. Do you, Kevin Williams, have feelings for your lab assistant Olivia in any way, shape, or form? This was it, Rachel thought. The question that would either be his undoing or clear his name for good. Before Kevin answered, Lily interjected. Seriously, Rachel? This again? I thought I told you to never bring this up again. Rachel looked back at Lily with apologetic eyes. I know, Lily. Just let him answer, will you? You have to trust me. It's important. Lily shot Rachel a dirty look, but before she could open her mouth and say something mean, Kevin answered the question. It really is a stupid question, Rachel. Of course I don't have any feelings for Olivia. There's no one in this world I could ever love more than Lily. She's the love of my life and she means everything to me. Olivia is a talented lab assistant and a good friend, but our relationship doesn't go any deeper than that. Rachel heaved a sigh of relief. For the first time, she actually believed him. I believe you, Kevin. I just wanted to ask and get to the bottom of this once and for all. I should probably tell you that I spiked your coffee with the truth serum before we started playing. I'm sorry, Kevin, I just had to know. Kevin frowned. You what? The truth serum isn't a toy, Rachel. You should have never used it for something so petty and personal. Rachel really was sorry. I know, but it was eating me up inside, Kevin. The thought of Lily being cheated on made me sick and, well, maybe I should have believed you in the first place, but now that I know for sure, I won't have to worry about it at all anymore. I can support your relationship beyond a shadow of a doubt. Lily noticed Kevin's stern face and tried to ease the tension. She was just looking out for me, Kevin. I know she shouldn't have done it, but at least it came from a good place. Glancing back and forth between Lily and Rachel, Kevin finally took a deep breath and let his guard down. Fine. Just promise me you won't do something like that again, Rachel. From an herbalist perspective, it was extremely unethical. Rachel nodded. I promise. And with that, Kevin sighed and let the whole thing go. All right, I should probably get going now. Best of luck planning the gala, honey. I know it's going to be great. Lily looked up and kissed Kevin. I'm looking forward to it. You and I and all the guests. We are going to have an incredible time. Next, Kevin looked at Rachel and nodded. So you finally trust me now. Rachel lunged into his arms and gave him a hug. I'm sorry I didn't trust you sooner. You're really a great guy, Kevin. Kevin hugged Rachel back and for the first time since they met, believed that she really did like him. Finally, Kevin picked up his bag and took his leave. Bye, guys. Wish me luck. Lily and Rachel waved goodbye with big smiles. You don't need luck, honey. You're going to do great. Don't forget to call me. Half an hour later, Kevin's private driver dropped him off at the airport. There was a separate boarding process for people with private jets, so Kevin didn't have to wait in too long of a line. He did, however, still have to go through security. As he was removing his shoes and placing them in a bin, he suddenly heard a familiar voice call out from behind the security checkpoint.
Hey, is that who I think it is? Hey, Kevin, how's the training going? I bet you haven't gotten much done since, your whole entire building burned down.
Kevin recognized the voice right away. He looked over and saw Ethan snickering next to Mario, putting their shoes back on after going through security. Without thinking, Kevin blurted out, "Actually, I've been able to do some training at the new Myriad compound in Nashville. It's a great facility, really." Kevin threw his hand over his mouth. He definitely didn't mean to say that. The truth serum must still be in my system, he thought. Whatever I do, I can't let Mario and Ethan find out that I'm bringing a truth serum to the Epic Clash. Before heading off to DC for the Epic Clash, Kevin agreed to a game of Truth or Dare with Lily and Rachel in the lab. Little did he know Rachel had spiked his coffee with the truth serum in order to question his loyalty to Lily. Of course, he confessed his honest love for Lily, and Rachel finally let go of all her suspicions about Kevin and Olivia. Afterwards, he ran into Ethan and Mario at the airport, and with the truth serum still in his system, it was going to be a challenge not to reveal his plans.
So, Kevin, you must be on your way to Washington for the Epic Clash, right? Personally, I can't wait. Something tells me you and I are going to have a lot of fun.
Mario snickered and bumped fists with Ethan as they waited for Kevin to come through security. Fun? I can't remember a single time I've ever had fun with you around, Mario. The less I see of you, the better. Mario smirked. He looked almost flattered by Kevin's words.
Sounds like you're pretty scared of me, Kevin. Good. I like it that way.
Kevin rolled his eyes as he started to put his shoes back on. Scared? No. Frustrated and annoyed? Yes. When Kevin picked up his luggage, he tried to push straight past Mario and Ethan, but they blocked his path.
Hold on a second. We've got some questions for you,
Ethan said with a frown. Kevin frowned right back at him. I've got a plane to catch. I don't have time for this. Kevin tried to push past them, but Mario was blocking the doorway out to the airfield. His large body filled up the entire frame, and Kevin couldn't get past him without starting a brawl, which would cause security to detain him. He couldn't risk it. Instead, he crossed his arms, exhaled sharply, and stared at Mario with a dirty look. Get out of my way, Mario. I've already seen enough of you as it is. Mario met Kevin's aggression with a charming smile.
You know, Kevin, cheating at the Epic Clash is such common practice. It's practically a tradition. I won't be doing any cheating, of course, but what about you? Have you got any tricks up your sleeve?
I'm bringing a truth serum that will expose all you cheaters. The thought fired straight to the front of Kevin's mind, begging to be spoken. But Kevin gritted his teeth and resisted the urge to say it. With the truth serum coursing through his veins, he couldn't lie exactly, but with enough willpower, he could at least bend the truth. Kevin took a deep breath and said, Let's just say that I doubt any cheating will be tolerated this year. Ethan joined Mario's side.
You seem pretty confident about that, Kevin. What makes you so sure?
Again, the urge to blurt out, I have a truth serum, was overwhelming. The words were right there on the tip of Kevin's tongue. Pushing the thought to the back of his mind, Kevin swallowed and said, The funny thing about the truth, Ethan, is that it has a way of revealing itself one way or another. You ought to know that better than anyone. For your whole life, you thought you were a member of the Williams family, but like clockwork, the truth eventually revealed itself. It always does. Ethan's eyes suddenly became full of anger and vengeance.
You watch your mouth, Kevin. I'm glad I'm no longer a member of the Williams family. The last thing I'd want is to be affiliated with an arrogant pretender like you.
Kevin clenched his fists. The tension between him and Ethan was boiling. Just before things got physical, Mario interjected with a laugh.
All right, gentlemen. That's enough playtime for now. Let's save it for the clash. I'll see you in there, Kevin. Best of luck, he said with a sarcastic smile.
When Mario stepped aside, Kevin hurried out the door. Good riddance. As Mario watched him walk away, his smile quickly turned into a frown.
Do you think he's up to something?
Ethan asked. Mario nodded his head.
When it comes to the clash, everyone is up to something. Just keep your eyes peeled and stick to the plan. If we do that, he won't even make it past the first round. I guarantee it.
After landing in D.C., Kevin took a private car to the venue where the dinner was being hosted. With several spotlights shining into the dark sky outside, Kevin could see it coming miles away. Stepping out of the car, his foot touched a red carpet that led all the way up to the door. They really went all out for this thing, didn't they? Kevin thought. The moment Kevin stepped out of the car, he started receiving glares. Almost everyone else attending the dinner was dressed up in suits and ball gowns, but Kevin, per usual, was dressed modestly, in a casual t-shirt and jeans. Thanks to his elevated senses, Kevin was able to hear some of their whispers as he approached the venue.
Can you believe that guy's outfit? He's clearly on the wrong side of the poverty line.
Wow, look at that. Poor guy must be lost.
I didn't know the Epic Clash was accepting homeless people,
another person said with a sneer. Kevin didn't pay the gossip any mind. He was used to being underestimated. In fact, he thrived on it. Besides Lily, there was nothing he loved more than proving his enemies wrong. Outside the doors that led into the venue, there was a table to register. As Kevin approached it, the woman seated at the table gave him a confused look. Hello, sir. I'm afraid a private event is being hosted inside tonight. No public entry is allowed. Kevin chuckled. I'm a contestant, actually. Kevin Williams? The woman glanced down at her clipboard and was shocked to see his name there. Of course. I'm so sorry, Mr. Williams. My mistake. Sign here, please. After signing the registry, Kevin heard a boyish voice call out from behind.
You can't be serious. This guy is here to participate in the clash? He looks like he doesn't have 2 pennies to rub together.
Kevin turned around and saw a young man standing behind him. He was dressed in a gray suit with a bright purple tie, and his hair was slicked back with gel. Kevin quickly sized him up and could instantly tell he wasn't much of a threat. His power base must have been around level 5 at the highest. Looks can be deceiving, friend. I've got more important things to spend my money on than important clothes. The well-dressed man scoffed.
You could have at least put on a dress shirt or something. To show up dressed like that is just plain disrespectful. Let me guess. You must be from New Money, am I right? I can always tell.
Kevin frowned. And you must have been born into wealth, correct? People like you always think they're better than everyone else, despite the fact that they haven't accomplished a single thing. I worked hard for my money. Can you say the same? The young man clenched his fists.
You dare say I haven't accomplished anything? I've been training for this competition since I was 5 years old. Take it back or I'll make you regret it.
Kevin smiled, amused by the young man's fragile ego. I can't and won't take it back, because it's the truth.
You little insect. I'm gonna take those words and stuff them right back into your mouth.
The young man brushed up his sleeves and started running toward Kevin with his fist at the ready. Kevin just stood there completely unafraid. When the young man threw out a punch, Kevin reached up, grabbed his fist, and forced him to the ground in the blink of an eye. Pinching the pressure point in his wrist, Kevin looked down at the man and grinned as a cold glow came from his eyes. If I wanted to, I could break your wrist right here and now, but I really don't want to do that. So you're going to apologize and leave me alone, right? The young man groaned when Kevin applied a bit of pressure.
All right, fine. You win. I'm sorry, just let me go.
As soon as Kevin let the young man go, he jumped to his feet and struck Kevin with an uppercut, knocking him back against the registration table. The young man put his hands on his hips and laughed.
You didn't seriously think I'd give up that easily, did you?
Kevin glared at the man with sharp, frustrated eyes. I've never been one to run from a challenge, but must we do this here, in front of all these people? The young man's answer was swift and straight to the point. He launched himself at Kevin with a rapid spinning kick aimed at his chest. The crowd gasped collectively, their murmurs of surprise rippling through the air. Kevin sidestepped the incoming kick as the young man's foot missed its mark and sent him slightly off balance. Seizing the opportunity, Kevin executed a quick jab to the young man's side, a precise strike that momentarily winded him.
Oof!
But the young man was resilient. With remarkable agility, he somersaulted backward, landing gracefully on his feet. His eyes burned with determination as he lunged forward again, launching a flurry of punches and kicks.
I wouldn't underestimate me if I were you. I spent over 2 decades training with the best instructors money can buy.
Despite the young man's best effort, Kevin pushed back the blows with ease. He weaved through the young man's attacks, his footwork impeccable, and countered with a series of swift strikes. Seems to me like you've been terribly spoiled all your life. Tell me, is this the very first time you haven't gotten exactly what you wanted? Unable to think of a clever response, the young man roared with anger. He executed a powerful roundhouse kick, a move that sent his legs slicing through the air like a blade. Kevin barely managed to block the attack, his forearms absorbing the impact as he gritted his teeth against the force. As the confrontation reached its climax, the young man launched a final desperate assault. He aimed a spinning back kick at Kevin's head, his movements fueled by sheer insecurity and rage. But Kevin, with a calm and almost effortless motion, ducked under the kick and swept the young man's leg out from beneath him. The young man crashed to the ground, his limbs splayed out as the crowd gasped in disbelief. Kevin stood over him, his expression a mixture of exhaustion and resolve. The young man was knocked out cold. After catching his breath, he looked out at the crowd and said, "Anyone else have a problem with how I'm dressed?" Before he could enter the venue where the dinner was being hosted, Kevin was bothered by a young man who didn't approve of his outfit. When he refused to back down, Kevin taught the young man a lesson and knocked him out cold. After that, nobody dared whisper another word about his clothes. "Looks like you're already making new friends, huh?" Kevin turned around and saw Olivia approaching from the sidewalk. She was wearing a sparkly blue dress and her face was more done up than Kevin had ever seen before. "Hello, Olivia. Good to see you. That's a beautiful dress you're wearing." Olivia smiled. "Thank you, Kevin, and you look..." She struggled to find the words. "Very comfortable, I suppose, like always?" Kevin laughed. "It helps me hold on to my humility. Rich people can be so arrogant, can't they? I never want to forget that I have a connection to all people, not just rich and powerful ones. Enough of that. Do you have the truth serum? How are you planning to get it through security?" Olivia held up her purse. "Don't worry. I've got it all worked out. Come on, let's head inside." After stepping through the doors, Kevin and Olivia were ushered over to a security officer. Kevin stepped up first and the officer began to pat him down.
"Are you concealing any weapons or contraband, sir?"
Kevin shook his head. "Just my phone, officer." The officer nodded and gestured for Kevin to enter.
"All clear. Go ahead."
Olivia stepped up next.
"I'm going to have to search your purse, ma'am. Is that all right?"
Olivia nodded. "Of course, officer. I understand." This was the moment their entire plan was hinging on. If the truth serum pills didn't make it through security, They'd have no way of knowing who was planning on cheating and who wasn't. Kevin waited anxiously to see if Olivia's plan worked. After poking through Olivia's purse, the officer retrieved a small container of pills and asked,
"What are these?"
Kevin's heart dropped into his stomach. Olivia waved at the officer and casually laughed. "Oh, how did those get in there? I meant to leave those at home. Sorry, officer." The officer looked her up and down suspiciously.
"After last year's incident, we're not allowing pills of any kind into the building. I'm going to have to keep these until the end of the night. Is that all right with you?"
Olivia sighed. "Well, if you must, officer, I understand. I should be able to live without them for just a few hours." The officer put the pills in his pocket and continued to search through Olivia's purse. After finding nothing suspicious, he handed the purse back to Olivia and said,
"All right. You're clear. Go ahead."
When she walked up to Kevin, his face was full of shock. "Oh no," he said under his breath. "They took the pills. I thought you said you were going to hide them inside a lipstick tube or something." Olivia grinned as she took a tube of lipstick out from her purse. "I did. The pill bottle was only a distraction. I knew they'd find it, and it would throw them off the scent. It's called a red herring, Kevin. Ever heard of it?" She unscrewed the bottom of the lipstick tube, dropped a few pills into her palm, and handed them to Kevin, whose concern quickly disappeared as a huge smile crept over his face. "Good going, Olivia. I knew you could do it." Olivia bowed with a self-satisfied grin. "All right then, shall we?" Kevin offered her his hand. "Time to find out just how many hornets we have inside the beehive." As he and Olivia stepped inside the ballroom, the first word that sprang to Kevin's mind was stuffy. In the center of the massive space, there was a giant ice sculpture of a swan, surrounded by trays of hors d'oeuvres. Portraits of world-famous herbalists and former champions of the Epic Clash lined the walls, and classical piano music filled the room. Banquet tables were scattered all over, each of them brimming with lively conversation. Kevin walked up to one of the portraits on the wall and admired it. The subject was a young woman in a green gown covered in floral patterns. Studying the painting, Kevin dropped his jaw. This woman in this portrait is named Anne de la Robles. She was the first person to successfully synthesize a frontal lobe anesthetic, which brought relief to people who suffered from migraine headaches.
"Ah, Mr. Williams, I see you know your herbalist history quite well."
Kevin turned around and saw a short, stout man standing behind him who quickly introduced himself.
"The name is Branson, Thomas Branson. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Williams. That mental precision pill you introduced to the market was really something. You've got a bright future ahead of you, kid."
Kevin didn't appreciate being addressed as kid, but he reached out and shook Mr. Branson's hand anyway. "Thank you, sir. What brings you to the Epic Clash? Are you an herbalist yourself?" Mr. Branson threw his head back and laughed. Clearly, he had already had a couple of drinks.
"Me? Oh, heavens no. I made all my money selling candy bars. The thing about candy, Mr. Williams, is that no matter how bad things get, economically, people are always willing to spend $1 on chocolate. People just can't get enough of the stuff."
Kevin forced a smile. "Well, I suppose that processed sugar will always be a worthwhile investment."
"Indeed, lad. Indeed. No, I'm not an herbalist, but my son is. You should meet him. I'm sure you two would get along like chocolates and peanuts. Where is he anyway? He should have arrived an hour ago. You haven't seen a young man in a bright purple tie, have you?"
Kevin suddenly remembered the well-dressed young man he had fought outside the building. He did, in fact, have a bright purple tie. Kevin shrugged his shoulders and shook his head. "Sorry, sir, but I'm afraid I haven't seen anyone matching that description." Just then, Olivia tugged on Kevin's arm. "What do you say we go get a drink, Kevin? I'm starting to feel pretty thirsty." With big rosy cheeks and a bit of sweat dripping off his forehead, Mr. Branson quickly excused himself.
"Of course, dear. Don't let me keep you waiting. Wonderful to meet you, Mr. Williams. Good luck out there." Oh, and let me know if you ever want to team up and produce some chocolate-flavored medicine. I'm sure it'll be a big hit with the kids.
Kevin awkwardly nodded and said goodbye before following Olivia towards the bar. On their way there, a blonde-haired woman who looked an awful lot like Olivia glared at them. Before they got too close, she took her leave and walked away. That woman looks just like you with blonde hair. Do you think she's your doppelganger or something? Olivia shook her head and continued to watch the blonde woman as she walked away. That's my sister Katya, remember? She's definitely got something planned against you. Be sure to talk to her once we fill these people up with the truth serum. Kevin scratched his chin in thought. Speaking of which, how are we going to do that? It's not like we can just spike everyone's drinks. No, but we can spike the punch bowl. Olivia pointed to a self-serve bar situated in the corner of the room. At the center of the table, there was a large punch bowl surrounded by guests who were pouring themselves a glass. A flash of determination shone in Kevin's eyes. Perfect. As they approached the punch bowl, the crowd gradually dissipated until Kevin and Olivia were the only ones left. Now hurry, Olivia whispered. Kevin dug the truth serum pills out of his pocket, but before he could drop them into the punch, a voice rang out from behind.
Well, 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 would you look at that? My most favorite person in the whole world standing along my least favorite. Olivia, you look beautiful. Kevin, you look like you just woke up and stumbled through a thrift shop before coming here. Quite a contrast the two of you make.
Kevin quickly slipped the pills back into his pocket and turned to face Mason Zimmerman, who hated Kevin for being so close to his love interest, Olivia. With his hair slicked all the way back, a cane and a small cape draped over his shoulders, he looked a bit like a sleazy vampire. Nice Dracula costume, Kevin said, but I still think we're a few months shy of Halloween. Mason frowned as his cheeks turned bright red.
I'll have you know that this style is all the rage in Paris. I wouldn't expect you to know much about fashion, Kevin.
Kevin opened his mouth to retaliate, but Olivia beat him to the punch. Mason, it looks like you put a lot of time and attention into your outfit. It looks great. Could we talk for a moment in private, please? Mason's eyes filled with joy.
Could it be? He thought. Is she finally going to confess her love to me? All he said, though, was, Of course, Olivia. Anything for you, my dear.
As Olivia pulled him aside, she glanced back at Kevin and nodded her head at the punch bowl. Go ahead, she was saying. I'll distract him. As soon as they were far enough away from Mason to not notice what he was doing, Kevin fished the truth serum pills out of his pocket and dropped them into the punch bowl. With a quick stir, Kevin saw them completely dissolve. Just then, a well-dressed man walked up to the bar and poured himself a drink. Kevin smiled. Good punch, huh? After sneaking the truth serum pills in through security, Kevin and Olivia headed straight for the punch bowl. Just as Kevin was about to spike it, Mason Zimmerman snuck behind them looking for trouble. In an effort to distract him, Olivia pulled Mason aside while Kevin finished the job. Look, Mason, Kevin is actually a really nice guy if you just give him a chance. He's smart, talented, compassionate, wise. Mason cut Olivia off in the middle of her sentence.
Is that why you pulled me over here? To go on and on about how great Kevin is?
Olivia's eyes flashed anger and her face curled up with frustration. Well, yeah, basically. I know you don't like him, but this competition you're about to go into is extremely dangerous. And a person like Kevin would be a good person to have on your side. It could make the difference between life and death. Mason crossed his arms and snorted. To him, Olivia's words were like nails on a chalkboard.
What's that supposed to mean? You don't think I can handle myself?
Olivia grunted in annoyance. That's not what I mean. Why do you have to turn everything into an argument? I'm only trying to protect you is all. Mason's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly his tone was much less aggressive.
Protect me? Does that mean you actually care about me?
He looked back at Olivia with the vulnerable eyes of a puppy dog dropped off at the pound. Olivia sighed. Of course I care about you, Mason. You annoy me more than anyone else I've ever met, but I don't ever want to see you get hurt out there. Just consider teaming up with Kevin, all right? If you do that, who knows? You might even make it to the top 10. Mason stuck out his lower lip and pouted.
If I consider calling a truce with Kevin, will it make you like me more?
Olivia groaned inside, but knew she had to hide her frustration from Mason. You know what? It couldn't hurt. Mason's frown quickly turned into a smile.
If I agree to it now, will you go out on a date with me?
Now Olivia was the one who was frowning. Don't push your luck. Mason shrugged his shoulders and backed off.
Fine. I'll think about it, but no promises.
Just then, Kevin walked up to them with 3 glasses of punch. When he handed one to Olivia, he winked to let her know it was spiked. Mason took the other glass and said,
Well, look who it is. We were just talking about you, Kevin. You haven't poisoned my drink, have you?
Kevin laughed. Haha, don't be ridiculous, Mason. We both know that if I wanted to take you out, I wouldn't have to resort to such sneaky methods. Mason took a sip of the punch and chuckled.
I should hope not. Besides, even if you were to poison me, I could probably whip up an antidote before it got into my system. I've been working on my herbalist skills a great deal, you should know.
Kevin smiled. Oh, really? Tell me then, what kind of pills have you been synthesizing? Mason stuttered after taking another sip of his drink.
Oh, you know, the usual stuff. Power pills, brain boosters, anti-inflammatories. I've got a pretty good handle on this herbalist stuff, if you ask me.
Knowing that the truth serum was about to kick in, Kevin continued to press him. Wow, that's interesting. What kind of ingredients do you use for the brain boosters?
Well, to be honest with you, I don't do much of the lab work myself. For the most part, my dad just makes the pills for me.
Suddenly realizing what he had just said, Mason reached for his mouth and covered it. Kevin and Olivia, on the other hand, were holding back laughter. Wow, said Olivia. That's surprisingly honest for you, Mason. You seem to be turning over a new leaf. Mason slapped his forehead.
That's not what I meant to say at all. What I meant to say is that my father, Lawrence Zimmerman, pretty much does all the work for me.
Mason's eyes widened with shock. That wasn't what he meant to say either. To him, it was like the words were speaking themselves. He had no control over his tongue. Kevin's face turned red from trying to hold in the laughter. We get it, Mason. Herbalism doesn't exactly run in the family. You don't have to tell us again. Not wanting to embarrass himself any further, Mason set down his drink and turned to leave.
I'll talk to you guys later. I better get going.
Kevin had just one more question for him. Hold on, Mason, one last thing. I hear that practically everyone in the competition is planning on cheating this year. What kind of tricks do you have up your sleeve? Mason looked offended.
You think I'm a cheater? No way. I really have been practicing the last few months, so if I'm going to win this thing, I want to win fair and square. I may be a lot to handle, but I'm definitely not a cheater. I stand far above that crowd.
And with that, Mason took his leave. Kevin looked at Olivia and smirked. Well, I certainly didn't see that coming. The fact that he isn't cheating makes me respect him at least a little bit more. Olivia felt the same way. Suddenly, she sympathized with Mason a lot more than she did before. Mason's not a bad guy. He just has some trouble seeing past his own ego. If you see him struggling during the competition, maybe you could help him out? Kevin held up his hands in a false sign of surrender. Hey, I'm willing to bury the hatchet whenever he is. It's always been Mason who's had a problem with me, not the other way around. Olivia glanced around the room and saw her sister Katja sipping on a cup of punch, alone in the corner. Looks like my sister has had a bit of the punch too. We should go talk to her next. Olivia approached first, doing her best to maintain a friendly smile. Hey, Katja. It's been a while, hasn't it? How are you doing? Katja looked at Kevin and Olivia with a harsh glare and then quickly glanced away, unimpressed. Hello, Olivia. I wasn't sure if you'd have the guts to talk to me. I'm all right. It still breaks my heart to see you colluding with the enemy, but I won't waste my breath. Olivia's face saddened. When they were little kids, she and her sister were inseparable. Deep down, she wished things could go back to the way they were back then. I'm sorry you still feel that way, Katja. I just wanted to say hello. Katja took another sip of her drink, refusing to make eye contact with either of them. Not wanting to draw things out, Olivia asked the question she came there to pose. So, any special strategies you're going into the competition with? I know you're always one to plan ahead. Katja had intended to say, none of your business. But instead, she opened her mouth and said, I'm working with Mario Kessler. The two of us have a plan to take you down, Kevin. The second she finished her sentence, Katja gasped. She was no fool, and instantly put together that she had somehow been compromised. Without another word, she leaned up against the wall and quickly darted away. Kevin had a stern look on his face. Well, I guess I'm not all that surprised, to be honest. Olivia sighed. It's my screwed-up family that turned her against us like this. I know it's hard to imagine, but she used to be so sweet. I really hope she comes back to her senses someday. Kevin glanced around the room looking for someone else to question. Hovering by the punch bowl, he saw a tall man with spiky blue hair. That guy seems interesting. Let's go have a chat with him. Kevin and Olivia walked up to the man and introduced themselves. Hi there. My name is Kevin Williams, and this is my lab assistant, Olivia. What's your name, my friend? The man turned around and scoffed. He had a septum piercing hanging out of his nose and huge earrings the size of quarters. Your reputation precedes you, Mr. Williams. Everyone's saying you're out of your element here. I suppose that they're right. Kevin frowned. Do you always listen to whatever people tell you? The man shook his head. No, I don't. Let's just say I arrived at the conclusion independently. Your clothes say it all, mate. Where'd you get them? A homeless shelter? Kevin's patience was running thin. All right, I'll get straight to the point. Are you planning on doing any cheating this year? The man meant to shake his head no, but inadvertently nodded his head yes. I've got a judge in my pocket. I paid him to tell me about the challenges ahead of time. He's practically my pet. The man's jaw dropped when he heard his own words. Sorry, I best be going. Nice chatting with you, mate. Kevin grinned as the man walked away. Good punch, huh? Olivia chuckled and nodded her head in agreement. Glancing around for another victim, Kevin noticed Mario sipping a glass of punch in the back of the room. Now that's who I really want to talk to. Let's see what evil schemes you have up your sleeve, Mario Kessler. The events to welcome the Epic Clash competitors were in full swing in Washington, D.C. Kevin was milling around the competitors' lavish dinner, talking to as many people as possible to get them to admit to their cheating or plans to cheat. He had laced the communal drink supply with his truth pills, and so far people had been responding well, freely admitting to their evil plans. In fact, it had almost gone too well. The judges had been walking around the room joining conversations, and Kevin had seen them listening to people detailing their exact plans for cheating. The judges had started fanning out, speaking to everyone individually while still keeping up the impression of casual dinner conversation. But as Kevin watched, he had seen them confer with one another as well as with the competitors. It seemed like a larger cheating epidemic in the room was about to be revealed. Kevin had met Olivia's sister, Katja, and confirmed she would be fighting alongside the Kesslers. He had also run into Mason Zimmerman, who before tonight, Kevin would have bet anything would be cheating to take him down. He and Mason had bad blood that spanned back to the time when Mason wrongly thought Kevin had stolen Olivia's affections. But under the influence of the truth pill,
Mason had promised he was not trying to cheat. If anything, he was going to be the most noble fighter possible, in hopes of winning over Olivia, for whom he had long been nursing a one-sided crush. So that just left Mario Kessler to deal with. Kevin had Mario and Katya cornered now, and he felt they were close to disclosing their cheating plans with all these judges wandering about within earshot. Kevin had just asked Mario point blank what his plan to cheat was, and he could see Mario fighting the truth pill in his system. Mario's lip quivered as he reluctantly let out the truth. "I put a bounty on your head, Williams. Anyone who aligns themselves with me and helps to take you down will be rewarded with riches beyond measure. I have contacts all over this city. You might have depleted my own fortunes, but I know there are plenty of people out there who would be glad to put up money to make sure Kevin Williams fails." Mario was spilling words so fast that Kevin could barely keep up with Mario's thoughts, which were making him sound like a crazy man. "And now that some of these idiots might not even make it out of here with herbalism powers intact, they're sure to be scrambling to help me destroy you. After all, the only thing worse than having no power is being poor and having no power." Mario spat at Kevin's feet, while Katya just stared between them with her nose in the air. Kevin was glad to know this secret, but it still wasn't exactly the information he was looking for. He would have to be more direct with his questioning. If Mario was really fighting the truth pill, Kevin would have to paint him into a very specific corner to get a worthwhile answer out of him. "That's not what I want to know, Kessler. I said, what are you going to do to break the rules and come out on top? How are you planning on cheating in this competition?" Kevin snarled. His vengeful side was coming out now. With the competition mere hours away, he had a lot of payback to serve Mario for all the times Mario had tried to have him killed or humiliated. Mario started to sweat, the truth bursting to be free from his lips, but before he could say anything, the host and MC, Sean McAllister, clinked a knife on his glass from the front of the room. "Attention, everyone! Attention!" The room quieted as everyone ended their conversations in hushed tones and turned to face Sean. Kevin wanted to pull Mario into the next room and keep grilling him, but drawing attention to himself this early in the clash was not something Kevin wanted to do. He already had a target on his back. Why make it bigger? The judges that Kevin had seen speaking to individuals in the room were now gathered behind Sean. Kevin felt a twitch in his stomach. Were they going to start publicly disqualifying the cheaters? Was this the reckoning he had planned for? Sean continued, "It seems that we have uncovered a great moral failing at this year's clash. Instead of honoring this storied competition with integrity and character, a great number in this room have admitted outright to cheating in the clash." The crowd tittered with all the guests discussing this in whispers with those closest to them. A few people looked guilty, others looked outraged, and everyone was nervous. Sean shushed them again. "Now, since the clash has not yet begun, no one has actually cheated yet. But now that we know how many of you are planning to cheat, we have decided to implement a new set of rules this year. Let me be clear. I do not relish the chance to make things harder for you. You have brought this upon yourselves. Judges, please do me the favor of telling the competitors what you have learned." One judge stepped forward. She was a small woman with tight black curls cropped close to her head, but she spoke with clarity and authority that rivaled Sean's. 3 separate competitors have told me their sponsors have brought bribes to make the judges score them higher in each round. She stepped back and another judge stepped forward. This one was a tall, thin man with a shock of white hair at the top of his head, and his voice shook like a leaf ready to fall from its tree. "I learned of several competitors who intend to disable their opponents by tampering with their herbalism supplies, giving them a worse chance to win each round." He stepped back and a third judge came forward. This one wasted no time in barking out. That competitor there has used a combination of herbalism and alchemy to turn their limbs from human flesh and muscle to robotic machinery, making them impossible to injure or defeat. Everyone looked to where the judge was pointing, but the crowd was too dense to see specifically who they were referring to. Sean took back control of the conversation. That competitor will, of course, be disqualified. As for the rest of you, please listen carefully to these new rules. While Kevin had caused this chaos by spiking the communal drinks with truth pills, he did not think that implementing new rules was altogether fair. Why punish the honest competitors for the dishonest ones' bad deeds? Why should he have to abide by new rules just because Mario Kessler couldn't beat him fair and square? Even so, he listened, as instructed, while Sean read the new rules from a note card passed to him by the judges. I hereby decree that in this year's Epic Clash, the following rules will be put in place. First, there will be only one winner. Only the best of the best is going to ascend to the upper realm. The room immediately erupted in an outcry. Competitors from every corner of the crowd shouted out, "It's not fair! You can't do this! We've trained for years. We've traveled from all around the country. You might as well call the whole thing off." Sean waited for everyone to settle down, wearing the expression of someone who used to call other people's bluffs. He knew they weren't going anywhere. After a beat, he held up his hands and total silence followed. Only one winner will ascend to the upper realm. The rest of the top 10 will receive neither a punishment nor a prize, but the bottom 90 competitors will lose their herbalism powers entirely. If Kevin thought the first outcry was big, he couldn't even categorize the shock and horror this second rule laid down upon the room. There was a full 5 seconds of stunned silence before the shouts started. That's crap! We don't deserve this! How could you do this to us? We've done nothing wrong! Just disqualify the cheaters and let the rest of us compete fair and square. Sean actually responded to this complaint. The suspected cheaters have not yet cheated within the bounds of the Epic Clash. All we have on the record is intent to cheat, and we don't have time to conduct full investigations of every suspect before the clash begins tomorrow. If you no longer wish to compete, you're welcome to leave here now. His voice echoed throughout the room, silencing everyone at once. No one moved. Of course not. These were all the most confident and accomplished herbalists in the country. They all thought they were the best in the room, and that they would win this thing now that they had no choice. Kevin was among them. Only he had more reason than any of them to think he would win. He would know for sure when they were in the arena, but as a level 7 fighter, he had to be one of the best warriors in there. Sean wasn't done. Obviously, it goes without saying that if any cheating transpires during the clash, the guilty party will be removed from the competition and stripped of their powers. So tonight, when you're doing your final preparations, think hard. Is your cheating worth it? Or will you come by the winning title and the upper realm honestly? That's all. Sean McAllister and the judges filed out of the room, leaving everyone else to make sense of what they had just heard. Kevin didn't want to discuss this with Mario and Katya, so he made his way out of their bubble and toward the exit. There was only one person he wanted to talk this over with, his wife Lily.